Getting a pop here, Vor Biopharma, Victor Oscar Romeo.
AMPG. EVTV. BDSX.
USGO.
Up. EVTV.
SPPL.
OSRH.
Up.
OSRH. EVTV.
EVTV. Up. EVTV. VOR. VOR. EVTV. EVTV. EDAP.
VOR.
VOR.
EVTV. JAGX.
STKL.
GNPX. JAGX. JAGX.
EDAP.
OSRH. JAGX. JAGX. JAGX.
STKL.
JAGX.
STKL. STKL.
EVTV. RDW. PLG. PLG.
Trump to interview BlackRock's Rick Reeder for Fed chair role, that according to Fox Business. That was out earlier.
JAGX. WMT.
VWAV, VisionWave, announcing formation of technology platform joint venture to propel defense, secure systems, and quantum enhanced IP leadership. That's Victor Whiskey
EVTV.
India Victor, VWIV.
ELUT.
VWAV, correction on that.
INBS. OSRH. EVT.
Oh, it's a slow one out. Super slow. 47 after. Welcome to 747 AK-47's trading levels. All right, let's get into it. New play here. EVTV. We saw this last run. When was this? Last Tuesday, and it was a very slow play. Today, getting some super duper firepower. Does have a pretty decent PR here coming out this morning. Receives 100 million worth of government purchase orders. Advances 200 million regional pipeline. So huge numbers right there. It's not like this is AI infrastructure expansion. So it's nothing new that we haven't seen out of the ordinary recently. AI. So this is pretty good news for them. $100 million. That's pretty decent. Advances up to 200 million for the pipeline. So pretty nice PR there this morning. On the way up for EVTV. Resistance is going to be right there. Let's say 135. Yeah, so over 110. Over 110. Watch for a pop up to around 130 to 135. Strong resistance there. Over 135, 135 area. Watch for a pop up to well, that's all in that area. So I'd say from 130-ish to 140-ish is strong resistance. Over that, then we pop up to 175. Over 175, then we get a move up into old support area, which will be new resistance at 2. Over 2 to that magical 220, 225 area. Now down back below for EVTV for support. Support's going to come in heavy right around 85 cents into around 93 cents. Under that, then we come down to the old resistance, which would be new support at 78, 77 cents. Those are going to be your two key bounce areas if we do get one today. The better area that I like would be way down at 77, 78. I just don't think usually a lot of the time when you get the move up from sub $1 through to $1, bounce plays back below $1 just really are never that great. So I'd be careful with that on the way back down. Really what would be nice if this squeezes and goes through 110, if we keep especially fail at maybe 110 another time or two and then squeeze through it, so put some more resistance, some more touches on that 110 area. Then we squeeze to say that 130, 140 mark. Well, then we can look for the 110 mark for a bounce play. Also new this morning is JAGX. Again, like we always talk about plays that are in the same dollar area, dollar amount, same price action area. They usually don't run and won't hold up together. JAGX has strong resistance, double top this morning right around 140. Over 140 in resistance for JAGX, and this play has been reverse split and has popped up so many times. Watch for a pop up to around 165 to 170. Over that, watch for a pop into 2. And over that, just about like every other play that we'll ever see, just like we alerted on EVTV, resistance comes in around 225 to 235 for JAGX. Now on the way back on down, major support right at 115. Former runners, let's go to the crazy guy. ANPA was popped up on Friday there in pre-market, set sideways all day long in a tight channel until she finally squeezed up and gave us a little fun on a Friday at lunch, and then kind of came back down and then really had fun more so in the afternoon heading into power hour, and then at power hour she kind of had a little bit of a sell-off. So today on the way up, we're going to have resistance at 96.50. Over that, watch for a pop-up to around 105 to 106. Over that, we pop into around 115 to 120. Over that, we see 140. On the way back on down, we have support at 75. If we crack 75 area, watch for a move down to around 65. And if that cracks, you can wave goodbye. Margo. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Roo, will you get up for her? Roo, get up. Roo, get in your corner spot. Thank you, sweetie. I'm right here, Margo. Come here. I'm right here. Say hi. I'm right here. Hi. Hi. I'm here. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go. Margo, come on. Go lay down. Right there. Good girl. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Such a good girl. Hamilton, yeah. Hope you had a good weekend. Good. Yeah, you too, T-Web, and anyone else wallflowering out there. It was a quid, just like always, flies right on by. It's like, geez, it was. Every Monday, I'm like, wasn't it just Friday and I was going live? It's crazy. I mean, because me and Avery obviously have a great time over the weekend. It's a Friday night, early. I was probably up till 1 in the morning, or I know that was Saturday night. Anyway, I've been staying up a lot lately and trying to enjoy life, because weeknights get pretty sleepy, go to bed pretty early, 9:30, 10 at the most. Not that we don't do anything fun, but it's just a normal night where, oh yeah, it's Friday and Saturday, and then it's like a kid. Next thing you know, you're back to work or back to school. Flies right on. We got some good football on this weekend. You know, then we have another game on tonight for the NFL playoffs, so definitely intriguing matchups, and love this time of the year. All right, let's get over to INBS. That was another runner we've had here recently, multiple days here, running on up last week from Tuesday to Wednesday to Thursday, and all of a sudden Friday it's not doing much, and then, did a little bit, and then whammy this morning. Goes from 20 to 30, or 20 to 40, and just whammy. Now, that's going to put it back on watch today, but a lot of time when you go up and right back on down within about an hour or so, like you see, it does not bode well for later on in the day. Major support is at that 20-20 mark. That's going to be your best support, in my opinion. Now, if we do crack below 20, we have major support going to be at yesterday or Friday's high of day, which will be right around the 1875 mark into 1850. So watch for a bounce play there. On the way up, INBS has strong resistance at 26, almost right there at the dot, over 26. This play can get the rocket and rolling. I'd see it probably most likely if we go back to past short history, if there's anything there. There's some 26 there, and then over that, this play could probably get the mustering up to see another good squeeze. In my opinion, going to 30, then over 30 to that 35 mark, 34.50 mark. Over that, then we see the squeeze up possibly to 40. It's got to get over 26. 26 is going to be the gatekeeper for this play. Now, support before we get to 20, we have some pretty good support right around 23 into 22.80. I know, so hard. Ingrid, what's up? Aussie Chick, hopefully you're having a good day too as well. BDSX, another one that popped up today, really weird volume this morning though, early on, and then now it's gotten better volume. But it was weird chart, if you go back and look at it, popping up from 5, and then finally made some normal charting up into the 830, 850 mark, or 840 mark, 830 mark. So most of the charting you'll see here is from around 7 to 8, but it does have some weird gap up from 5 this morning. So most of the chart has been formed though, which is nice. Now resistance on the way back on up is at 7 to around 710. Over 710, watch for a spike up to around 755. Over that, watch for a pop up to around 790. 790 to 820, very strong resistance, and probably a lot of traders will be looking for a double top there. A lot of traders are going to be stuck. They're caught in that play in the 8s, and a lot of them in the high 7s. Support on the way down is right around the 650 mark. If it cracks 650, watch for a move down to 620, and if it cracks that, wave goodbye. Back over and look at the scanners, making sure I'm not missing anything here, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of sell. We'll talk about those. Got a lot of sub $1 plays on watch. Don't really trade them or look at them, but we do have PELIR on Peeler. We've got OSRH. Bark is up, BARK. So we do have some of these sub $1 plays that are starting to pop up and hold their gains, right? We'll see if any of these can actually push through $1. It seems like today that mob is going to be over on EVTV again. These sub $1 plays, and they end up being in the range, same price area, same price action, they just won't all hold up. You'll get one usually to get and hold its gains, and that's where the mob will be at, because there's going to be a mob for every sector and price range and price action for these small caps, and this sub $1 mob is at EVTV. All right, quick little break. Let me get something real quickly. Team back for large caps in just a minute. All right, here we go. Let's get to the large caps. We have JAGX, new high of day, EVTV, new high of day. All right, so EVTV, new high of day there. Here we go. All right, so EVTV, new high of day, rolling up there. So is JAGX. I've talked about both of these plays being pretty much at the same price area, price bracket. They're not going to both have legs to run in market, in my opinion. So I would put money on EVTV, but it's already up quite a bit this morning, so I don't know how much more is left in the tank. We did get a little pop over 110, came back, reversed on it, bounced on it so far. So that is going to be, we'll see if this continues to run up, would be a key area of 110 for a good support bounce. We'll see though, again, which one of these plays will take the mob. They both won't continue to run. Now what's helping them out also, there's nothing else moving. INBS is kind of back down in red. ONPA, new low here in pre-market, now back down below 80. That's helping these plays run a little longer and more. All right, let's go to large caps. SPY gave it all back. Good God almighty. I was right, though, last week that we would not go back below. That 875 here wasn't on Monday, and then on Tuesday I said, I bet we won't see lower than that the rest of the week, and we pretty much never did. We got pretty close to it, but that's going to be that make or break point again this week. All right, for SPY here in large caps, talked about it last week, and that potential pop to 700 didn't quite get there. Got it pretty close to 690, 660 in after hour, 695 in market on Friday. Now it's giving it all back. And I still feel the same way we talked about last week, it not getting back below that 88.75 rule, somewhere in the 88, 89 area. And that's going to be strong support. So if it does do that and we crack back down, this play most likely is going to come back down to 686. So let's go through levels today. We'll go on the way up. 691 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to 691.65. Over 691.65, watch for a move to 692.30. 692.30, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day that goes up to 693.10. Over that to 694. 694, ultimate high of day, last Wednesday's high. Pretty sure everyone can see that low from Friday at the opening bell. Nasty lower shadow wick, and we also have low of day in pre-market right around that 89 to 88.75 area. That will be my normal low of day, pre-market low, 88.75 roll. Ultimate low of day goes back down to last Thursday's low of 687.50. That's going to be my ultimate low of day. But if we do crack that, watch for a move down to 686. What do we got? Boy, JAGX right back on down. What a reversal off that mark. Getting those 140 fails. Big time. I'm going to see if we're missing anything here. Boy, EVTV saw a pullback? Okay, no. The scanners just aren't updated yet. The scanners on Trade Idea shows 97 cents on EVTV. I was like, oh shit, that just saw a nasty pullback. Okay, cool. Let's get to a little more large cap plays here. I'm just making sure we're not missing anything. All right, continue here through the large cap plays here. We'll go over to applesauce. On the way, I was going to say, this is going to be a sideways channel. Now, watch these two levels, in my opinion. Watch over 261, over 261 for the long, and back under 255.70 for the short. 255.70 will be your normal low of day. 261 will be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 261. Watch for a pop to 262 to around 262.50. Ultimate low of day under 255.70. Watch for a crack down to 253.50. It is range bound as of now. Margot, no ma'am. Thank you, sweetie. And AMD at a very key level today, right at that 200 mark. We're rolling right on down to 200. Got a line in there from past chart history as well. It's got to hold this 200 mark. When's the last time we were below 200? We barely cracked back below it a couple of times there back in November and once right around the mid-December, right about a month ago. Normal low of day under 200. Watch for a crack down to 197.50. Are we going to staircase down? Because we've just been staircasing down over the last few days. 198 to 197.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to these nasty wick slower shadows that we had back in November, right around 195. 195, maybe a hair below it, and the 194 is ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, AMD is going to have strong resistance. Well, it wicked up right now this morning, right at the lows from Friday, right at 203. 203 is going to be strong into the lows from Thursday, which is up at around 203.30 to 203.50. I am going to venture to say that is your normal high of day. Over 203 to 203.50, watch for a spike to 204. Over 204, we go up to 205. This has been a little bit tighter here recently, not moving nearly as much. I'm gonna say 205 ultimate high of day, 203 to 203.50 normal high. Boy, Babo with some huge moves. Last Wednesday after hours. Thursday just straight up at the bell. Friday and after hours, another bazooka move. It's just like, it doesn't really do too much in market unless it's right at the open. I will give levels on it. Under 157, watch for a crack down to 156.50. Under 156.50, we go down to around 155.80 to 155.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 154.75. Then under that's a 154. I'm going to go one more level down to 153.20 area for your ultimate low of day. On the way up, we do have a great downtrend forming this morning. The break's going to come over 158 to 158.50 area. That's some strong resistance. And I have a feeling we cracked down in under 157 at the bell, making 158.50 pre-market high, your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 158.50. We got to go back in time because it's been a minute since we've been over this area. And I would say watch for move up to around 160.50 to 161 for your ultimate high of day. B has been finally moving great. Aunt B here was just gross and ugly. Then it was, Friday before last. Had a great day, and it's pretty much been on the alerts list since again. On the way down today, major support at 128.50 into down on 128, or I should say 128.50 down into 128. Under 128, watch for the crack back down to 1, and this is where it could get juicy under 128, down to 125. Normal low of day at 125. Ultimate low of day goes back down to 124, and under 124, down to 122. 122, maybe a hair under at the lows from Friday, ultimate low of day. On the way up, 131.70 resistance. Over that, we pop to 133.50. Over 133.50, we go up to 135.50-ish area. 135.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back to to the high from Friday. There was a nice upper shadow right at the closing bell, 136.80. Ultimate highs there. All right, over to Google now, team. Really ugly, choppy chart here as of recent, honestly, in my opinion, even though we're getting some spikes up from 315 area last Wednesday into 331 by Friday's highs. It's still just a choppier intraday chart. I just would not day trade Google still yet. Leave it off the back. You leave it on the back burner. There'll be a play or a day. It'll get pretty again. Right now, I just would not touch it. Real quick. It seems like it was just yesterday and Google was in the 100s. It seemed like a year ago today, right around there. And then even before that, when I was doing morning alerts and late 2023 into 2024, this play was always in the 130s, 150. It's just crazy to see this explosion from Google once we cleared that 205 mark right around August, and it just went flying. And it's been on a move since. And I do see Google. Honestly, if you can ever get a pullback down into maybe around 200, I doubt we ever see it. Best bounce play there, 240 to 250 next. The other bounce play that will probably be seen, and that's the only one we will see, is somewhere right between 285 to 295 would be your bounce play. But Google, I see this continuing to squeeze. We're probably going to look back a year from now and see this at 500, at least 400 plus. All right, over to Meta. Again, another one of these plays that has been choppier out to the right. Did just get a huge spike up out of nowhere in pre-market. That is really going to mess this play up. Excuse me there, team. Just had a huge spike into the 657 area. Now it's back down to 650s. Again, this is another play I would just leave alone for right now. Just once it either cracks back under like the 630s or it gets back and it gets over the 675, 673, 670 mark. Otherwise, it just would not day trade Meta. We know what Meta does. It's not going to probably do it today. It is a play at the bell, and then it is junk the rest of the day. I will give NVDA alerts. Again, it finally cracked out of that really sideways choppy channel from 187 to 192, 193. Finally on Thursday of last week. Still choppy as you saw on Friday, but I'll give levels today. We have 183.65 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop to 184.65. Over 184.65, which will be my normal high of day, watch for a move up to 185.30. And over 185.30 up to around 186. 186 in Friday's high, ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, watch for a move below 182.30. Under 182.35 area, pre-market lows. Could get a good crack back. We haven't been in this area in quite a while. Watch for move down to 181.85, and under that we go down to 181. 181 normal low of day, ultimate low of day then goes down to 179.35. Over to PLTR. Starting to become a sideways choppier move here, most likely in the end going to chop around between 187, the high from last Wednesday and Thursday, and I would say the lows being created from last Monday through Thursday, and of course here in pre-market, which is right around 174 to 173. And we're already popping up this morning. There was a huge pop there. So that will also, again, make this play a little ugly to start the day and probably throughout the day. On the way down, support's going to be at old resistance at 177.65. That's also the bottom and low from last Wednesday. Under 77.65, watch for a move down to 76.50. Under 176.50, I've got a line in at 175.75. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes back down to last Thursday and Friday's low right around 174.65. And the pre-market low right around 174. Ultimate lows there. Q, same thing as SPY there, although it did get a gorgeous double top last Wednesday and then on Friday as well. Absolutely money double top right around 627.80 to 628. That'll be your ultimate high of the day, but let's get back below that and go to your normal high. I have resistance at 623, over 623 to 623.35 area. Watch for a spike up to 624.20. Over 624.20, things get a little interesting. We move to 625.35. 625.35, normal high of day, ultimate high of day, then runs back up close to 628. A little bit of a hodgepodge mess of where I find support besides pre-market low in 120 or 620. That is a definite normal low of day, 619.75 to 620. Normal low of day there. Support In between that and where we're at now, watch at 621.40 for some support. 621.40 support. Below that down to 619.75, 620 area. Normal low of day there. If we crack that, watch for move to really soak all the way to the lower shadow from Friday at 619 and end up somewhere around Thursday's lows in the 618s for your ultimate low of day. Tesla, you had another play. Just like when I'm looking at the charts, up, it's down, down, it's up, it's down again. It's like, find a direction here, guys. On the way down today, 440 support. Under 440, we go to last Wednesday's high of day, right around 438 area. And below that, then we go to Thursday's low of 436.50. 436.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day on the 36.50 area. Watch for move clear down. We'll go 30. We'll go... 636.50 down to around 435.50 to 436.50, which is last Thursday's high into the Friday before last low. That area will be your normal low of day. I know it's a dollar area, but anywhere in between that sandwich area, pretty much right around 436, we'll call it, is your normal low of day. Under 436, watch for a move down to 432.50 for your ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, resistance at 440, we'll call it 443. Over 443, watch for a spike to 444.35. Over 444.35, watch for a move into 447.50. 447 to 447.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes it back up to that tip-top wick and high from Friday at 449. What the trade at the bell. My two favorite plays are going to be B, back under 128 for the Kraken short back on down. I'll do like B today, and I'll also like AMD. Both for shorts, AMD and B. B and AMD. So AMD under 200 for the short on down. B for the move under 128 down. Those are my two favorite plays at the bell. Two short opportunities for the crack back on down. For small caps at the bell, we're holding EVTV's trend line. Right now, we're on it. My uptrend channel is right at 114.15, right at 115 right now. We're holding it. We're just barely holding it. Under 115, we've got 110 support. The better bounce is going to be right at $1 with the VWAP below you, right around 95 cent support as well. Old resistance at that 95 cent mark to 92 cent. So that's going to be your best bounce play, somewhere in that 8 cent corridor from $1 to around 92 cents. Other than that, everything's cracked back on off. I'd say the only play to be looking for is EVTV to squeeze into the 150s, possibly to 175 after the opening bell, because it's the only thing moving, sub $5. And in INBS over 26, watch for the long there. So we'll call it 26.25. Over 26.25, watch for the spike there. And I called it JAGX. It never holds its gains. That is a piece of crap ticker. I've seen that thing since 2016. When I first started trading, I have seen this ticker now for 10 freaking years. Guys, I didn't record any of that. All right, for small caps at the bell, we have EVTV on the trend line. It's right at 115 is where my trend line is at. I'd watch for this to spike up and squeeze at the bell to like the 170s area, 175. Bounce play support down below is right at $1 and in 90. Old resistance equals new support right around 95 cents. Somewhere between $1 and 95 cents. The VWAP's there as well. ONPA is cracking back on down like I talked about. JAGX never holds its gains. I've been watching JAGX since 2016. Literally have seen this play for 10 years now, and every time I see this play, it's right at $1. After 1 million reverse splits, it's never gotten over $1. It's so sad. INBS would be your other play at the bell. INBS over 26, 20, 26.25 is your play. So EVTV is your play at the bell for a bounce play or squeeze and continuation, or INBS, same thing. Bounce play back at 20, squeeze breakout over 26. Other than that, that's all I'm looking at in the small cap sector for at the bell. I would say also keep on watch, possibly BDSX over 710 for that squeeze up. and short at around 790 into 820. Also on watches MNTS today. MNTS I have a line in high of day from Friday, failed there in pre-market over 1350. Over 1350 she squeezes to 1430. Over 1430 can take off through the 15s. So keep your eye on MNTS as well as BDSX. What did I say? BMNTS 1340. Oh, and then INBS. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. Quick break. Quick break. Let's get it right. Big tight. Back in a minute with the cap on. Let's get some trades in, possibly waiting for a dip buy. All I'm waiting for is a dip opportunity or a bounce play today, looking to see exactly which one that'll be. All right, I'll be back here in just a few minutes. try to get into like perfect timing. That was about right. And how we doing? Hopefully every one of you guys, however I was going to word that, hopefully all you had a great weekend. Oh, let's turn the music off. Anyway, trying to time that perfectly is getting back in here. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Ready to rock and roll back at it. It is Monday. It is dead out on the Discord too as well. Like, that's the first thing I usually do when I come in. I say come in. I'm in my bed. It's like when the alarm goes off. When the alarm goes off every morning, which is in my time zone of the world, it's 6 a.m.s, right? It's 6:40, 6:50, 6 somewhere in there. It's right before the top of the hour, right before 8 a.m. Eastern, right before 7 o'clock my time locally. I'll look at the scanners. I'll immediately go to Discord and I'll pull up Stock Rocks. So the first thing I do typically right out of the gate is go to Stock Rocks and look at our Discord. And when I came in this morning in our Discord, so this is where I come in. I come in right here. This is it. This is all we had this morning. I came in and I'm like, what? Because it goes then to Reese, because that was right when I got into, I was actually doing stuff around the house and getting kind of my routine going for the week, getting certain, anyway, I always have this thing I do on Monday. And so I saw on my watch, he messaged me and I was like, I'll get back to him in a second. And I was like, no one said anything to even to him. I mean, that is dead. The fact that we go back to yesterday and there was part 3, and then when yesterday even was another kind of weird telltale sign for me, because I came in yesterday and this was from you guys enjoying the, this right here, the interviews nonstop, like when I was just playing those on Friday night. Y'all were loving that. On like Aussie chick was here till like, it was 9 locally my time, I want to say, on Friday. And that's what I was going back to. That's early when I was talking about Friday and like, man, it seemed like it was just Friday. Because I was like, man, that was what I was thinking about earlier. I was like, man, and y'all like that. So I'll start doing that more often when I'm not on the live stream. I'll have some information going for you, especially when it's slower on a Friday, like after the live stream's over, the day is over, there's nothing really spiking. And maybe cover the whole screen if it's slow, or if there's something moving, have it over in a chart where you can see it, like, up top or over to the right, and I can put the video like down here on the bottom too, like I've done before. But yeah, you guys were loving that, Joe, as well. Of course, Florida Joe, come on over, and of course other, Mock Money, whatever, Ingrid Aussie chick, you guys giving some love there and love chip. So yeah, I'll start doing that more often. But yeah, that was cool on Friday. And then even like Sterling Detmar, because it was a free day, he was over and he's like, let's make a drink. And I'll ask Kevin Avery, because I know Kevin Avery was doing those on Friday night. I don't know why he stopped doing them on Friday nights, but I know Kevin Avery on Friday nights was doing those, like, hey, week recap, talk about your trades, what'd you win, what'd you lose, how's it going? And I remember joining one of those. Of course, I was lit. I was litty when I joined. It was fun, but that's, the point of it was Spy getting a good rock here at the bell. So I'm going to get away from JagX. Spy is getting a rip right now here at the bell. Looking at B for the short did not happen. So I was looking at B for a possible short at the bell. AMD as well, but it seems like a lot of stuff just in the large cap space is getting spikes here at the bell. Now, I looked at every little ticker, but I know Tesla with a little bit of nasty move up. I know JP and the White House, and there's a lot of shit going and drama going down in the White House with those old 75-year-old heads. I really wish Google got a pop at the bell. I just wish we could get someone. I don't know when we win. Can we get someone like 50s back in the White House? Let's see. Let me look at it. Let me just Google this. The age of every president when they took office. Let's go to age of inauguration. Age at inauguration. Here we go. Trump, we got the two oldest back to back to back. What did I say back? But Trump, and then Biden beat him, and then Trump again. So here's the list right here. It was Reagan, and I remember that. It was Reagan. But I mean, look at this. This is like, we're talking, look how old besides George, he was old. H-dubs. But this is like what we used to do. Look at all these old motherfuckers. I know Clinton. He was, of course, nice and young. Got us going back in the right direction, I felt like. After that, Bush wasn't too old. He was only 54. I'm like, okay, that's fine with me. Because I think, yeah, and at that time, because Bill Clinton was 54. If I do the math right now, yeah. because 46 of that was built. That was the age of Clinton, so then it felt right. It felt normal. Wasn't Obama in that same area? Where is Barack Obama at? Where's he at? He's not that old, is he? There's 47. Where's he at? Oh, where am I? Why am I missing him? Why am I feel like I'm missing him? There he is. Duh. He's at the bottom. I knew that. Shoot. I thought he was in his 40s. Duh. Anywho, you know, the hell. It's like we went from 40. We'll just call it 46 to 54, 47 to 50, mid 50s. Mid 50s here again, and then what in the hell? We just going straight to the old. These are like, I mean, I don't even know. I think I don't know. Maybe they all lived past 78. I think they did. I think my granny that got dementia, she may have died. I can't remember. She may have gotten into her 80s. Maybe my grandma, the one that passed the first, maybe was 70. I think there was one that was, for some reason, I feel 78. Is this what the hell? Who are our next choices? Does anyone know? Who are our next choices as POTUS? Could anyone give me a rundown of that just so we can already get a little head start of who the hell we're voting for? I guess we could Google that too. Have y'all seen? Right now, B is flying at the bell. There goes BDSX in the squeeze. So that's our only play. BDSX is our only play right now. So BDSX, I knew EVTV ran a little too much. BDSX, there's your play. Right there, over 710 for the pop was a good long there. So BDSX, good breakout there over 710. Got the move up. Beautiful spike there from BDSX. Nice squeeze right there. That's why this was on watch for me. That's why I immediately went to it. It's like, no, go a little higher. Go a little higher there, and it's not going to do it, dang it. Oh, I wanted this like $7.90, $8 area. What is a high of day right there in market? $7.75. Biscuit Whiskets. That was our only play so far. Only play so far. Now, I don't mind the 710 bounce play, to be honest. Put orders around 710 into around, honestly, 687 to 707. Oh, don't do this shit now. And I would want the first short. I don't want to do this whipsaw action and then challenge the top up again. I don't like that. And if you did go higher, go to 810, go to 825. Put orders in at like 807, 817, 827. We'll see. I would like for this to come up and fail like in the 760s. Then come back down and let's try to get us a bounce play right around 710 into around 690. Spy's ripping. B got a rip at the bell. So we are getting two spikes from those two tickers. I think Google was another good spike. Yes, Google, another good spike at the bell. MNTS not doing anything right now, so we want to kind of move away from that one. AMD, nice spike at the bell too as well. Had that whipsaw right down off my line at 199.80. My line is at 199.77 is where my line is at on AMD. Wouldn't mind a bounce play here on B. Back down around 131.70. 131.70 and around 131.50 area. That would be a good bounce potential. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over that I haven't hit? Let me know. If there's something spiking that you want to go over, alert, trade, I will alert it and break it down for you. I really wish this would fail now. This BDSX play, I know we have a bounce opportunity back around again, the 710 mark into 690. Essentially where we just saw the bounce, but let's see if we get a little bit lower fill this time. Again, this is why I was talking about going higher. You just don't know where that reversal is going to come in at. I'm telling you, please take your profit with these when you do see a good red candle back down. If you do get red for a minute, this does have the mob. There is nothing moving at small caps. It was kind of weird, in my opinion, this morning when we were kind of slow. I mean, look at the Discord. It's very slow right now out there. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of, I don't see Kevin Avery's not even going live today, actually. So it's really slow out there. It's really slow.
Over on AMPA.
So I'm just looking to make sure I don't miss anything. Dex over on AMPA. Just making sure we're not missing anything here. I don't see anything at all. So sit back and wait. I do like BDSX at a bounce play back down below. If you've got the big cojones, it's up top. That's where your shorting is right now. The breakout was good, and then of course reversals. The first reversal was super money. I would have liked a little higher. Then I get worried to take that second or third. Now again, it would be one thing if this comes all the way down and like this just crashed a second ago and came back down to like the 680, 650 mark or something. Then I'd say, yeah, we're gonna go for another short around 775 to 780. It was a whipsaw action. When you see that, this is what I wanted to see. It did go new high of day, but this is kind of what I wanted to see. Kind of chop out, move to a channel, right? Kind of wait and sit here with see what this 5-minute candle does, knowing that the bottom of it into around, you know, again, into that $7 area would become a good bounce potential. It's just waiting and sitting for that. AMD just continues to fly. AMD just continues to fly. OM popped up this morning too. Missed that play. OM did pop up. I missed that play by the time it got to the 630 area. That was a great short on down. So I want to watch OM. I'd missed that play this morning. AMPA's done in my opinion. I don't really like it with that low volume. SOG-P was another one that popped up this morning, but now it's not doing anything since it popped up at there, you know, right before the opening bell. One I did miss was OM this morning, so if you caught OM, I missed that shit, and it actually formed a great shelf, and then a shelf crack. Haven't seen one of those in a while, and had some decent profitability zone too under that shelf, and went collapsing on down. So keep that one back on watch. Your only play at the bell it's moved, in my opinion, was BDSX, and I'm looking for a bounce play. It's coming a little higher than I wanted. I'm wanting around the 710 mark down around 690, and it's giving us bounces at right around 720, 725. So that's where the bounce play is coming from, so trade that channel. We did have SOG-P, another play we've seen here recently kind of pop up there from 14 into 20. It was a real quick pop, then it dropped back on down. So it's on watch as well. Has resistance starting to form in around the 1790 mark and around 18, just over that. You can see a lot of resistance starting around 18 though, essentially. And support right around 1675. That's just a tight channel. SPY, absolutely monster takeoff at the bell. AMD was up, not down. It did actually bounce right on that red line of support resistance I had in the past. But those are a couple of the plays to keep an eye on that I did not see. OM would be a good pop if it could pop back up into the 660s, 690s for a short. And I would leave. I don't like SOG-P right now. It's got a little bit of a spread on it too, I can tell. So it's got lower volume and the spread's right around 20 plus cents. So just be careful with that and put levels out or orders out to get to trade. You know, don't try to market into that one. Trade it with limit orders. All right, so we got INBS slow. Not a lot of action there in market once the opening bell rang. Kind of zoom in and even see that right there. Just keeping an eye on it though. Still want to keep my eye on it, not forget about it. ANPA is one that I'm kind of going to slowly start to forget about. It doesn't have good volume, and that spread's just going to be massive. So I would be careful trading ANPA. Unless you're just trading it to try to get $3 plus, $5 plus because of the spread. Still bouncing. We got EVTV bounced right off $1. Didn't quite get down to the area that I would have probably had orders in at to get filled. I probably would have started right around 97 cents and went a little lower. It's bouncing off $1 back to $1.20, so we're not missing anything there. I still have it on watch. In the range-bound play right now, 790 into this 720 mark is where we're starting to see a lot of action here for BDSX. The question right now in my head goes, and I'm sure you guys, okay, Josh, do we take a bounce play at 720 now? 710 into 720. What do we always talk about? 1, 2, and do we want to challenge the third time around is the question. Dun, 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 dun. So that's the only thing I'm looking at. It's BDS. What I'm loving the most now is this. Please fucking fly to 845, 857, 842, 8 something above 840s or so. I'm seeing the reversals from 780 down to 720 at 60 cents. If we're gonna get bounce plays off of 790, we need this to go somewhere around 7 or 840, 850, 860. Does that make sense? And I would definitely be putting orders at this mark. So instead of down here where we're going, we would just go here off of this level. So just sit back and wait for the chart to build up. I'm worried about that 720 mark, at least at this point. The play is here. It's building up. It's showing us where the play is at. Over 790, watch for a spike. We want to get to around 850. Hold up for at least a minute or two. Then we can get one of these reversals like we've seen here right back on down, which this will be perfect. Excuse me, like a 3-4 minute pullback. Boom, go up, make that new spike up. And then 1 candle, 2, 3 down, we get filled and we're immediately right back on up. 3 candles back on up. SOG-P died off. Right now, still looking at EVTV a little bit. B was up and then right back on down. I didn't like that in the 5-minute candle. I would rather that hold up a little longer, but it is coming off that 131.50 mark and trying to hold it. You know me, I want plays to hold a little longer. Reese, what? No way. Oh, I know it probably is. I can guess who that is. It isn't Kevin Avery. It's not Kevin Avery, that's for sure. Although I don't know that he's trading today. I don't think he is because he's not going live. But yeah, man, that's I'm leaving OMPA alone. I am leaving ANPA alone. AMD's out to the right. OM's not doing anything. EVTV's not doing anything. I'll go ahead and, since the SOG-P is literally not doing shit, I'll go back over and look at OMPA. OMPA live. Okay, I thought that was halted down a second ago. Spread's just too huge. The spread's just too huge. I mean, no one's even trading it. Look at that. Look at the volume. Yee. And that's the thing. If a big block of selling comes in, you just see like 50, 100, 200 shares red, and that's it. We're talking 50 to 200 shares. This play would drop immediately because look, it would immediately. I mean, if you see 500 shares coming, I mean, it is woo. Yeah, woozy wowzins. And that's what you'd be watching there as the time in sales with the level 2. That's sketch of Rudy Russos right there. Do not trade that team. You need volume. Here we go. Come on, BDSX. Get your ass on up there. Get your ass on up there. Dun, 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 dun. Please don't fail at 825. Please, shoot up high. Go. Now 720 is the bounce. Now we're good down here again. We can get this. Unless, if this fails is my point. If this fails and comes back down, you can put a little bit uptrend channel 2 as well in there. I wouldn't trade that channel, but we are starting to build a little bit of this trend line right here, as you can see, right? This is that quick whip back down, and their orders are going to start trying to get filled there for the next move on up. That's a reclaim. If you want to trade that, careful. With these wicks here, knowing that we have pre-market resistance and fail bad there twice, you have to be careful trying to go long on the breakout. You want, excuse me, team. You would want traders to come in here and on this candle get that solid pop to the 840s, 850, and then we're golden for the bounce play. Then it holds there for a candle or two, if that, and then it comes back on down. We're still in play for the 780 bounce at this point if this can still squeeze. Right now, I wouldn't touch it. I want this to squeeze to 845. I want us to squeeze to 850. If we can do that, then we're golden. If not, I'm going to put orders down here. If we start coming back on down and failing, this is it, team. We would go for the bounce play for sure against 725 area. Excuse me. I am having one today. Seems like it's always on Monday too as well. There we go! Dun 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 dun. Now we got it. All right, sweet. Now let's hold up. Let's hold up. Let's hold up there now. Don't come down here now. Don't you be coming down here now. Go up a little bit more. Start to hold up a little bit. Go up a little bit more. Hold up. I don't want this to shoot back right now. There we go. Soak back on up. Go up a little bit higher. Now we're holding up pretty good. All right, team. I'm going to start filling in orders. Oh, Joshua, it's shares, not what price, you jackass. All right, I'm going to start putting orders, team, around 787 into 770 area. What? I hate that cancel all button. I guess it's not bad, but boy, it's too close. All right, 787 down to 770. I have orders in to get filled for a dip buy into and off that WAP. If it squeezes and goes a new high of day, we're just going to bang our heads up against the desk, all right? I'll take the hat off, we'll do it together. I'll take the hat off and we'll do it together. Woo, Fly X, nasty move right there. Yowza, Trouserton. Man, reversal city. So Fly X did get a move up. I saw that it was on the halt scanner, and I was like, whoa, nasty move. So that's going to be erratic low volume, so just be careful with that. You're going to get these random movers. CGTL is halted up as well. I don't see any news on it, so we'll just keep that on watch right there for now. I have my orders in. They're going to stay in around that mark. For a bounce play. So looking for a bounce play on BDSX. BDSX looking for a bounce. Bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce. You guys good out there? Any questions? I know it's a little slower. We're waiting on one play right here. BDSX is it. AMD was a nice good squeeze and long play back off 200 today, which was, again, not a bad zone 2 go long. I'm sure a lot, just that natural area, big whole round number. Hasn't been there for a while. Bounce play on B is working as well. Did soak down a little lower, but I knew we would see a reversal back down to for B. B saw a nice good bounce play. Let's see if we have anything that's a lot of bounces going on today. A lot of plays went up, came back down. They're bouncing off right around pre-market highs, essentially. Google did it as well. Apple cracked too low. Apple was way too low. Oh, come on, man. I'm going to leave my orders down in this area. I might actually start putting orders in higher just to get filled at 807. We'll see how long we hold up. I might put orders all the way up to 807, team. B did it, though. Google did it. We're seeing a lot of bounce plays on large cap tickers. Meta's, it's ugly like I figured it would be. NVDA saw a bounce. It had a good spike at the bell, and it's bouncing. PLTR, pretty nice good move, too, at the bell. Boy, that was really freaking tight, PLTR was, heading into the bell. Quick red to green move, breakout over pre-market high was a pretty good move up. Nothing too crazy, but $3 move or so over pre-market high was not bad. AMD's the banger so far of the day. Not that it's up a ton percentage-wise. PLTR is actually up more than that from the gap up from Friday. How's Tesla looking? Tesla with the banger and ripper there. So we got some pretty good moves back on up today from the large cap sector. Large caps here on a nice good continuation move back on up there. Tesla right into a line I have too. I have a line in right around 449.30. It just ran right into it. And no! BDSXs, I'm not looking at it. And I wouldn't say it's a done deal to 10, but it definitely has that chance to. I'm going to move all my orders up, team. About to move all my orders up for a bounce play. I'm going to move my orders up. I'm going to move my orders up. I'm going to move my orders up. All right, I'm going to move all my orders up, team, right now to pre-market high level into the 820s to see if we get a bounce play. What's that? Yeah, 827. So, okay, cool. All right, we got 827. We got 817. We got 810. We got, I'm going to throw a low one out there at 787. I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Come on. Don't do this. And I was worried about it hanging up. I was almost going to put orders all in this area. I didn't care, because if I start to get filled here and I somehow get filled all the way down here, my average would still be about 825, which I'd still be happy with. But oh, come on, don't keep going. BDSX all over, and that break of 710 was money. The break of 710. This is why I said don't be shorting the top again. Up in there, got that squeeze, and then more move on up. Come on back down into this area. We'll see if we get a bounce play. You know, somewhere in between 790. We'll call it between 790 and 820. Somewhere in there. Dang it, Broseph. This sucks. Just got to trade those breakouts. Breakout was there today on this play. Bounce play was good too. The second one back on down, back at 720. You know, that was really good. Identified that early on with that quick soak, and then, you know, liquidation sweep back on up. That's going to be an area of demand now. I still would have liked a little lower. Merlin, please stop, sir. But just leaving them down low. How do you determine if these will go into effect? You'll just play it. You just trade it. Like, you know, like right there in what I would typically do. Again, just around this area. And I would go just on the safe side. I always go above with 8.7. So go, you know, put orders at 877, 887, 897, something like that. So you get an average entry price of 887, and right now you're doing pretty good. It's going to show up even more, obviously, in my opinion, when you actually see it on past chart history. You know, like say you'll see it some days where it's like, oh, yesterday it failed there. Watch for, or 3 weeks ago or 3 months ago, you see it on the charting, and you're really going to play it even into more. It's just one of those things where it's just a weird rule, especially for like large caps. Like let's just see once SPY gets to 698.75, right? If it holds as resistance when we get up to close to 700, it'll be interesting to see. Merlin, stop licking his you know what. But yes, Broseph, it's just one of those things you just play it and just like anything, almost like a channel. You know, almost kind of like a, hey, I'm going to keep trading this channel until it cracks. Like every bounce play, I'm going to trade it, right? You just because you see a great channel, or especially when those are working, which you'll have them work from time to time, but we'll have those range bound plays that fails here, bounces here, fails there, bounces here, right? And so you just keep trading that channel until finally it breaks or cracks, and then you just flip and go to the opposite side, you know? But yeah, it's one of those things that I always just would say, hey, it's in play. It's something that we should pay attention to, so to speak. AMD by far, AMD and Tesla, the two banger large plays of the day. Small caps, JAGX, God, that last fell at 145. It's come all the way back down to 2 and has done nothing in market. Akon and Young Cheesy ain't doing shit today for just other tickers that I'm looking at. JAGX, MNTS popped up to that 1340 marker, close to it. Did get a decent fail off of it and close to it. Just didn't quite get to that line, but it's moving a little bit now, you know, a little bit. OPAD hangover play from Friday didn't do anything this morning either. I was seeing like maybe some hangover plays that didn't really do anything. Are your plays BDSX? You know, BDSX is where everybody's at. Oh, CGTL is live. CGTL is live. CGTL, I'd be careful trading this. I mean, I know it's got volume here out of nowhere. It's just one of those plays. Why is it spiking? It would be, if this had news, I wouldn't even be anywhere else. I'd be right here at CGTL if this had news. It doesn't. Now that's where, because I don't care what the news is. That's why I'm saying I don't care. I mean, news does mean something. I've always said that, but I don't care what the news is. It just gets people going and attracted to it. So let's say if this had phase 2 positive this or phase 3 whatever, right? Then you're going, oh crap, this has good PR. This is has, you know, and then all the mob would go from here over to here. A lot of it would. It wouldn't be a bad idea as soon as, like, maybe, you know, if we saw more of these, or if I could track and journal them more, as soon as these plays that do halt up out of nowhere, no matter what time of the day it is, they go live from a halt up, immediately just pull the trigger for the short. I mean, right now you're not up a ton, but you're up a good amount. And that a lot of the time too, I noticed these plays do just die back on off to where they came from. So it'd be something to kind of journal and track for sure. Try to trade them, how to trade them, what to trade them if you are trading them. La da 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 da. Tesla bounce play would be on watch back at 444. If it cracks under 448, definitely look for a short on Tesla. So plays to look at now in the large cap sector and see. That's what I'm talking. I hope whoever was in that for whoever was down 3K got out of that before it curled back on over. Tesla looks really good today. Watch this back under this 48 mark. It's going to have strong support right around 47.65 under that area or so. This has complete crack potential down to 446.35, 446 area, and then could see 444s. That's on high watch for a move. I do like AMD as well for a trade, but for me, it's still going to be BDSX and a bounce play low 8s into that VWAP area, just waiting for the pullback. And that's about it. Again, any plays you guys want me to break down, let me know. CGTL's now going to be range bound for the time being. Could still get a pop up later. Any play, again, I was looking at other than the small cap sector, really didn't do much today, if anything. Since the market opened, we've had nothing but BDSX as the main mover. EVTV had another sell off. It's back on down. JAGX has done nothing but sell off, back down below $1. Just not a lot of good solid movement. What I'm going to start doing too now, challenging myself back again on these large cap tickers to see if I'm right. One would be AMD. I like it. Does it bull flag up one more? So the other one I want to show you guys, which I can move this because I guarantee CGTL is just going to sit out to the right. CGTL is do we do bull flag one more, right? So we see one flag, two flag. Do we go three, or do we head and shoulders and then back under? Here's a great short. The other thing I'm going to watch here is going to be Tesla. How does it react at this 48 to 47.65? Marta said 47.65. It is 47.80. So I want to see if I'm right. Where if we crack this, do we get a good short down? And go, okay, well, I'm starting to see these out. All right, so to me, BDSX, just sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. Trading channels was my go-to, where they don't work out as much. Yeah. And that's the thing. We just go through trends. This is the thing that you have to do. Again, with stock trading, you have to notice just the trend changing. And that's why, again, I go back to the Umar Ashraf, who makes more money than most traders you guys know, just doing shit, like getting paid to go doing, seminars and going here and going there. You know what I mean? Like, the guy, anyway. Anywho. Got lots of money. And he was at that again. He was at the seminar in 2022. I'd say the two main ones I was at. The one that Tradecaster had in 2022 with Day Trade Professor Umar Ashraf, myself, Matt, Living Like Matt, that I've had on the Young Kid and Deck. And I'll never forget. Well, of course, the Money Show. I did actually speak. Those were just like a 2-day event. It was just us Tradecaster people. But then Deck had those great pulls with Umar and Day Trade Professor. But I'll never forget sitting back there and just learning from peers, learning from, Umar, anyway, just listening. And him saying that, because I talked about not over trading. Everyone's always got to be trading. This has to be the trade. I always have to feel like I'm doing something. I kind of gave my spiel on that. And then he gave his spiel kind of too. And he got into that. And I was like, hell yeah, fuck yeah. It's like that relation confirmation was kicking in that someone had been doing it longer than me and was, had been, you'd see as someone that's better than you and been doing it longer, right? So you're like, whoa, he's preaching and teaching when I preach and teach. Like, I know y'all weren't listening to me. You're definitely listening to Umar, right? So yeah, right. Listen, I'm telling you guys. And then he got into a little bit further. And I was like, you may go through a period where, he essentially said this, where you'll go through a period where you don't trade much, or if at all, for a few months at a time, I was like, oh, boy. I just at that time had never seen those market conditions to where, where I just wasn't trading that much. Where your edges just weren't really there. The ones that were working for so long just aren't working in this frame, in this state, in this area that we're at in the market for whatever reason. Didn't think about that, Merlin. And so I was like, I was just like, oh, now you're going too far, Umar. Whatever. Like, come on. Oh, what? Oh, okay, come on. You're taking a little too far there. But he was right, because now here I am where I've been in a stretch where I just haven't traded nearly that much at all, right? And so I love that aspect of it, So it's like, oh, cool. All right, so sweet. This is what happens at times. What was the low there? 831 did not get filled. Pre-market high is 826. I did 827. So I'm not filled yet on my long. But yeah, it's just cool to hear that, and then now come to fruition completely of it, and there it is, CGTO halted down. So there's that thought process of as soon as it goes live, just get in for the short, right? Halted down now. Oh, man. Yeah, anyway. All right, so still looking at Tesla. Like some Tesla. Go back over to AMD here, since AMD was one I did like, and just see how it worked out. I swear if this trend line ends up being the bounce and I don't get filled, that top fucking, oh God, I'm going to get mad. Merlin, your breath when he licks, it's like it's like a weird smelling fart. I don't know. It's like an old man took a fart after he had too much prune juice or something. Just does not smell good. Russ have just missed getting fit. Yeah. I'll be so upset if that trend line ends up working out, holding up. I still like it back down in this area, so I'm just waiting to see. Still waiting here, because now we have a defined bounce play back up to 830s into 840 would be our target number one. 830s into 840s would be our target number one. High 830s, mid 830s would be our target, baby. Let's see if we come back on down to that area now. There he goes, pushing up even more. You like? All right, I do have a one-on-one, and I got trade the pool meeting. So I have a one-on-one coming up today. I haven't had one-on-ones in a while, and this was back when I kind of not blocked off stuff. This was forever ago. People were coming in and booking all the way into January. Yeah, literally crazy, right? So I do have a one-on-one coming up here in 2 minutes, because the reason it's at that time period is because I have to get into my trade the pool meeting. So I have a trade the pool meeting right after that. So I'm in a one-on-one for the next hour. Then after that, I have a trade the pool meeting for, they're usually like 10, 15 minutes. So it'll be about 11:30 Eastern or so when I get back on the mic. I still have my orders to get filled. I have 5 orders to get filled from 827 all the way down to 787. Yeah, I'm gonna have a whole block in there to try to get filled, because I feel like I'm missing, and I'm gonna make sure I surround this one good. Any questions you guys have before I head out to the one-on-one? Any questions you guys have? Any questions? Anyone that's still around listening? Any stocks you want me to break down? Any tickers at all that you want me to go over before I'm out of here? Let me know right now. Any questions? Any comments? Any tickers you want me to break down? Any charts you want me to break down? Go over the two movies we watched this weekend later today. The Tax Collector, and the other one was called Revenge. The Tax Collector and Revenge. We'll have to get into those. They were actually pretty good. There was one called Extraterrestrial. That was not so good. It's like, how do they make this movie? Who greenlit this movie? Who? I want to know. Fred, what's up, PLTR? Bounce play on PLTR. Let's go to it real quickly. Well, my line in, and I would take it if you're going to look for a bounce play, Fred, I have a line in at 178.87. I would start putting orders there into around 178.50, somewhere in there, 178.50 to 178, 80 area. Somewhere in there, Fredicles. That's where I have a line in at, plus I see pre-market dip, right there, main support, which is right off of Friday's high of day. That would be where you'd go for a dip buy. That would be where you get filled for the buy. Got it? You got it, Fred, Broseph. All good. Anyone else listening out there? Are you all good and beautiful? Because I'm heading out. I'll see you guys back here just over an hour from right now. If I get off the one-on-one a little early, I'll come join you guys just to see if there's anything moving. Looking good. I'll let you know. Baba's on a tear. Holy Baba. That thing is... I just went to Baba. Baba's on an absolute tear today too as well. So Baba's on an absolute tear. It's on a tear right now. I'll see you guys back here. I'll try to jump back on the mic regardless. Right before I jump into that meeting with Trade the Pool. It's the bi-weekly meeting that we have. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Back to it. Money Monday. Love you guys. I will see you all in about an hour. what's up? How we doing? Back on the mic here real quickly with you guys. Got the first loss that we've had in a while. First loss I've had, and I can't remember how long. It's been a while since I've had a loss, and the bounce play just did not work. When it came down to this 775 mark, and this candle started to come on down, I was like, I'm going to give it to around 760, 755, and if it cracks at that, I'm just going to get out. And I'm glad I did, because right after that, bam! And I'm glad I did, because then right after, like, okay, I'm going to put orders in at 727, all around the 720s. And I got filled all of them as it came down. There's a quick, that really quick candle. Came right back on up, wasn't breaking through the 750, so right through here I sold about half the shares. I went way bigger down here than I normally do. Double the size I did up here. 2,500 up here shares. I did 5K down here. So when I came back up, I was getting kind of back to even, and then boof! Then we went back to green for the day. I'm going to give this to candlestick confirmation at the 750 mark for the final 500 shares that I'm in. I'm only in 500 shares still of BDSX. It is starting to form a little kind of head and shoulders there. I was hoping, I was about to alert a few minutes ago, hey, watch for one last squeeze up here. Maybe I should have given it some good luck instead of me thinking I was going to give it the announcer jinx, so I didn't say anything because I was looking for one more pop through the VWAP and go for one more little bull flag up, 1, 2, and then possibly get one more move right above the VWAP. Was hoping to get right back around like we were getting filled at around the 820 mark. That was going to be the next move up for me. Well, now we're still just staircasing. I'm giving this, again, 3-minute candlestick confirmation for the 750 final shares there, and at that 720 area for the bounce play. 21 cents mark. I think 721 is my entry price. So if you have any questions, put them in chat right now. SPY looking to go to new high of day and continue to pop back on up as if nothing ever happened. And as I talked about, I just didn't see the SPY getting lower than 875, 89, somewhere right around there, 689, 6875, 688.75. And channel up here and hit, in my opinion, hit 700 before we crack back below those levels. And so far, true, we're still channeling and still on watch there for that move up to 700. But right now, don't really see too much else out there. That is really your main mover is going to be BDSX. And of course, EVTV with the uptrend channel of resistance that was actually working out in pre-market is still working out. We talked about the 175 mark. I said watch for this at the opening bell to get to the 170 as well. It took it about an hour after the bell and it finally got there. Support at 150 and then support going to be at 130 and then back down below right around 1. On the way up over 175, we know we talked about this earlier too. We have 2 and then that 225, 230 area resistance. So essentially could start to run in 25-cent increments like it did when it popped over 150 and went to 175 essentially. Any last questions? Any questions you guys have real quickly, put them in chat. Looking for a move up today. SPY is going to be your banger. SPY is definitely on that move up. A lot of these other small cap tickers or small cap, large cap tickers have really sat out sideways. Big moves up to start today. BABA has been a good uptrend channel too, or play as well. So BABA's been your better mover, honestly, for bounce plays and continuation as we kind of have been staircasing. Going to a 3-minute time frame, and you can see those bounces a little bit more. Pull back 1, pull back 2, right? And now we're on that third leg up. Probably going to be about maxed out, in my opinion, for BABA coming up here soon. Really starting to get into this resistance area, probably right around 168 into 170. I doubt she gets too much higher. If she does, that's where she's going, and definitely doesn't get any higher than that. So look for 875 coming up, 168.75, somewhere in there. Do like that BABA today. BABA was nice. BABA's been nice. Large caps, I like BABA. Tesla's been good. Depends on what you're looking at. You can trade anything PLTR. We had the bounce play earlier. I know Fred Austin Trader was asking about that, and we ran right on it. Austin Trader, if you're still around, I don't know if you are, but PLTR, he asked about it earlier, where the bounce play would be at. There's where my line's in at, and I said watch for a move back down off of Friday's high of day, and that's it. So Fred, I don't know if you got that bounce play. So it doesn't matter what you're trading, we can still find trades. PLTR not a bad move today as well, but I like BABA the most just because of that nice squeeze and the kind of the bull flag on EVTV definitely looks like it wants to hold up and be maybe our all-day runner. Is up 260+%, right? So it's our big guy today. This is going to be it's a slow and steady eddy, but it's up to 200+%. Looking like it wants to go to 2. Looking like holding this 150 mark could be running up to 2. Any last questions you guys have, let me know. Any last questions you guys have at all, I'm going to head into the TTP meeting. And after that, I'll be back on the mic just for a quick little breakdown, all right? I'll be back in a few. I wanted $1. I got $2. Oh God! Anyone bank with me? Did anyone? Oh my gosh! Woo, 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 woo. What a play! What a play right there. I was like, please just squeeze. I was in the meeting, and Gil wanted me to stay around a little bit longer and talk to me about the things that she wanted me to do in the morning for her and trade the pool. And then it just squeezes at the halt up. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. And I literally about top ticked it. I got out at 10 or 9:20. 9:20 was my highest exit there. As soon as it went live, I immediately tried to exit. When it was hitting new high of day, I got out at 9:20. 9:20 there. What a trade. Wow. Absolutely banger trade right there from BDSX. So absolutely awesome there. As we scaled out all the way on the way up. Entry price right around the 720 area as well as getting filled down below. And then exiting at 746, 771, 774, 796, 804, 815, 826, 829. Squeezes up. When it was squeezing up, I got out at 882 and 872 before she halted up, and then got out at 920. What a mover. Absolutely mover. What a mover. What a mover. All right. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want me to go over? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Anything at all, team? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Finally, $1,000 trade there for me. Finally, $1,000 trade. That was a banger. That was a banger right there. I was in that trade for an hour. Jiminy's. All right, real quickly, I'm going to get a picture of this, put it out there. That was a great trade. Great trade right there. Lost on the first one. Winning bigger and heavier here on the next one there. Absolutely bangers right there. That was awesome. I was yelling. It was so funny, Gil. As you knew I was in a trade, they're all laughing because they're, of course, over in the office over in Israel. I'm like, yes, go. I was like, sorry, I'm in a trade. I don't need to be yelling at you. She's like, what? And she knew I was in a trade, though. Absolutely money, team. Absolutely money. Money. All right, sweet. I'm going to take a little bit of break. I didn't know if anyone was still around. It was still around there. BDSX, though, what a move. There's my BDSX trade. So out of it now, you can see we're all scaling out of it all the way to where she just halted up right there. Thank you, Gilly. My Gil, my bestie. Yes. I'll just call it 916. We're going to call it 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. 1,300. 14.
25, 15, almost 1600 trade. Okay.
Good doggies. I know. Fun to go potty, don't you? Amelia! Him too. Piss pants! Hey, piss pants! You can't look how smart he is. Come here now, Margo. Yeah, Dad, go get some water. Margo!
Let's see.
I know he bought that for me because I sent him a sexual video of me and he likes it, but it doesn't seem like something.
All right, sorry guys. Sorry to let the dogs out. Back in here. Back in here. All right. Should be good to go. Should be good to go. I'm gonna take the break off the mic here. EVTV, BDSX in play. Top movers of the day. All right, cool. I'm gonna take a break off the mic. Any questions you guys have? It's definitely been a good day so far. BDSX took the loss here on the way down. I almost flipped to go short. And I just immediately said I just have to go long at 720, which was right away. We were green. Never, ever saw red on this play, honestly, at all. It was immediately green, stayed green. Was up, 15, 20 cents for the most part. Then we finally got this move up, and I was holding that final 500 shares. Was taking some stabs and scaling out as she was making new highs. I was like, this looks like it's going to squeeze for one more round, and bam, bitty, bam, bams. New high of day. Beautiful move right there. Got the squeeze-a-rooney in the halt up, which is absolutely beautiful. All right, team, I'm going to get out of here for lunch. I'll be back here, as always, for a little lunch recap. Little lunchy recap. Let's see here. Today, yeah. Today, one-on-one. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're good to go. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be back here at lunch here in about an hour and a half to do a quick little lunch recap. We're lunch recap. About an hour and a half from right now. Go lunch recap starts at 1:30 Eastern. All right, back in a bit, team. how we doing? Rocking and rolling. Had me a nice little parfait there. Got some peach yogurt, banana, little apple, a little granola, honey nut granola, I think. Ate a little earlier today. And SPY rolling back up here, back up to 695 again, just kind of in this overall channel out to the right. If you can see here, 696.60 was hit the other day. Just go back in the 15-minute time frame. It's like nothing ever happened. I mean, it's almost like Friday 2.0. It looks a little bit different of the chart. But we're right back up to where we were. And it's going to be some strong resistance right here. That's why I want to bring this one up more than start with this anyway, because we were right there at that all-time high area at 695. Nice, good move up today. I don't think I went this high for my ultimate high of the day. I may have. I can't remember what I said this morning on my levels. But a good strong move right out of the gate. Built a bear flag, or bull flag, I should say. Boom, up into another bull flag, and now we just hit new high of the day. Gonna have some strong resistance there at 95 to 95.20. Over that, watch for move up. Usually it's gonna get to that next dollar at 696. I don't think we'd get too much higher than that today. Again, really good move there for the SPY. Right back on up again, almost like nothing ever happened. Zoom in there so we can see Friday and today there. Right back on up she goes. Now, as far as small caps are concerned, my banger trade, we were in this. Hopefully you guys got filled with me, and I was in this. Oh, this was awesome. What a candle to be in a trade. I wasn't in that much still. I think it was like 100 shares or something left, or something along those lines. I don't remember, maybe 200. It was 100 to 200, somewhere in there. Beautiful squeeze. Right in resistance, failed a little higher. That's going to be the top resistance that you'll have to worry about to start off with, right around there, 9. And then if it gets over 9, can it stay up? Because it didn't do that before. So that's going to be key number 1. Then B, if it does, we can see where it's going to run into, which is right around 10, most likely. Upper VWAP band really not moving. This is kind of weird to see how flat that upper VWAP band is, even though we're kind of moving back on up. Now, I think that's going to be a tale of the story. If we get over 9 and we hold it, then I do see this moving up and giving some space. Watching that to move to 10. And that's going to be key for now, holding this 820 area in the trend line in the VWAP. On the way up for EVTV, same as earlier. We had the trend line crack, came back on down. I'll leave both these lines in. First, we're going to have the 165 resistance, and of course up and moving through that at high of day, truly at 178. And we have the old trend line up there, which is going to be what? Resistance as well. So that's going to be on watch, and if we get over that, watch for a pop to 2. And lastly here, LVLU. Had pretty much kind of the similar chart pattern where we're making highs over and over, and then falling back high, fall back high, fall back high, fall back high, fall back. So watch for one more potential reversal. Is there anything on recent chart? No. Is there anything on past chart history? Well, right at 52-week high, which is where we're at, just right at a year ago today. Of course, these are just normal candles, so that it's old support area too. So we have the old support, new resistance. If we do get over that, watch for a pop-up possibly over high of day to take it to around $17.80 into around $18. So we are a nice, good uptrend channel. If you wanted to, I'd start it from right here, the trend line, and boom, shakalaka, run it right up through there, and there's your uptrend channel on LVLU. And then right here, we'll just go right there, right? So there's your uptrend channel. Nice uptrend channel. What is going on here? What those pictures are doing there? What's going on there? All right, I'm going to copy and paste some of this stuff that I'm putting over on the Discord over here. Boop. Bop. Beep. Boop. All right. LVLU, BDSX, both uptrend channels, nice, and buy in there. All right, cool. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks? Any stocks? Any stocks? Any stocks? Let me know. Let me know. I'll start going over some my website here in a minute. I'm gonna start doing some test runs on it over the next hour or so before I go live for afternoon commentary. Afternoon commentary today. We'll get that going. Get that going. All right. Afternoon commentary will start probably a little later today. I do have a one-on-one this afternoon. I'm going to try to get some stuff done over the next couple of hours and be back. I have one right after the closing bell. So I have one today after the closing bell that's a little bit later. So again, if you guys have any questions, I'll be around in the office over the next couple of hours watching the uptrend channels here. Of course, overall here we can see the channel for BDSX, and we can see the channel there for LVLU, and then real more the consolidated sideways channel for EVTV. Avery talks to the dogs. It's so funny. I can tell when she's talking to the dogs. What are you doing? I think she was talking to Emilio. All right, sweet. All right, watch for BDSX because we've been hovering on in this channel here for quite a while without that breakout. To me, it's a move's coming in soon for BDSX. I would be watching for this trend line to VWAP crack for an entry for the move down to 780. Under 780, watch for the move down to 740, 50 area, and then potentially could see the 710, 15, 20 mark again. On the way up, 9's going to be key like we talked about. Can we hold 9? Can it get over 9 and hold 9? If we do that in an extended period, time frame, that's going to be key because we really have not been able to do that, right? So I'll leave that in a 5 now that we're getting later in the day. Because it's been running since pre-market. This one I'll leave in a 3 for now, just being that it had really just started running about 2.5 hours ago. So until it gets to 3+ hours, I'll leave it in the 3 minutes. While it's already in the EVTVs in the 5-minute time frame. SPY, I'll leave in the 15 minutes so we can see back on Friday, and some of those levels are going to try to hold. You can see old resistance, new support right there at 94.10. If we crack back, we got old resistance or old support becoming resistance today. Kind of this little sandwich area right around 93.50, right? Then we got an area down below at 93. Cat sneaking in. Lilu says, I'm going to come on in here. All right, I'm here. If you need anything, trade the channels, right? Like we were talking about. Watch for bounce plays down at the bottom. Look for reversals back up top. So this is where you buy. This is where you sell. This is where you short. This is where you cover. If you wanted to, you could also come in here. Sometimes we'll get these with more extended, bigger uptrend channels. There's a midline, right? Resistance, supportish. It's not perfect, but you can see the area I'm talking about. So that would be, a line to keep your eye, an eye on was this midline right here, right? So knowing that if you do go long here, you got to sell some here. Got to. That's target 1, with target 2 being more to the top side. Short, this is target 1, with this being target 2. Again, at some point in time, both of these trends, either this one's going to get overextended and go crazy, or it's going to crack back. We won't stay in this uptrend channel for all day long. Very rarely, right? It's nice to see how long this one stayed in an uptrend channel. All day it's been in one. I mean, you're talking about, this is a very long time. So that's why I'd be watching for this play to crack back, honestly, sometime soon. And maybe this play taking the mob there from there. It's nice to see 100% mover today, which we're getting here from EVTV and LVLU. LVLU providing you more profitability zone and areas to trade. It's a beautiful chart. That in BDSX, you could trade resistance, you can trade support, you can trade, or you can go long, you can go short. That's the beautiful thing about these type of tickers that we have here today, honestly. For large cap plays, Tesla, go to those real quickly to the big board. Watch for just going to Google here. This is getting very tight. Watch for Google to pop here coming up soon. I'm gonna put that in here. Google, watch for pop incoming soon. Copy. Boom. All right. Go back to AMD here. We seeing anything we like? Not really. It's kind of flat. It's pretty flat. I don't like anything there to be potential. We'll just go to some of these other plays. Baba was running great earlier too as well. See, it's gotten flat. That's gotten a little flat. I would say maybe one more. One last pop. 2 day. Google, we already did that. Meta. Don't like it. Not really much there. Let's go to NVDA. Oh, it's nice. There we go. That's right. This was a good mover earlier. Yeah. Overextending here. It's really popping up today. We're running back into resistance too. It's kind of crazy. all this lineage here from previous charts. This has room. I'd say up to like 87.50 at this point. Over 87. Yeah, we're filling at 187. Okay, so NVDA same. Another pop. 2.1 over 187. PLTR E Tesla, good mover today. 450 support's nice. Okay, so we got Tesla under 450. All right, sweet. All right, cool. I'm going to take the break. There are your trades. I'll be back here in just a little bit as far as on the mic. Live levels there. We're just giving out, so now you know what to be trading, what to be looking at. Main tickers there, of course. SPY even could be looking for a new high of day with the other large cap tickers there on watch. And a downtrend too here as well, so I'll put the line in for the TV play. EVTV in the downtrend. EVTV in a downtrend. I'm going to get this I'm going to leave that line in for now. I'll leave that in for now. Any questions you guys have? Otherwise, I'm going to keep chat on watch, put some music back on for you. I'll see you in just a bit for afternoon power hour commentary. LVLU on high watch here with this little W shape to squeeze and go for more. It's got to get past the first line though. We know that's why we're taking some profit into this line if you are long. All right, back in a bit, fam. right, we're back. Here we go. Last bit for the day. EVTV. I set in that channel, this little sideways consolidation. You can see this beautiful little downtrend that we had forming right there for EVTV, and just really seeing a lot of these uptrends now. The long downtrend for the day. Just be very elongated there over and over and over. Go down, I guess, a little bit lower if you wanted to with it. So maybe start it from right there-ish, and then move it to like right here-ish. There we go. I don't know, whatever. Anywho, nice little downtrend, then downtrend break. You gotta love when you come up to resistance. Do this, like I always call it, kind of like a slingshot action. A lot of liquidation is huge. The volume is key here. The retracement, the fact that we don't crack below 150, that's leads to that bull flag and squeeze versus just kind of chop and then down, up and up and up. You'll see that sometimes. Like where we could have done this here, even honestly. We've seen that before with this big volume burst and sell off. Well, a lot of the time what will happen, this will come back through and squeeze the new highs. Not that it cracked down a lot, but you get my point. 160 is down to 1. It's about a 30-cent trade, 25-cent trade. Not bad. Same thing to the top side. Take the break of it. Well, usually if you go down 30, if your trades for the day are about 30-cent intervals, right around there. Think of the breakout earlier from 125, at most 130. Well, you go here, right? So that was your biggest move of the day. It was about 40 cents, and you could see how much volume was there as well. And then from there, your overall movement were about 30-cent trades, and I think that's what will be seen for the rest of the day. Not a lot of profit to be had here on EVTV. Would have shown that already, but good little bull flag and then spike up there. Overall, nice little bull flag spike. Random movement. Like, what is this? Who's in the... All right, hold on one sec, team. We're right back. All right, back. Boom. Curry. Around, I'd say 30-cent moves. BDSX looking really caked and done for now. LVLU, though, looks like it could really still go for new high of day. All right, so BDSX really looking about done at this point, really dying off there in that uptrend channel that we were talking about earlier on the live stream. Where to trade this. It's pretty apparent once you have the trend line. You have the top portion put in here and the bottom put in here, and you can see your resistance areas. I keep saying there's like movement outside, but I think it's like there's like the sun's coming in on this camera. It's really weird. I'm like, who is that? There's no one there. Anywho, this play looking a little bit done, but going back to it earlier, right? You have your uptrend channel. You've got your resistance line in. This is where you finally, when it comes back up to new high of day, you short it here, right? And you come down here, and this is where you cover. And this is where we bought earlier too as well. Finally made its way back down to this trend line from pre-market that opened up at the opening bell and ripped. All right, so you have another chance to buy in, add in. This is literally where I sold. Well, I tried to anyway. My entry was like 920, or exit, I should say, was 920. Then you could have shorted there. I was done out of it. Been in that trade for so long, but that then your opportunity is to short it and then cover it, right? Buy again. Could have gotten a little profit on this extra buy. Then finally short when the track cracks down. You could tell we're really just stuck out to the right now. volume has moved away from this play. A lot of interest came back over to EVTV, and I think a little bit, obviously, if you can even look at it from right here at around 11 o'clock my time, that's 12 Eastern, that's where this play got, round 2 and then got another spike and really kind of made its beautiful uptrend channel as well. And same thing, you have your trend, trend, you can see the set of it, and so not that it was perfect, but it was close where you're getting, your bounce plays for support. You could even have it in there tighter, drawn a little differently, but good areas to go long. Then identified area right here to go short is, once you see the uptrend channel. It didn't quite get there for another fail potential, as you saw multiple from BDSX today. And then the bounce plays on the trend line were gorgeous. Like this one was really pretty. No matter how you set it, that was a nice one. And again, some of these do have, in this one you could probably put a midline in as you have on this one, where you can see some support resistance areas. Not too much, I would say, support, really more so than resistance.
Sorry, could you say that again?
This is so weird when this happens. All right, cool. Anyway. So, in my opinion, moving forward for at least the afternoon, EVTV is going to be your main one. EVTV is it. I don't think we get another good mover. Today, we usually would get it by now in Power Hour, and this is the time, too, where you want to see some of these plays. And I'm not saying that BDSX is done. This play could come back up, but you can see it's just been, 2-3 hours now that it hasn't done a lot. Some decent bounce plays around 8, getting back up to that 875, 850 area, so you could have just, played that channel over and over and over there. Another way just to kind of redraw in more lines to where get rid of all the lettering here. But same thing, you could put a line of resistance in at 860, essentially somewhere right around there, a line of support somewhere right around 8, and then this is where you buy and this is where you sell. This is where you short, this is where you cover, and then it's just back and forth doing that same sort of thing. SPY, like we talked about, I think all week. Last week, it's going to see 700 before we see that pullback into the low 680s. Or even, again, if we even saw a bigger pullback, which we saw some decent ones that took some time, when more consolidation pullbacks more so than just sharp reversals from the SPY over the last few weeks, or months, really. If you just go back in time, that's really what we were getting, right? It took a while for these to come on down, not like a sharp, just up, down reversal move. And really just, you think back for the last 6 months now, 650 bottoms, right around 695 tops. We just keep floating through this over and over and over. 695 now, but 690 was relatively where the resistance was at. And now we're kind of making this higher low pattern along the way. And we're looking to really start to overextend, in my opinion. And like I said, I really feel 700's coming on up. Get ready for it. Looking at these deviation channels, that's kind of why I go back to these different. It looks like 697 is going to be top target for the day. Yeah, a lot of these are right at 697. That's over. I think that's going to be a little too much because it's 15 days back. We're going to go with that 697 mark. Somewhere in there is going to be probably your top resistance for the day. So we'll keep an eye on 697. All right. All right, sweet, we're good. All right, so next leg up, EVTV. It did not fail at 220, 225. We'll go back here in past chart history and try to find some levels. I know we had the 175 mark, and then we really showed up there for a little bit. 225. So I'm surprised it's not really soaking to 225. We love that two area. Then it really gets nasty, strong. I say nasty, but stronger at 250 into the 260 mark. So we'll watch for that as well. And then 275. God, this seems like every ticker we've seen over the past few months, just run perfectly, or at least I say run, but have, when they go back to past chart history, about every 25 cents. So you can see we have some at 175, We have some at 2, essentially. We have some at 225. We have some at 250. Then we have some at 275. So about every 25 cents once we get through and over to 2. We see the levels for LVLU. We see the levels for BDSX. We talked about that 10 mark earlier. Over 980 could get some movement up. 1065, let's zoom in a little bit tighter there. Yeah, right around 1060 area is going to be some really tough resistance for BDSX. LVLU over 1690. Oh, that's right. This is the play that or 1590 had that pass chart history resistance there. I forgot about that. And then you go back, and then it's the floor from before right through this area is being pretty strong resistance. This bounce area, kind of from this little W shape, you can see that. I think we talked about this getting to 1750s, which naturally does make sense too as well. This has been running long enough. We'll go to 5-minute chat. What's up, Veda? QNCX may make a move. QNCX. Yeah, I haven't really looked around if there's anything new that popped up. Oh, was that? Yeah, and that's a random play out of nowhere. Down in red for the day. Does have some volume spurt to it as well. No news on it at all. Just a random ticker there that is popping up. About up 10% on the day. I'd really watch EVTV would be the one I'd be really watching as we move into Power Hour, I should say the end of Power Hour, and of course the start of After Hours. If this can get going, you might then get a little sympathy because that will happen as we move into After Hours from possibly BDSX or LVLU. Right now, both of those plays really just flat for now. All different price ranges is what helps for the mob. You know, you got some people trading BDSX, but they're not probably the same ones trading EVTV, and the ones trading EVTV aren't the ones trading LVLU. So, you know, you got 3 different mob split. That's the one thing it does hurt a little bit. But what helps is the fact that they're in different price sectors, price areas, price ranges that people like to trade or typically do trade. That could be the chart too as well, which a lot of these are very similar charts. But you can see what I love. This old support, old trend line is now acting as resistance right there on the dot. And that's why I kept that line in. You're probably like, why did I kept this line in? Wondering if we would squeeze, and if we did, we'd run into it. And we ran right smack into. That's why I say put your lines in and trade them. Keep the lines in. Keep the lines in, my friends. Trying to think of be a good. Need to do some more short videos on YouTube. They just get so many more views versus your times your normal stuff. So I'll put out videos and lessons, and back in the day with Tradecaster, they'd get more views. They'd usually get around 1 to 200. Now, some days it's in between, 50 views, 100 views. Depends on want to make $200 a day. There's what's got 100 plus views, and you got 136, 139, 194. A lot of the live streaming stuff got more. Some have 50, some have 70. They're all over the place. That's just a normal post, right? Like about a lesson or a live stream. They vary between about 50 to 200 views. I randomly will just put out shorts. Like I put one out last night. It's 1.4K views. Now I know that's like 1,400 views isn't a lot, but that's about on my average. Say my average over the say the course of all of last year is 150 views. 100 to 200 somewhere in there. That's 6-7 times that amount. That's a lot. So I need to start putting more of these shorts out. Which last night was just about which V8 would you take. It's like what's showing the cars off is cool. You got to do that kind of stuff. Which V8 would you take? The 4.4 liter twin turbo, 600 plus horsepower, almost 600 pounds of torque BMW M X5M competition, or would you take the 6.4 liter, 2 liters bigger, but it's naturally aspirated, pumping out about 500 pounds of torque and 500 horsepower? It's a good question. What do you want? Most are going to go BMW, but hey, if you're a Jeep guy, that's a hell of a Jeep to have. Okay, you should put on some sort of account series where you take a funded account to a certain level and make short videos on them. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I thought about doing that for like the sale that they had, the 5K one when it was half off. I'm like, man, 5K, I could grow it, but boy, it just takes so long. And hell, where we're at now, it's not like I'm getting a lot of trades in. So doing a small account challenge right now I've thought about doing that. You know, start the new year, new challenge, you know, or something like that. Come grow a 5K eval with me and show how easy it is to just pass it, because I think you only need like $200-$300. What is it that you need with the 5K eval? Because I know it's like a certain percentage, and I forgot what the percentage is to pass an eval. I haven't had to try to do an eval in a while. I need to probably, that would be cool. I mean, do how to grow a small, fine. I'm sure Trade the Pool might even give me one. You're like, hey, would you like, hey, if I, can I give one like away to, or I don't know, I'll have to figure out what to do. But that would be cool, doing the 5K eval, just because it's their smallest one, and they're, a lot of people. I love the 25, 50K. That would be, you could grow it a lot faster, but yes. Because this is all we've been doing here recently, just trading bounce plays, just waiting for a trade, 2 trades a day, not over trading, just waiting for, which I don't know if you guys got today, the awesome I mean, that is such a great feeling, being in that Trade the Pool meeting and watching BDSX fly into a halt up, and I'm like freaking out, and I'm in the trade, it's so awesome. And what a great trade. I mean, we entered in down here. First one we lost. I finally lost. First loss in a while. It is what it is. I was wondering when a bounce play wasn't going to work. Did not work at that $8 mark area, essentially. Stopped myself out in this candle that started cracking down. I was like, all right, I'm going to surround 720 with a bounce. There's no way it doesn't bounce at 720, and I'd at least get my loss back. And if it, lasts long enough, it could easily, and I just kept thinking, just squeeze. And I thought maybe he was going to squeeze. All right, come on. If you watch, if you're listening, or let's say listening, but seeing my alerts, I was in the meeting on the Discord or here in the live stream, I was like, squeeze. I was like, give me 8s already. Give me 8s already. And I'm like, come on, more than that. I want a little more. And I just kept looking at it, because I was in that meeting, and then the one-on-one kind of meeting with Gil, because Gil wants me to post. She wants stuff from me. So I need to put that in I'll forget. Let me put that in my calendar. So tomorrow I need to do this tomorrow. Short for Gil. Damn, I forgot to ask her what time she wants that in by. Short for Gil. Best stock Y. So like a third, like kind of back to the shorts on YouTube, because the same for them. We talked about in the year-end meeting with them, where their shorts just get so many more views than their normal videos and post to. So I need to start posting and doing more of those for sure, 100%. But anyway, back to this. Finally didn't get a bounce play, didn't work. Definitely 720 would. And if I held long enough, I knew it'd go up. That was awesome. And then to be into a halt up and you're in down here, that was pretty fucking awesome. That was pretty cool. How do you judge which ticker is going to have a good bounce in the day? Typically just build up the chart, right? Like if I can find an area where I can see a lot of demand coming in at, like usually this is a key area right here. Veda, almost said Max, but Veda or Max is listening. These sandwich areas, it goes back to my lesson. Go back, you can look at it, you can look for it on YouTube. It's on my YouTube channel, but the sandwich area, it's a bounce waiting to happen, as I call it. And I talked about getting the 7. If you go back, I don't know if you're listening to me earlier, Veda, on the live stream, but I wanted 720. It never came down to me. I still wanted 720 until it went to new high of day. I'm like, all right, it's going to be 820. It's going to be this area, somewhere in here. So I had literally all of this area and this area, just thinking like, and usually this will work. You go back and look, I don't know how many you've been a part of, Veda. I've been killing bounce plays over the past few weeks, right? Past month and a half or so, I've been killing bounce plays. And this was usually and should be and would be a good bounce play. This old demand area, or old supply area, I should say, that's resistance and a lot of failing. And not only failing, but good failing. Like good, hard, clean reversals. Now I know there's a lot of stops placed in there. So again, that's one of the things too, to look for a breakout for a long, honestly, a lot of the time, right? Because if those stops didn't get triggered for the shorts, then squeeze a Rooney. And that's why I usually get these squeezes off these high of day fails, because there's a lot of shorts that are, sometimes do get trapped, but just kind of a short squeeze, right? Because a lot of those shorts will put stops just above these wicks. And that's why you just continue to see the squeeze. Anyway, and so that's usually my first area. I always trade the top, or I'll come down and find a bottom area. And usually, generally, both still could see a bounce throughout the day. Sometimes it's obviously like we see, it's the top area, and then it's the bottom area. Well, if we go back, unfortunately, and do this, it's the opposite. because this area became fucking amazing in the end, Veda, and this is my other bounce area. So it's kind of funny how it didn't do it on the way down, if you can see here, and I'll just go to the big chart here, and this is why I love waiting for these charts to build up. So we didn't get this old resistance area, right, this old supply zone to become a bounce on the way down. But once we broke back above it, we never saw back below that area, right? So you can see there's a bounce play could have been filled. Some more. Now, again, it didn't ever lead to too much unfortunate profit, but you still at least get to say, hey, old resistance equals new support is actually working out right now. And that's that sandwich area. So now we know once we crack here, we're going down pretty good. If we break out of this area again, we're probably going to go up pretty good once we crack it again. So that's all I'm waiting for, these supply-demand zones to get built up. You know, I'm trying to do as many lessons as I can and post more. And I don't know if I've done one recently of that. I think I have on my YouTube possibly. If not, I know I have one to come out soon to post. All these little
LMFA
lessons that I've been doing. But that makes sense, Veda. I'm looking for staircases. I'm looking for sandwiches. I'm looking for a lot of supply demand like this. Like this is a staircase down, right? So I can see when I have staircasing down, now I have a lot of area of old support that has become resistance. You know, and that's why I thought this area, because the rejection's off of it. Big rejection, hard rejection, pretty hard rejection. We break out, we go through it hard. Well, that's why I really figured 7, not we'll just call it 8-ish area, a little below it, a little above it, whatever, would see a good support bounce on the way back down. It did, it just didn't do it when I wanted it the first time. And so I didn't give up. I didn't say, well, fuck. I said, okay, where's the next one? And I said, oh, it's right here. I see boom, boom. I see boom, 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 right? So I'm like, I'm going to surround 720 with orders. And I'm like, oh, there's the old, there's fucking trend line from pre-market there. So that, and then of course does end up being the last time you see this area and best bounce of the day. So that's why I just wait for these, especially if you're like the area that I'm in right now. Wait for charts like this to get set up. You know, if you wanted to, you generally could have, like I said, gone short at least, you know, right here. Could have bounced it with me multiple times, you know, and gotten some profit on bounce plays. And then, yeah, then you just wait for this area to crack, because then you go back and look at it. You could have got candlestick confirmation 835. Let's say this works out and this bear flag comes down for more. Now your short's really working out, and you were pretty much never read in that trade. You know, and you think about any of these trades, you were never really read here. You were never really read on this trade or this trade or this trade. Now, again, did come back up and then maybe were read, but not then for too much longer till it just completely dies off on you, right? So, you know, we don't get these every day, but this is what not the uptrend channel like this is my point. But you go back and look at almost any bounce play I've been trading, you know, go back to MNTSs of the world and the bounce plays that I was getting on this, you know, go back to like last week and right here, right? When I find this area, now this area becomes a good sandwich area. Look at we can go back through this line and go, okay, cool. How many times at 1280 or the 13, let's say 50 mark that we can see support resistance in these little sandwich areas that get built in, and how many trades you can take off of them. And then even going all the way back just to when I know it took a bounce play of this, was it last Tuesday, where I was like old resistance, new support. So old resistance, and you can see that didn't work out today, unfortunately, for BDSX the first time around, but this is what I'm looking for. When we go up and we hold for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then it ends up being, this is longer, I know, but that's fine, showing me it's bullish, but then I'm just using this area, right? Finding an area where I feel like, okay, well, this old resistance will become new support. And we got it here the day before, remember? We actually got it here on this trade. I think, was it here that we got filled? That's right. I got filled on this trade, but didn't get fully filled because I had orders at the VWAP in down all the way like 947 if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately it didn't come all the way down. It hit that 9 in the WAP and stayed up, but still a good bounce, you know, 84 to 50, 60 bounce. I know a lot of people that banked on that one. Alms is another one from last week as well. You can go back to ALMS and trading it. Was it this day? Yes, right here, right? Yes. So I wanted old resistance, new supports. It's not as clean. But on the way down, you know, I wanted orders into this lower shadow or upper shadow or wick, and it was just basing off of this. In a 1 minute time frame, it was a little bit more, you could see it a little better. Because I had orders down into the 18s, because like somewhere in here, in this area, we're going to get a bounce. And then later on, let's see if we can't get one around 15 into the mid to low 14s, right? And then didn't quite get there for the bounce play, but you know, that's what I'm looking for generally. And of course, then we never even saw that mark again. It's just been holding up the entire time. Still running today, actually. Wow. Alms, got to keep that on watch. And see, here we go again. Look at this shit, Veda. Old resistance, so you'd have orders, in my opinion, like when it squeezed the new high, and we're holding up here for quite a while, you'd put orders in from 2050 down to around 2025. And boom shakalaka, or 2040, I guess I would say. 2040 to around 2020. So that 20 cent area would be surrounded by orders, and then you got another one. And yet we're still trying to do it yet again here up on this area right here. And you just hold. You just wait for your play to continue to push and bounce up. I've been in plays here recently. I can't go through all the bounce plays I've taken, but good handful. Oh, there goes that sell off, unfortunately. LVLU. And you got it there, Veda. Anyone else? Any good question, though? Good question there, Veda. Again, just trying to soak it all in, I know. But yeah, that earlier on, and then typically where the best bounce plays are going to happen, typically, obviously, if you think about it. Volume still there, then still has plenty of room to run throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, it's somewhere in this first hour, 30 minutes, 10 minutes of the day. You never know when it's going to come in. And I'm trying to find old resistance, new support, or just old resistance tops, or a beautiful bottom support area of support. I mean, there was one the other day that had that where it was just bouncing it. It was bouncing, it was bouncing, it was bouncing. Like, let's go down there, because that's where it was bouncing a lot earlier in pre-market. And I forgot what play that was, but it came down through and then down to that area where, again, it just goes to a lot of touches. The more touches, for me, I always talked about that. The more touches you have, generally the better on a setup for a play. Again, it doesn't always work out that way, but let's just say, for instance, again, which I don't think we're going to test it, we'll go back in and put the downtrend line in right here, right? And then look at all the touches, or if you want to make it to where it really touches more so, like where it touches more back here and not really. But look at all the touches, and we're staying really tight in that channel and the squeeze of it. And look how big the squeeze was. Well, there was a lot of touches there. The more touches, usually, generally speaking, when you break that area or crack whichever way you're going, it's going to get a bigger, better move. Volume's going to really come in. You're going to see us in like this with downtrend break in volume comes in and you surge in volume. Any other questions? I am going to step out of the office. I am here. Well, I'll say for a minute, but I am going to be I'm pretty much in the office for the rest of the afternoon, at least for the next 2 hours or so. So you guys, if you need anything, hit me up. I'm here. Okay. I'll get Stock Rocks back on. I say, well, up on my side. And there's the SPY finally getting that sell off. So SPY, if it's selling off now, if SPY's selling off now, I would watch for a bounce play at around 94.75 into around 94 for a move back up and a spike the last 10, 15 minutes of the day. We talked about this on Friday, and I was right all over it. I left chat, and I was like, watch for like always, I say, watch for a move at the end of the day, last 5, 10, 15 minutes or so from the SPY. The fact that we were staying just stalemate up top at high of day, generally then it's going to get a sell-off. Let's say if it's down low and just sitting down low after a big red day, it's going to see a bunch of buying action and it'll pop back on up. So now, and then again this, if we're up and away, but right before that mark, so like right now we're getting a sell-off, say we're getting a sell-off too soon. Like this is like, oh, there's that move Josh is talking about. Well, it is, but that means we're probably going to now go back up in the last 10 minutes of the day, last 10, 15 minutes. So watch for that. Yeah, generally speaking, when you hold up like this, like we did on Friday, especially on Fridays, there's always going to be a move. And the fact that we are up and not moving, it's down. Vice versa for down here, it would have gone up. Oh, new high of day, EVTV. I was about to say, okay, EVTV, halting up. You got it, Aussie. You got it. Just noticing those trends, what you see happen a lot. I really don't know where and why that comes from. I should probably look into more of that, honestly, and give you more of a reason. I don't really ever care too much for the reason. I just trade the chart. Just like the news on plays. I don't care what the fuck the news is. Just show me a chart and I'll trade it. I don't need to look into all the aspects of being a CFO or CEO of a company and having to dive in like some people do. Well, they're down this much in debt and they all blah, blah, and that doesn't mean half that has never mattered in any of my trades. What has mattered is what chart and what the trend is. Like this, you'll see Paula. You'll see Paula on Fridays, a free Friday, Paula in chat. You'll see Paula. She's been around forever. There was I'd say a couple years ago when I was in complete short mode, like everyone's like, this all he does is short. This dude is just a short and small cap dude. Shorts every small cap he's looking to short it usually, because everyone's like, why what happened? Why aren't you going to your bounce plays? Why aren't you going long anymore? There wasn't a lot of good bounce plays or longs. There were some, but it was just so many good shorts. Because here's my point. Paula one day, this is back over in Tradecaster days. Paula was like, I was in pre-market and I said short it. And it's like, but it's got news with NVIDIA. NVDA. It was a small cap play. It had news with NVIDIA. And I said, I don't give three shits. Plays going down. Watch. And I said, it was back when we had the trend line, like every play, trend line to VWAP crack, whatever, which one it was or both. And I was like, watch, this is going to happen, blippity bloopity bloop, and it's going to go to here. And I mean, it was a perfect boop, blop, right on down. Like, just trade the trend. It doesn't matter what that news says. If the trend is this is what's going to happen. Even back to when I was trading earnings reports. Ain't no offense, but you don't know a lot of people that trade earnings reports or lists with good success. I was absolutely murdering it just because the trend was, and I'll never forget, again, the very first ones I talked about. Deck was trying to go short on Tesla because it was bad earnings, and I'm like, I don't care what the earnings say. The trend has been recently, if it's holding up throughout the day and really starts to move above the VWAP, say if it's above the VWAP, like say kind of like SPY today. If the SPY came out with earnings, like, here at the closing bell, the trend was, hey, and I would already been in. Like, guys, it's above the VWAP. There's no way we're seeing a sell-off. I'm getting in now for the long. And and Tesla went straight on up that day. And I'm like, and Deck just, but he kept going on how it's bad. And then that was one of those times where one of the people came over and were like, or I should say came over to me, but they called him out first. And then they got blocked in his lobby. He's like, I was just calling him out for not having a proper stop loss. And now blah, blah, blah. And I've lost a lot of money. And I'm out, but he's still sitting there holding. And I'm like, he needs to take responsibility for that. And not having a stop loss and just letting us all kind of hold him for that ride. And then she came over and like, I was in his lobby and now I can't, like, I'm blocked. It says users blocked you. I was like, and she sent a screenshot. I'll never forget that. I was like, dang, that's shady. I'm sorry. I was like, but I went on from there to trade plays like literally SMCI, if you remember before the price split, had $200-$300 days, and I took that earnings for a round trip to the next day. I said it's going down. Like, hey, it's down. It's going to go down. And sure enough, it went down. Even NVDA. That's why I'm still in NVDA, because the last earnings report they had, if I'm not mistaken, before the price split, I got in at 9:30. I forgot what it was now. I've got to go back and look at my Amazon and my long-term portfolio, which is like our little Roth IRA that we have set up. I'm still in it. It's only like 7 shares or 3 shares or something like that. I've scaled out that completely, but 93 is the cost basis, if I remember. So I must have been in the 930s is my point. But I traded that earnings and I was all over it. And that's when that play went up and threw 1,000 and went kind of bananas and berserk. But just read the trend, what the trend is. And if you can trade that, like, it just really is, like, even back to the earnings, which is really hard to do. But there for about 3 earnings reports in a row, it was just, and then they stopped working. I'm like, all right, we're done trading earnings reports. I felt like, it's crazy. I can't say last year anymore, but it was like, I think it was the summer, when the summer earnings reports were coming out. We killed the one in April. So we killed this, this 2 years ago right now, we were killing the earnings report, which would be Q4s. And then we did the Q, which is the second earnings report of the year that you get in the spring. That's you're getting Q1 results, and we killed those. I never get Google. That was one of the most infamous ones for whatever reason. Well, I'll say for whatever reason. I don't know how they all stick out, but because that was one of the ones I did. I did shares and options, and I got out of most of my shares right out like boom. It's like I'm gonna get out of these and hold the options. I didn't go too big on options. I ended up making like almost $20,000 on that trade, and there's a lot of traders in with me, and went over. I remember after, it went up, and I'm fucking just loving life, and I was like, I'm getting Mean Pig. I want to go get Mean Pig, the barbecue place that I used to work at down the road. I just loaded up, and that's when Buddy, the guy I used to work with, he still was there before he retired, and handed the keys kind of over to his son. And never get, how's my son doing? How's the stock trading going? And to be like, well, here's how much I'm up. And he's like, because for Buddy, for that restaurant, I'm sure they've had months maybe in the past where they would make $15,000-$20,000, but it profit wise, maybe, I don't really know, because restaurants, it's, anyway, you get my point. It's not like they're a mom and pop barbecue place. I never really asked, but I get my point. I don't know if they ever saw $15,000 to $20,000 in a month profit. Here I am showing them like, hey, I just made this much in about 5 minutes. I got in. Well, I say you get my 5 minutes, but you get my point. But he was so happy, but you could tell, but I was just like, it was cool to be like, to show him that. And he was so happy and proud. I was like, yeah, fucking, and that's when I was like, had really kind of just taken off and started to kill it. So I'll never forget that day. And that changed, because I think we tried to do one in the summer. I forgot what it was, or maybe I was going to test it. Like, all right, like we always do. Like, let's see if the trends start, and like, let's give it a test. And we'd always do that in the earnings reports. Like, I'd let 2 or 3 go. And I'm like, all right, we're going to watch the first, like the Mag 7, whichever it was, whether it was Tesla or it was Apple or whichever one were the first, one of those first ones come out. Like, let's see what they're doing. Is the trend still continuing? And I remember we did that at first, or did that, I should say, summer of 2024, and it was like, yep, these aren't, because what they were doing they were getting, I mean, Meta and Tesla and these plays would just move 100, I mean, so much. Even Google, $20, $30 moves. I mean, you were seeing huge moves on earnings report. Like the earnings report would come out and the play would just take off and fly, or crack and dump. Mean Pig, oh yeah, Mean Pig Barbecue, baby. Oh yeah. New high of day, they're still old trend line playing out as resistance right there. And I know I've shown, a couple of movies here real quickly, Aussie Chick, if you ever get the chance to add these to your list. All right. So which one do we want to go with first? There we go. This one was pretty good. So Revenge, here's a movie we watched this weekend. This one will make you irk a little bit. Revenge. This one will make you irk a little bit. So Revenge, not bad. It's actually pretty. See, Rotten Tomatoes, 92%. It's pretty actually. It's called AMC Thrillers, and that lets you just will come on out of nowhere. This one is also pretty intriguing. The Tax Collector. This has Shia LaBeouf in it, and a role you just wouldn't see him in. He takes so many weird roles though anymore. George Lopez is in it for a little bit. Hey, go watch The Tax Collector. 17% on Rotten Tomatoes. That is hilarious. It's a little, I like Revenge a little bit more, but it's just what comes on that station where, like, that's our new thing. We're just going to watch it because it's just a bunch of random movies, and we're tired of trying to look for stuff on Netflix and Hulu and blah, 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 blippity blah. We're just like, whatever comes on next, comes on next. Yeah, those are good. Those were good. Here's one not to add to the list. I don't care if it comes on middle of the night, there's nothing on. Extra. Let's see. Terrestrial movie. Is this extra? Yeah, was it 2014 that this came out? I guess it was, yeah. If this comes on, run. Run away from this movie. It's absolutely pretty. It's horrendous. We watched it, and the some of the stuff that happens, like you're just like, why? Who wrote this? How did this get greenlit? You're only going to notice probably one person in this movie. This guy right there. I forgot what he's been in and stuff before, but I know you've probably seen him before. But the rest of these people, you probably just haven't. Her, I think, and her. Oh, and him. I forgot about Michael Ironside. That was the other old guy in the movie. I know you guys have seen him and stuff. And I've seen her. What is it that I've seen her in? Oh, that's one of them. That What Keeps You Alive. That's another creepy one. That's another good one. Go watch that one. That one actually is kind of good. That's the one I think we've seen her in. There may be another one that I've seen her in. I don't know. Anyhow, there you go. Just a little update. There's one on right now on AMC. It's got, who did she say? It's got Simon Pegg. It's got, I forgot who else she said's in the movie now. Crap. All right, so we got two. We'll put the levels out. Let's go to EVTV 2. Yeah, 225 resistance. 250 and 275. She's slow and steady, I will say that. She's a slow and steady gal. Slow and steady Eddie play for the day is EVTV. So EVTV, slow and steady play right now. Terminal. It's called Terminal.
You know, mate. Sins
It's called
revisiting me,
Terminal.
and past coming back to haunt me.
And it's got
I'm all ears, William.
more information
Let me hear your confession.
about this. I don't think if I turn it on, you can't watch it anyway. So Simon Pegg, and the one pretty girl. What's her name? Everyone loves this girl. She was Barbie. Mike Myers. I was like, who's the funny guy that's in this? Mike. Yeah, look at this movie. This is what's on right now. Margot. Duh, Margot. How did I forget? It's got Margot Robbie on. Like right now, she's on the TV. In this beautiful pants right here. They just play it's movies you've never heard of on AMC Thrillers. Movies you've never heard of. I like this here. There's our bounce area. Look, and this is back to Veda. Where's Veda at? Hopefully Veda's still listening. This is it. I'm talking about Veda. This is where if you're taking a bounce play on EVTV, you'd put orders in at 180, 177, down into 165. You wouldn't have got filled at that much, but this is kind of what does it make sense, Veda? See this old plateau? Of course, in the squeeze of it, which I was talking about, the more touches, the better. That's why this ends up being a good bounce play. Off of this area, so you could have surrounded 170, essentially this upper shadow, which is at 178, down into these upper shadows at 168. So this 10 cent, 15 cent area should have been surrounded by limit orders for a dip buy. Yeah, there's so many anymore out there. It's crazy how many movies are made. So many movies made. That's why a lot of them are just weird and just suck. Too many craps getting made out there. Too much crap. But Veda, hopefully that makes sense. And of course, even you, Aussie Chick, anyone trying to trade small caps, trying to trade large caps, this is usually what you're looking for if you're looking for a bounce play, whether it's on the bottom side or top side. So 2 areas for the bounce. This 165 to 175 area, and then down below, somewhere right around 135 would be the next area, right? 130, 135 off of this plateau. And now we have the support from right through here. So we would surround, 137, so say 127, with limit orders to take a dip buy. That's it, my man. I just wait for that every day. Wait for, like I always goofily say, I want to get a t-shirt that, with Jerry Maguire on the front, which I could probably find one out there, that says, show me the money. And then I want to put me on the back, and then with the chart that says, show me the chart. Because you show me the chart, then we can see the money, And so that's what I'm just waiting for to build is the chart. Once the chart builds, and you can trade it and you get the money. And that's it, my man. That is it. One last game tonight in the NFL playoffs. Set for my Broncos. We play the Buffalo Bills, which lo and behold is really cool because last year the Buffalo Bills, we finally got back in the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Winning record, yada, yada, yada. We're getting good. You can tell, of course, this year now with the number 1 overall seed in the AFC, best record overall, tied with a couple other teams in the NFL. 14-3. But now, last year, we were the underdog, not good, going to the Bills, and we lost. We lost in the playoff game last year to the Bills. The first time playing in a game for a while, a playoff game in a while. We played at the Bills last year, and they beat us 31-7. Pretty much smacked us around. And now, here we go. Do we get to repay the favor? EVTV, nice new high of day break. This is what I was talking about too. It's not the perfect example of it, my friend Veda. Listening, I know as you are still, but this is what I'm talking about when you take this break of that high of day. What I was saying earlier, no, it was Bothy. I don't know if Bothy's listening, but Bothy. This is what I was kind of saying to Bothy earlier about being careful. This uptrend so long and taking that break. This is a little different, and this is what I'm talking about when you would possibly take the break, because this is old support becomes new resistance. We only have one fail there, so when you're putting all that pressure, as I call it, hammerheading into that line that was old support that you did see fail again, this is a breakout long potential right there. You take a candlestick confirmation, whatever time frame you want to trade it in, and you get that quick little spike. Now again, you're 300, 500%, or 300, 400% mover at this point. A little risky. For sure, that's the only thing about this is a little more risk to it because you're up so much. So you may not get solid continuation because you have a lot of people that are selling. You can see how much reds on that tape as we're hitting new high of day up 400%. It's up a lot. But say you have a play that's up 50%, 40%, 80%, 120%. Something that's not up parabolic state. That's, I know it's more slow and steady, but it's up 400%. We know, as we've taught even always to deck, this is a little kind of like no man's land. You kind of get to that point where Do you really want to touch it? You could have traded it well below. You know, you had bounce plays back all the way down here off of 130 just about an hour ago, you know, right? I really want to go in now, but the thought process is there for later in other trades that when you see a play that's maybe not up as much, that you can take that breakout. That's what I was trying to explain to both of you earlier. And hopefully you guys understood what I was saying, Veda, Aussie Chick, anyone else out there listening, what I meant by trading the channel and how easy it is to just trade the channel, right? You just, like, it's that simple. You put the lines in and trade them. You buy on the bottom line, you sell at the top line. You short at the top line, you cover at the bottom line. You buy again at the bottom line, you sell at the top line, right? You can take profit along the way like I did, but the goal is to hold some shares so you get to the top if and when you do. Then you sell, you short again, you cover, right? You keep doing that just back and forth. You buy, you sell, you short, you cover, you buy, you sell, you short, you cover. Then eventually the trend cracks, and this is where you can either A, leave it alone, volume could die off and it dies, or B, also too, you could look for the short. Same thing happened here, cracked down, came back up, failed at it pretty much for the most part, then came down for more. Same thing, same concept. Buying on the bottom line, selling into the top lines. Shorting at the top line, covering at the mid and bottom line. Just rinse and repeat that back and forth. How to trade a channel. Well, yeah. That's well, over time you just trade that, you know, just like I've again always say, put your lines in and trade them. Definitely need to get these t-shirts made already, but that's you and they're like, oh, my logo on it, you know, it's like my brand, my logo is like Nike, Reebok, you know, whatever, Puma, Umbro. Haven't heard the name Umbro in a while. Avery still has just such a sexy Umbro cutoff tank. Oh, anyway, haven't seen some Umbro in a while. Anyway, Adidas, like, man, that would be my logo, right? And then have like different sayings on it. Put your lines in and trade them. That's it. Because I saw it happen so much. From like, I could have just, you know, back in the day, of course, went long here and then sold there, went long again. And, you know, you'd see some plays that would be like in pre-market. It's like boop, 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 boop. Back when, again, when we definitely did, had a lot more elongated plays, more technical sound setup type of plays, right? You go long, you short, you go long, you short, you go long, you go short, right? You can see that. But yeah, back then you'd have even more. And I just go back in the day, I'm like, why didn't I just trade that? You know, you don't see them all the time. And then I usually try to find old resistance, new support to go with the trend line. So you find something in the middle of the chart that makes sense as well, like I typically do. And then you see the trend line. And so, yeah, hey, you just have to see it work over and over and over and over. And the more you see it work out, the more consistent you'll get with it. All right, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right, questions you guys have? We good? We good, we good, we good? Ingrid, Aussie Chick, think we got it all out for the day. Came back on right there at around top of the hour. Went live here for a little bit longer than I anticipated. Of course, a lot of it's because EVTV kept running. So I'm going to go with EVTV. Watch for this to hold 210. Then especially 175 area. Any last questions, Aussie Chick? We good? Got it, Veda. Got it, get it, got it, good. I'll leave the charts on for now. We'll see if what happens with these after-hour moves. Do we have any extra movers? I will put some sort of, I'll put music on for now, but once we get a little bit further in the after hours for you guys, I'll put more interviews on. I've got, which if you saw on Friday, I've got a lot of interviews. I got a lot of information, a lot of other good things that I can show you besides just leaving charts up when there's nothing moving. If there's nothing moving, what's the point? You're not going to want to stay around. Notice how many more views and people stuck around, but then how many views I got on Friday for doing that. So I will definitely make sure to keep that as a staple here just like the countdown, which Aussie Chick and the girls like. I think you guys like it too as well. It helps you guys out knowing exactly now when I'm going to go live, essentially. All right, we'll throw back on the tunes. I will see you guys back here. I won't jump back on the mic most likely today unless we have EVTV just going parabolic. And it might. We'll see. Let's go levels up real quickly, honestly. Over 3. Let me zoom out here. 275 is strong. We'll go 320. 320. Okay, cool. All right. I'll see you guys back here. If we get something crazy in after hours, I will jump back on the mic. If anything, always keep you alerted and updated. If it does slow down, I'll throw some interviews and some good lessons on in after hours as well for you guys that stick around, especially the guys on the West Coast like Aussie Chick, where it's only noon over there. It's about to be 1 o'clock. So there's plenty of daylight left, plenty of learning left for those traders out there that they can go soak in. If you have any questions, always throw them in the chat. Reach out to me, and there's many different ways you can reach out to me. Obviously, I'm sure you guys know that, so don't be scared. Reach out to me. I'll put music on for now. Otherwise, like I said, unless something goes crazy in after hours, I'll see you guys back in the morning. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Who is still out there? They want to see some videos. Maybe a video what's funny. Maybe a video that's bad. But we'll see what we get. Interview time. It's the shit. All right, here we go. Let's get to interview time. Interview time. Interview time. What is this video?
All right, boss. Cool. What I'm gonna do right now is shut this lobby down, and like I said, just go to that other link, and we'll pull the other one up, and then get into the trading, talking to them all night long. Hey man, did you? All right, boss. Cool. What I'm gonna do right now is shut this lobby down, and like I said, just go to that other link, and we'll pull the other one up, and then get into the trade station demo. So it's kind of like round 2, part 2 of interview week with Alex Vaughn, continuing in just a moment. I'll see you in just a minute, boss. All right, so what we got to do is for whatever reason, it's so funny recently, team, Trade Zero, speaking of, because I haven't been a big fan of them, but Zoom has been, I guess the whole COVID, hey, here's your free hour. It used to be they give you an hour. You could go actually as long as you wanted to. But now, for whatever reason, they only let you do 40 minutes at a time. So here we go, and we should have Alex back up here any minute now, and I'll pull him back over. So hopefully everyone's enjoying that. Thank you, though, for participating today, being a part of this great round 2. Okay, here, hold on. Maybe I have to do this. Oh, I have to close out of it fully. That's why. Hold on a sec here, team. And then now we'll restart it. There we go. There we go. All right, now I'll have him go back to it. I'll even put that in chat because I think it just shut down on him. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Hey, I'm back.
There we go, and we're back, So everyone back from their bathroom break and getting a drink of water or whatever. Boom, round 2. All right, boss. So I'll make you the host real quick. Round 2 about to be underway. Boom.
Sounds
and you
good.
are the host with the most. Thanks again. There we go. Boom, boss. You're good to go.
Host with the most.
That's
Rather be
right.
that than the hostess with the mostest.
Yeah, I was once a host before I could move into the waitership. They were like, they didn't trust, of course, me. They didn't trust me being the, hey, you talk a lot. Just go out in the front and just greet these people. They did not trust me with all the plates and stuff, which I actually became I was surprised too. I actually became a pretty good waiter. But yeah, I was a host with the most, and of course, hostess with the mostest. Exactly. I was up there in the front. You'd be a great host. You'd be up front. We'd just be chatting away. Hell, they wouldn't even get to their table. We'd just be talking to them all night long. Hey, man, did you trade AMD to play? Oh, man. All right, bub. You want to get into, go ahead. And however you want to go, go ahead from start to finish. This is going to be, though, team, so everyone knows, trade station demo. So any questions you may have, hold off till the end, and we'll get to the slew of questions. But, AV, this is all you, boss. Roll into it.
Roger, Dodger. Okay, so TradeStation is a fantastic platform. I've used E-Trade, I've used TradeZero, I've used Lightspeed, I've used Robinhood. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, Robinhood. Everyone's kind of had that bad moment, I'm sure. But
hey, we've been there.
I found TradeStation because my granddad, who has traded for 30, 40 years, back when they had to look at newspapers, figure out stock prices, he turned me on to it, and he said, I've used this one for about 10 years. It's fantastic. Customer support's great. The platform is, hands down one of the cleanest, as far as like the looks, the capabilities. You can even plug in algorithmic, trading for yourself if that's something you want to do. Like you can program the platform to trade for yourself. Like I don't that's way beyond me. I can barely plug in a VCR still, but I really like it. I've been using it for about 2 years, and there are several things about it that really make it unique and make it very, very user friendly. And one of the first things I would mention is this thing called the order bar. And as you can see, this gray line is the current stock price. So it's going up and down, $80, 80, 99, 80, 97, up and down. I mentioned before, if you had an interest in going long or shorting this stock, you can look over at the chart. You can find areas of support and resistance, and you can actually plug in I see significant support, at this level. Then you can plug in your orders. You can put a spread on it very quickly, very efficiently, and you can get those limit orders filled, exquisitely quick. versus having to pull up, a bar and manually enter the price that you want your limit order in and press OK and then go to another price and press OK. Like you can just legitimately click your limit orders in and, set it and forget it. And I call them kind of like landmines. As soon as the stock price falls down to where your limit order is, it gets filled just like that. And if it pops down a little bit more.
I love that sound, man.
Yeah. It pops down a little more, it'll fill your next order. And, you can just kind of like load the chamber on these stocks. And this is cool because when those penny stocks spike up like crazy, you're never going to get that perfect entry. You know where the support and resistance levels are, but it's good to spread out. And sometimes I'll do a 10-15 cent spread. Like I have here like 100 shares. I skip every penny. I'll do this for 10, 15, 20 cents. And then when these crazy movers spike up and hit my entry, a lot of times it won't fill all of them, but it will get half of my orders filled, and I'll have 5, 6, 7, 800 shares. Even if I had 2,000 in, I'm happy with that. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it helps you instantaneously average up or average down as the stock moves, which is pretty cool. So the order bar is fantastic. And just as you can limit order in, you can also limit order out. So like if I think this stock's going to pop here, I can take profit at these areas like this. So, they talk about scaling in, scaling out. This is how I do it. When I get those entries, then I'll start plugging in profit targets. And, I'll put the profit targets on the chart. And then as soon as the stock pops up to those profit targets, it'll close out those number of shares that I had put in. So you can get in and out very quickly, very efficiently, very easy. And it's a very cool system, in my opinion. The second thing I wanted to talk about is OCO orders. This is a pretty cool feature that TradeStation has. And all you have to do is go over to the right here where my mouse is, and you can select what type of OCO order one you would like to do. And for this one, and I'll explain what this is just in a second. I'm going to do a 10 cent or an 8 cent risk and a 10 cent bid. And what you can do is place an OCO order, and it will basically put a safety net on either side of your trade. So you have a profit target and you have a safety net for risk. And if you're confident in your trade, I wouldn't suggest doing it this close to where your order entry is, but just for the sake of science, I'm showing you guys. This OCO order basically puts a safety net at the bottom and a profit target at the top, and it will take you out on either one it hits first, which is cool because DEC talks about the 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You always want to have 2-to-1 reward over risk, and you can put in your target and your risk threshold on any trade, and then as soon as you go into that trade, you can basically set it and forget it and kind of watch the movement based on what you're willing to risk and what you want to make. So the OCO order feature is really, really cool. I find myself using that one from time to time as well. There's also the ability to change your share size very quickly, from 25 shares, 100, 200, 1,000. So you can market order in very quickly if you want to do 1,000 share market order, and you can do those instantaneous orders as well. So scaling is really cool with the order bar. The OCO is really cool. There's also something called OSO orders, which are a little bit more complicated. I don't use them often, but if you're interested in that, it does have those as well. You can do some research on OSO orders on your own, but that's also another cool feature. Any questions on orders in the order bar before I move on to the next topic? Just throw it in the chat.
Is that what you typically, obviously since you're going over, that's probably 90% plus you're primarily how you're putting your orders in and trading?
I'd say 100%, to be honest. Yeah. Like I hardly ever market order in. The only times I do is when I see a stock that's just like exploding and I'm going to take a quick scalp and get in and get really quick. That's the only time I ever market order. Just because I like to play the chess match against the stock. I like to figure out where it's going to bounce and place those landmines and spread them out so the stock comes to me. I don't like to chase it. I like the play to come to me and hit right where I want it, and then take a bounce. So that's kind of my philosophy. What I try to do.
A lot of pre-markets. Why I say that. When you say these keywords, I always got to bring them back up. That's why I always say in pre-market, wait for your plays or setups to come to you. When you do that, you're going to be so much more successful than you trying to get out there like with an AK-47. Like I always say with an AK-47 and just trying to plow the place over. That's just not going to be as successful. So real quick, we do have some questions. All right. So Abro says, have you ever used the charting trading function for TradeStation? Seems like a cool option. Have you used the charting trading function, the chart trading function?
Yes, I have used the chart trading function, and there are hotkeys associated with that. And you can use either or. I honestly, I've tried hotkeys. I think they're great for pre-market and aftermarket. But with the limit order bar, I don't really need them.
Right, exactly. That's why I wish Lightspeed had something like that big time, because that would help out Lightspeed, and I would not have to use hotkeys.
I did a demo on the intra-chart trading, and I didn't really care for it, to be honest. And that's just personal preference. I mean, there's no silver bullet to this. All these companies are selling the same widgets. It's really just finding the one that works best for you. And for me, TradeStation works the best. So that's why I've stuck with them. The smoothness, the ability to manipulate charting and read it and stare at it all day and have it not burn holes in the back of your head is very important to me. So it's a comfortable platform to look at. It's clean, it's concise, it's easy to draw lines, see breakouts, look at different time frames, identify patterns, and look for the things that I look for on a daily basis. And that's why I like it.
Paul says,
the only fee.
I was going to say hotkeys. So you can't add them though?
I want to.
What's that?
You can add the hotkeys?
Shreked.
Yes, you can.
I like that.
You can add hotkeys.
Cool. And Paula said, "Is that what it's called? A matrix?" I just want to make sure that was because while we're still talking about hotkeys, I want to make sure that I didn't know if you knew how to put them in and where that was at.
To do hotkeys, I believe you go up to this chart trading thing, and then and I haven't done this in months just because I haven't had to. But once this enable keyboard trading button is clicked, you should be able to use your preset hotkeys to make those trades from your keyboard. So it says click chart to activate keyboard trading. And right now my keyboard trading is activated. I don't even remember what my hotkeys were because I haven't used them in so long, but I do have some preset in there, and that's how you do it. And there's plenty of YouTube videos on how to set up your own hotkeys and customize the board the way you want it, and they're easy to find. That's another cool thing about TradeStation. It's been around for so long that there's tons of instructional content. They update it very frequently, but the overall look of it is kind of like Google. It hasn't really changed that much over the time that they've had the platform. It's just really good and clean. They haven't had to. But from a dashboard standpoint, everything is manipulated to your own customization based on how you want it. You can have as many little tickers up on the screen as you want. You can put any lines in on any one based on what you want to see. You can add in as many charts as you want. They're even, and I'm going to bring another screen over to my background here. This is my second desktop. So you can have multiple desktops. I have 3 of them with TradeStation. 2 of them are for monitoring, and 1 of them is for trading. So this one's on my other computer, and they even have, the top gainers, everything that's moving. And there's also a feature that's free with major press releases. So, this one just came out. CryptoPunk sold for 84,000 on Ethereum. I don't really care about that. But anyways, these are the news releases that you get through TradeStation, which are free. The only thing that I pay for on TradeStation, I'm gonna move this off my chart real quick.
Well, if you want to smoke.
The only thing that I pay for is level 2, and it's $25 a month, and that's the only fee there is. There's no commissions for trading. There's no There's no borrow fees for shorting. There's nothing other than level 2, $25 a month. And if you don't like or don't have any interest in level 2, another cool thing about it is if you look at this trade bar over here, it gives you kind of like a level 2 light, or like a beginner's level 2, where you can see like orders of other people on this trade bar that give you an indication. And then also this over here is volume. So you can see which areas on the chart were high demand or supply zones based on volume. So obviously if the stock's down in this area, you see low volume, you know that there's not going to be much demand. But over in this area where there was high volume, there's a high probability of a potential bounce. And that's probably why it's been hovering in this area around this line for so long. So also time and sales is included in the level 2 data. So that's part of the $25 per month that I pay. So it's pretty low considering, light speed is like a second mortgage if you're making money on it.
All right, I think you're good to move on to the next round right here, boss.
Cool. Next thing I was going to talk about is studies, and I'm going to clean up this chart a little bit just so you guys can see what I'm doing a little better. But from a drawing standpoint, there's so many different things you can put in. There's Fibonacci cycles, there's arcs, there's retracement calculators. I don't use any of this garbage. I think it's all just too much. I'm successful in what I do. I don't need to use it. But a lot of people find very good success in utilizing these tools. I don't even know what Andrew's pitchfork is. But to put a study on the chart, you basically click right on your mouse, you go into add study, and then they have all of these pre-programmed components that you can utilize on your chart. Let's see if it runs so slow. I'm sorry, guys.
Real quickly, I don't see it on there. Does the level 2 have LULD, the limit up, limit down?
That is one thing that I am a little bit taken aback by. They do not have LULD on the level 2.
Gotcha.
But typically, for my trading style, I'm not typically chasing after ones that are, gonna get halted anyway.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I'm right there with you.
That's
one thing it's one of the ones I tell a lot of traders. They always ask about that. I'm like, it's really only you think about day in, day out, and how often I'm using it. I might use it throughout the whole entire year. 5% of the, you know what I mean. It's not very often. I'm really. 2020, 2021. You know what I mean. There are times where I'm different, but for the most part, average time, you're not really, worrying about the halting essentially that much.
Yeah, exactly. So I showed you the studies. You can click any study you want. There's like RSI, psychological line. I don't know what that is, but there's like 500 of these things, and you can research them and see which ones you like and put them on your chart accordingly. Another cool thing about the ease of use in this is, if you want to put a moving average on your chart, you can throw it up there. And then you can edit it any way you want. So like this one, for example, if I wanted to, that's VWAP, let's see. If I wanted to edit this moving average, all I have to do is go to input. Okay, this is a 50-day moving average. I could change it to 20 days and then okay it, and then you'll see that line move down to the 20-day period. So like you can edit these lines, you can put them in however you want, and you can add in multiple ones. There's all the widgets and things that most trading softwares have, but studies are really cool. It's an easy way to implicate or initiate indicators on your chart that could be useful to you trading.
Yeah, it reminds me honestly.
Really easy to change.
I was gonna say sorry. It reminds me a lot of Thinkorswim. It really looks. It's beautiful. A lot of the things you can do, how easy it is, and the way it honestly just looks overall, it's gorgeous. So I mean, that's why I can see why I haven't gone to using it because before I moved over, because I was maybe thinking about leaving Thinkorswim for TradeStation in the end just because it's the same thing. It's just a newer platform. So I'm trying to, and it's just hard for me because but it's almost identical. So that's why I tell a lot of traders. I mean, there's really not too much differences between the two. You're getting pretty much the same thing overall is when it comes to your, ease of chart setup and setting things up and, adjusting them. It's called like the ladder system, whatever on Thinkorswim. But yeah, I like the one thing I do like more, the level 2 is way prettier over on TradeStation than it is on Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim's level 2 is trash.
Yeah. And it's all customizable too, depending on what colors you want. You can change
that's awesome.
The level 2, 3, 4 colors based on what you want to see. But it is nice. It's pretty. It's clean, and I can stare at it for 9 hours and not have a headache, which is important to me.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can change the charts however you want them. You can make as many desktops as you want. If you got 6 screens, throw up 6 desktops, have 6 different things moving on each one. It's your prerogative, whatever is your priority. But if you wanted to locate shorts, it's as easy as going to, and this is the simulator, so you're not going to be able to see it like really happen. But you go to your short locate, which is going to be in this bar here, and it's not on the simulator because shorting on a simulator isn't, you don't need to locate them. But you just go to your short locate list, you click short locate, you could put in your requests, and it's as easy as clicking the confirm button, and then you get whatever shares are available. And I will say that probably if you're looking to short a day top mover on TradeStation, you might not get a short. You might not get any shares. But if you don't get those shares, then just move on to the next play, because there's probably going to be 25 other ones. I don't really have any issues, and I'm a short bias trader, and 70% of my wins are short plays. And I use this platform. So people ask me like, oh, well, you can't get shares for anything. It's like, yeah, you might not be able to get shares for 1 or 2 tickers, throughout your day, maybe 3 or 4, depending on, what the liquidity is and the volume and, all the different components and variables that go into that stock. But, obviously it's working for me, and I short, 70, 80% of the time, so, I like it. I have no problems there.
Is there any, I would say, for you, when you first started using this, because that's just a good question maybe for chat, and for anyone out there, this would be my question. Like, when you first started using this, was there anything that you did run into that was a struggle that you had to figure out that, traders may run into this and this may be a little bit, or was it, I get my point. It may be just as simple as can be. There may not have been anything. I just don't know if there's anything out there that when you first started using this that you had to figure out that was a little bit of a struggle, and then you figured it out. It took you maybe 5-10 minutes or something.
Yeah, this is a learning curve. Just like any platform, it's going to take you a few weeks. I would suggest, paper trading until you really know what you're doing, especially if you're going to be using the order bar, because there is a learning curve to utilizing this order bar, and you have to kind of, figure out how to manipulate, the screen just to make sure you get the orders placed where you want. And it does tick back to where the stock price is. So sometimes you can scroll way down and you're starting to put orders in, and you check your chart and it goes right back to where the stock was, and then you put your order in, it's the wrong spot. You got to be cognizant of those kinds of things before you go in with real money. So those are just kind of the things that you need to look into. Also, utilizing this took me 3 weeks to figure out. I couldn't figure out how do I get this chart to compress. All right, well, all you have to do is click over on the right, drag it up and down. That took me 3 weeks to figure out. So there's just little nuances that they're not necessarily in the handbook that you'll just kind of pick up just by messing around with the platform, the software. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you guys run into big problems or small. They're probably easily resolved. Look at AMD; it's already a buck in the money from my alert.
Exactly.
So
that nice little W at the bottom there. Is TradeStation paper trading live or delayed? Stepman asked.
It is real-time paper trading. It does not offer pre-market or post-market paper trading, but from 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, you can paper trade, and it is real-time.
Any last questions? If Alex, anything else you can think you want to go over, anything else you want to say? Thank you again, honestly, though, for coming over, AV. But any last questions you guys have for him? And we've gone, I know, for about an hour now. So any last questions you have? Thanks again for going over these setups and strategies. Of course, the Strike 7 presses the record button. So again, let's reintroduce Living Like That. And I was kind of want to tease this. I feel like, the broadcast journalism major, and I was like, man, and I thought about that. I was like,
That's probably maybe the richest person I've interviewed since I was interviewing those Dallas Cowboys. And I almost kind of started getting tingly and sweating a little bit. Like, oh no, this dude's a monster. But no, dude, thank you so much for coming here and doing this today, giving you the time and chat. So let's get into it. Didn't see the first one that you went in with Deck. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How did you get into stock trading? What age were you? And of course, tell us how old you are now, because I know, but maybe some traders don't know. But tell us how young you were when you got into stock trading. Tell us how old you are now, and just that little journey of how it all came about into where you are now.
So I'll keep it, quite simple because there's not too much. But I was 13 and a half, and my dad had started a new restaurant here in Florida as a first business year. And this trader here, I don't know if he was a hedge fund trader, but he had made his first $1 million. Sorry, my nose is kind of stuffy, so But he
you're good. We talked about that, and they kind of figured out what was going on there. So
okay, that's good. That's good. So he had made his first $1 million, and then my dad told me hey, you should start researching this. A lot of people get rich, and it's a hard process, but once you learn it, he said I could really succeed in it. I had to have the mindset for it. So at first, as I say the story, I hopped in on Timothy Sykes and that big whole thing. I don't want to get too much into there. But
we know about the Sykes story. I think I would like 20 or 30% in chat. I bet started at Sykes. I'd love to put that little chat poll. How many of us started over at the Timothy Sykes terrible where we should not have started area? But yeah, I think
I have a picture of it with him. I have a picture with him too, just to make it even better.
Dude, you need to take a picture one day, like, hey, who's made more money now?
That's funny. I love that. But yeah, so I went through Sykes mess a little bit. And then straight up to YouTube, a lot of great stuff on YouTube and Twitter. I still follow some of the people that I used to follow back then on Twitter and learning from there. And then actually my dad was the guy that came across Deck. He told me about how he saw Deck. I think it was like a YouTube video he saw Deck. And he told me that he would pay the course for me just so I can learn. He said he would help me out here. So that's what he did. And then I started learning from Deck on YouTube, and then sim trading. He opened up the first brokerage, which was E-Trade. He opened it up under his name and everything and said, work on sim here. I'd like to see how you would do on sim. I want to make sure you're understanding.
So you did paper trade it to start with?
Very little. It was like a couple months, yes, but very little.
At least we can add you to the list, though. Hey, when we preach it.
Yes, you can. It's because my dad, he pushed this mindset in on me that paper trading is good, but he said you don't get those real emotions. That's what he was saying, because he's saying that he was explaining to me, because you're not trading with real money. He was saying, I'd rather you trade small with real money to know how to, because before this, my dad, he never really traded, but he was like, those wannabe traders type of guys. They'll put money into account, buy it when it gets good news and stuff. So he understood a little bit about it. But so yeah, I started there paper trading a little bit, and then after a while, we pulled out of my college fund, which was going to be my college fund, which was $30,000, and then I would start from there. I was trading small, and since I was still in high school, through my whole first year, I ended up the year minus $6,000.
That's not bad. I mean, you look, it's not bad. I love the thought process, which I tell every trader when I do my sessions. If you go live, which you do, if you want to paper trade for just a short, because you don't get that emotional effect. Totally understand. But when you go live, just go small. You will get there. Trust me. But just go small, and that way you don't kill your account.
Exactly. And I started like this. This is what I would do: 100 shares for a couple weeks. And then I'd bump it up 250 shares for a couple of weeks and 500 shares. And I'd just play with it. And let's say I had a bad day or a bad week, I'd pop it back down. And I just fluctuate with the shares level of how I felt I was doing when trading. And then, so after that, second year of trading came around, and then I was trading a little better. I took some days off school, so it was still there. And I see AD Trader here. So yeah, I had minus the 6K. I was with 24K. So I was under PDT, but that didn't affect me too much since I had school. So then after that, the next year came around. My dad was a little more pushy on the stocks. So he let me miss school a couple of days of the week, or even miss school for a week just to focus. And I was able to bring it up there over PDT and up to around that almost 50,000 mark. I don't know exactly what it was. It was like 46 something. And then
that's nice. I mean,
yeah.
And that's the thing. I tell a lot of traders, everyone's gonna be different. I mean, it took me, and that's the thing too. Starting over the PDT was very crucial, helps you out a lot. Versus a lot of traders that I tell them, you start with like me, 3 to 5K. it's going to take you a minute to get to P.
Oh,
to
yeah.
the P, it's going to take a minute. Even if you do start over the PDT, I'm telling you, it's just every trader's different. It may take you 6 months, may take you 2 years. It's just all about what your brain mindset, how much time you put in. Everyone's a little bit different. I mean, we all get cut the same cut. Do you think we all hit at the same rate? No, we're all a little different, and that's what I try to tell most people.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm just lucky that he trusted me and took out of what was supposed to go to college and put into my trading account in there. And like I said, after that, I hit almost 50K on the year on my second year trading live. And then on my third year, that's when things started to pick up, and I made 150,000 that year. And then
Third year.
Yes.
And that's me. I made 100K in my third year. So there we go.
See, yeah, that's how it works. And then fourth year, which was last year, that's when the big numbers came in there. And then that's when I broke it, because at that time, first couple days of the month, I was trading, and then I got a tick in my head. I'm like, I've been shooting for small goals. Let's shoot for something huge here. And then that's when I just started, I started going crazy. I started playing with more size. I started because most people base their risk off, let's say their time frame chart, like the 3 minute. At that time, I was starting to base my risk off the daily chart, so my stop loss would be based off the daily chart.
That's nice. And, that's awesome. I mean, I just love how, and that's what we'll get into more. Because
of course,
how we kind of see things a lot similar, very similar, and that's why I can't wait to get into more of this and see. I'm like, man. Okay, I'm getting there, because I could be like your dad essentially, but I feel like you're like 3 years ahead of me, or whatever it might be. So that's why I'm like, so that's why like you said, when you made, it was just over 100K. I made my third year, but as soon as you said that, that's why I love the relations. So relations at other traders, relations for me. I mean, that's why I love getting you guys on. You're like, oh, okay, you feel like as if sometimes with a lot of traders, you're not doing as well as you should be, or you could be doing better. But then you realize, hey, I am doing good. I just need to keep pushing forward. I am going to get even better and do better, over time. But traders it's a hard game early on, because the mental essentially hurdles, it seems like, for a lot of traders to get over.
Yeah, no, 100%. And so continuing on here, but yeah, you're right. What I would say is my dad, if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have done as good as I have, because he was really motivating me and telling me about risk, how, he's kind of harsh too. So he'd be like, you're not going to be anything if you don't want to take the risk and stuff. So, that really woke me up as well. But yeah, like I was saying here, that's when I had that big break. And then I was like, let's start playing with more size. Let's start being more patient and really trying to catch us close to the top. So I was trading more what I've learned from now is front side and backside trading. At first I was trading a lot more front side and then stop out. And then I'd catch the backside. And then I had like a flick, in those first couple of days of the year that I said of last year, where I was like, okay, let's stop doing that. Let's start waiting for the stock to really just stop this momentum bull run. And then let's really try and catch it either right at the top or when we start getting to the backside, because the backside's where we should be. That's where it's just big drops, small pullbacks, big drops. And started playing with the big size. And that's when I really started growing the account. And, a lot of big losses came, but I kept trying to keep them as small as possible, but a lot of huge wins came as well.
Right, exactly. That's what's going to happen to me. I think about that early on. Like say if you had your big wins, when you say you were 1,000, 2,000 shares in, you got $1,000 win. You're going, that was kind of like a $500, you'd get a $500 or $600 loss. You're like, whoa, or so, you get my point. So now it's a $100,000 win, but every once in a while you're going to have a $50,000 loss because you're playing with more size. So.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's like, it was just like that for the rest of the year. And then DWC came along, and that one was like my biggest win of the year. And I was like, holy crap. It's like, wow. It just shows you that something else I learned here a lot is, waking up early really matters in trading, I say a lot. Because on my first, couple of years, I was really just waking up 8:30, 8 o'clock. And then now I'm starting to focus on, you got to be up by 7 or even earlier than that. You want to get those locates. You want to really know that what has the potential of the day. And, last year I also did get lucky on a DWAC. I see a question here. I had to say it. I think it was 256 or 254, something like that. And 1,000. And then I am mostly shorting, but I do also go long because there's a lot of stocks that, you can go long. And then when the momentum dies down, when it's time to reverse it, you can reverse it. So why not play both ways and make double the money, which is what I had done with DWAC there. But yeah, after that, I closed off the year with the profits there. And I decided, when I turned 18, I was still under my dad's name for a while. And And then,
Stop it already. When I turned 18.
and then I was done. I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time, because I had the idea of like, I wanted to start helping people instead of staying anonymous for that long. And then that's when the interview came out, and I told Dak, and we talked and everything.
Love it.
What broker?
I was gonna say, and so
I asked a lot of questions.
You're good. Yeah. Anytime you see questions, trust me, you go right on over there. Real quickly though, have you graduated high school yet?
So that's a big question. I've never told anyone that, but the real answer to that is I never did graduate, because once as bad as it sounds, is
you're good. You can graduate whenever you want. That's what I was asking, because that's what I was like, hold on, is he graduating yet? Because you haven't mentioned that. I'm like, hell, he's making so much money. He's not really maybe worried about, you know what I mean? Because hey, you're a smart little cookie. I'm sure you're probably making all these anyway. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I just was wondering, has he even finished yet? Because I don't even know if you were even. When would you graduate? When were you like? Was it supposed to be this May, or when was it?
It was supposed to be last year, so
okay. That's awesome.
I was going to. I was
awesome,
so close too.
Because I know Deck to ask you. That's one of the questions I asked. If you're going to college, I'm like, is this kid going to Deck? That is a terrible question to ask. This kid going to college? He go buy college. He's going to donate to college. Is what he's going to do. He's going to say, open up a trading sector, okay?
Yeah, but I didn't graduate. But I plan to. Maybe it makes my mom happy. For her, she just really wants me to graduate, so I might just go over there and finish it out.
Are you the only son?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I was for a while, but it's like, since I was her first son, her goal was, high school, college, and then go from there. But I've kind of changed her mind now with the little ones, because I do have a little brother and two little sisters.
Good.
So she's more lenient, but she still wants me to graduate.
I was gonna say, regardless as how moms are, I know my mom right now, she'd be saying the same thing. Like, she'd be peeking over the shoulder. Now, Matthew, let me tell you right now, you go get.
That is true.
So one last question before you can get to dive in. What's written on that wall back there, Mr. Smarty Pants? What do you got going on back there? Me and the broadcast journalism major and all the stuff I've done in the past, I always have questions. So what do you got? Is it stuff for stock trading, or is it?
That's my whiteboard. I didn't think you'd see that, actually.
It just comes back to the whole sports analyst in me, and I kind of see stuff, and so I've got to analyze, and I'm like, so what is this back here?
So you can't see it from here, but I have my goals for the year, which is I have a small account challenge that I started. Not a small account challenge, let's be honest. It's not a small account. I started the account at 30,000 because I wanted to try to redo what I did before, but faster, and see if, what I've learned so far, in a sense. And so that account actually right now is at 78,000. So I also have daily affirmations that I like to read. I have goals for that account, which a short-term goal for the year is 100. Mid goal is 250,000. And then at the end of the year, I want to shoot for that million again or more, which now I think I could easily, because I'm almost at 100,000 already. And with more size, more shares, I have goals I've achieved, and just that's pretty much it. I want to put more stuff on it.
Exactly. I figured it was stock related, and so that's why I just wanted to ask that question. That's that sports analyst coming back into me. I'm like, to let other traders know what you're even still doing daily, so that you're still putting those goals. It's not like hey, I'm making money now and I can just do what I want to do. You're still setting that precedent and still setting goal. I love Michael Jordan. Back to my Michael Jordan. Or, hey, we love Transformers. Back to Optimus Primes of the world.
Yes,
you get my point. You're always there's always room to grow. You're always so on. I'm not going to get into it all, but I just love. I figured that's what it was, so I wanted to ask real quick. All right, so let's get into it now. Secondly, now I get this question a lot. So now we know your background, where you're from, how you got into stock trading. Tell me more about really about yourself as far as what you're looking for. As you talked about, you're up earlier and earlier now, and I kind of agree with you. If you want to get short locates, especially at a cheaper price, you got to get up earlier. So what are we looking for each and every morning? What setups are we kind of looking for before the day even starts? And are we trading pre-market? Essentially, give me your kind of pre-market to opening bell analysis of what you're doing every day.
So I almost never trade pre-market because I have horrible luck with pre-market. Never trade it. I just don't. I can't get a win off pre-market. It's so weird. But
I'm right there. Don't worry. I'm right there with you. And everyone asks me that. I am not a pre-market trader. 99.9% of my trade, I don't even trade after hours. It's like 99.9% of my trades are in market hours. That's just when I get my trades.
But okay. So first things first here. Let's get straight to it. So I have my home monitor set up, so I'm always looking around here. But main broker I use is E-Trade because I've had great luck with their customer service, and two, I've never had problems going long. I've had a lot of problems trying to go short, so I keep E-Trade more for the long. Sometimes I'll short if I can catch, but main shorting broker has been Lightspeed, but I'm slowly transferring either to Centerpoint, Cobra Trading or Speed Trader. I was researching a couple of them just to see. But first thing in the morning is I have trade ideas up here on the left. I have volume leaders, biggest gainers percentage, unusual activity scanner, and a up gap scanner. And then I'm just looking at those. I don't really look at, let's say, news that comes out really, because I found that before. I just have one email made for news, which is a old video of Jack. I don't even know if that still exists now, where he said, make an email that you don't care about and just sign up for a bunch of these things that'll send you press releases in the morning. I would go through that, and then over time, I just found out.
I know. I still
usually
get
those
some that
just
I'm
end
like,
up-
I got to unsubscribe to this. Why am I getting
right?
this?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's like now I just look at the scanners that I have, and I also look on Twitter a lot because whatever people are talking about pumping on Twitter is what I want to short at the top. So yeah, I'll look at the volume leaders here, and then I'll pull it up in my chart. And first thing I'll check is, are we above the previous day high? Or are we below the previous day high? If we're above the previous day high, that tells me that we should still have momentum to continue higher before going down, or we can just close high as well. So we may not even have a short. The easiest shorts are when you're below the previous day high. So if you find a short below previous day high, try to find the top, and then of the intraday on that ticker, and then your risk essentially would be to look for anything that is below the previous day high. That's just the biggest key for me. I just want to emphasize that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good job there. That's exactly. So yeah, previous day high. That's the key, because that tells you more that, okay, momentum's dead, so let's go down. They said they can't hear you, AK.
Oh, okay. You heard me though, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard.
That's weird. Sorry, my bad, team. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, every once in a while, that was my bad. Yeah, sorry, my bad. You're good. So what
No worries.
what I was saying though, team, because we were teasing beforehand. You may have heard the conversation we had, but he told me he can't wait to go over short with AGRI. Then he just explained that strategy, and instantly in my head, as the whole the whole analyst in me, and then what you're doing, and now a stock trader, and I'm like, that's probably how we shorted AGRI today, and so that's awesome.
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah.
go ahead, boss.
So yeah, like I said, that's the key for shorting for me. I look for. There was another example here, but I threw that ticker away because I didn't like it too much. I even forgot about it. But yeah, ARGI, that was that example of we are below the previous day high, which is key for me, which tells us that we're on the backside of trading. So easier, it's just a lot easier to short. Previous day high or previous day close. It's a previous day high, not previous day close. That could be support or resistance depending on where you are, but previous day high. And so my strategy consists of SMAs, which I use the 8, 20, and the 50. I do also use VWAP, and on the daily, I have a daily chart. I have 60, 30, 15-minute charts, which I'll like go in and out of. I'll observe all timeframes on that chart, which sits on my right. And then my main big old chart here, I'll have 3-minute and 5-minute. I don't use 1-minute and 2-minute anymore because I just feel like a lot of people that try to short, they'll short way too early thinking it's a top, but really it's just exhaustion, pullback, breakout, which screws up a lot of people. But let's say on the 15-minute, we were still squeezing shorts because my strategy focus on, I want to go short when other shorters are getting squeezed.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So
right.
when they're getting squeezed, that's when I get in, because that's when they're stopping out and then buyers are taking profit, and then that's when I try to get in. But I also wait for a little bit of confirmation. And sorry.
Oh, you're good, boss. Yeah,
I
but no,
trade
that's what's
more,
funny. I got to get good at what you're good at there. Yeah,
water here.
Get some liquid in, yeah. Because I was gonna say that I need to learn that because I that happens to me, and that's why I don't short tops. And I know a lot of the shorts already been had, but you see when I short, I know you know the shorts already been had. Shelf cracks,
Exactly.
trend line cracks, a lot of shorts already been
Yeah,
had. But I know then it's
exactly.
confirmation that more short is going to be had, and I go, hey, at least I know I'm gonna get part of some of the short. So
Exactly.
I just want to get. I need to get the top part now, like you do.
Yeah. Do you want to hop into the explanation here? Because I feel like this I can really explain a lot better.
Go right into it. Yeah, pulling on up.
Okay, how do I share here? It doesn't. Oh yeah. Okay, let me do it.
Yeah, you're the host now. You should be able to share. Let me know if you can't.
Okay, I got it now. Boom. Oh, let's just use. I still can't. Host disabled. That's what it says.
Let me get it up. Yeah, hold on. Let me my participants. Make host. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Okay, let me find what screen here. But this one, I'm pretty sure. Okay, can you see the screen here? Just to make sure.
We are rocking and rolling. Yep, that's so pretty. Is that E-Trade?
Yeah, that's why I love E-Trade. I love their.
I do like E-Trade. Of course, you know I'm biased in my Thinkorswim, but I that's why I like E-Trade to start with because it is very pretty as well.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's so easy. So this short, let's get straight into this short. It's just awesome. So we have the previous day here, which I also marked in the daily chart. I marked the previous day high, and we were trading below it. And then I look for pre-market structures as well because I noticed they hold pretty good. So I was looking at pre-market structures here, and I was looking to see how it would react here. This was my main level here. I had a small level here that I only had because price, in a sense, on these last couple of candles before the open, couldn't close above it, only traded. But in the open here, we pushed up a lot. And I was waiting to see the confirmation, which I wait for a little bit of a pullback off these levels. And I once we touched this 430 level, I saw the bid start to get smashed. And once the bid started getting smashed, I hopped in with them short, which my short was around 425. I shorted more at around 417 as well. And then price popped back down. And then price, again, ended up closing higher. And then essentially after that, where my risk would be, I would have right now my stop loss right above this high of this candle here, because then I know once we broke this high, we should push higher. So with the stop loss at the high here, let me have another trick here.
Yeah, you're good, boss. Take your time.
Yeah, so with the stop loss at the high here, and my cost average around 422, because I shorted 425 and 417. I saw that we were making a reversal here. We're starting to push up green. We closed green, but we closed it in the middle range of this candle, which for me means buyers and sellers don't know what they want to do. And then I see a gap up here from candle to candle here. We see a gap up. We push up, and then we test this 20 SMA, and then the 20 SMA actually starts crossing under the 50 here, which tells me confirmation that we want to start pushing down. And then as we start pushing down here, I just leave my trade on, and that's when the big selling starts to happen. And mind you, that I'm looking at this on the 10-minute, but still observing it here from my 3-minute chart. But that's why I'm always looking at all charts, because I always want to see everything from different pictures. And then, yeah.
I was making sure they can hear me. But that's what I tell a lot of traders. If you want to do in whatever time frame you want to go with, whether you want to go with 1 and a 5, a 3 and whatever floats your boat and floats it right and keeps that money coming in, use it. I mean, and me was always a 1 and a 3 or 1 and a 5 when I want to use them. And the same thing for you. What you use those for is because it's going to fake a lot of time in that 1 minute time frame. You're going to get faked out a lot early on, and so that 5-minute, 10 or 15-minute time frame is going to keep you in a trade a lot longer most of the time.
Exactly.
And it's not going to fake you out a lot more.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, you're right, 100%. So like I was saying, and then we're trending under the 20 here, so that's confirmation that we're trading the backside here, and then we're also trading under the 8. That's more confirmation that the short term, the midterm, and the longer term trend is pushing down now. People are asking where I covered. I essentially covered in this 375, 371, and also some at 380, because this is a demand zone to me, which is a big drop, consolidation, a big pop. I call it a demand zone because I feel that there's orders left over from the big pop, or, so then after that, we pop back into here. I see how we respected it once. I covered a little bit, come in twice, and then I see here that these two candles couldn't close, and then we had a huge drop down. And then once this huge drop down, I was looking at it, see how it started reacting. It started to pull back. It pulled back too quickly, so I marketed order out the rest. And this demand zone was where this pop-up came back from. And from this pop-up, you really could have caught another short here off the 50 SMA with also a candlestick pattern here, which would be I call it the inverted hammer, which would be this hammer here. You know how you use a hammer, there's a top, there's a stick on the bottom.
Right,
Just the inverted hammer. We had an inverted hammer. We couldn't break above the high. The inverted hammer, you could short when the candle went green, I mean. Or red, I'm sorry. With the candle went red with the stop loss above the hammer candle. Just knowing that this day has obviously been downtrending here. You can put a trend line, but we obviously
I was going to say, that's like me and my double, triple whammies. I mean, you could put the downtrend line. I mean, there's so many like resistance areas that it hit right there. That would have been a great short again, even right there. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But I saw someone saying here, how did I decide to cover? Was this demand zone here. This demand zone, I knew we'd have trouble around it, and I saw price start to react So I just covered it. I usually market order out. I never limit order out. But continuing here. I'm trying to read some of the questions here. I understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if you want to go ahead and answer Harry Potter's, and I think there was one right above it with Schniz. Schniz was asking about the high pre-market. So if you want to go up to Schniz, you can answer Schniz if you want to.
So what I mean is just overall. So pre-market or just not pre-market, I want to see that the stock is trading below the previous day high. So it doesn't matter if it's pre-market or during the session. Anytime during the session that it crosses the previous day high, I just don't look to short more. I wait for it to exhaust a little bit, and then maybe I'll look for a short.
So that's what. And so just to reconfirm, all he's saying is if it's below the opening day, we don't want. And like me too, I don't want this. And I'll show. I'll put my. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I don't know if you can actually. Yeah, you can. I don't want this over this area, right? We get over this high of day or get over this. That's bullish. That's going to continue to run.
Exactly.
I'm going to wait to get a short in. Wait for me and my. Wait for something to form and something to set up, and wait for it to exhaust, like Matt's talking about. Whether it's noon or 1, 2, it's power hour. Because it's bullish. So we want it to be below the high of right here from yesterday, essentially.
Of course, yes. And the 50 SMA I only added is, I used to use it in the past a lot, but I took it off for a while and then I added it back because I see that it's almost like support resistance, really. I've noticed it more like that. It is also trending, but it just takes so long. So it's more of a longer term trend. But it also, for me, mostly I use it for just bounces, really. As you can see here, we bounced. We popped down, we bounced, we bounce. Here we traded sideways. But I use it for a lot for bounces because I feel like I see a lot of orders come in when I see that 50 SMA touch. And I also know that a lot of traders use it. So if they're using it.
Yeah, I used to use it as well. 100%. That was one of the ones. I can go back to my old recaps on Instagram, and I have.
Yeah.
That was one of the ones. Because another thing, because Thinkorswim put it on for you. If you open up they kind of want, because main reason why a lot of traders use it, so they want you using what traders are using.
Exactly, 100%. Let me get here to the next. Okay, demand zone. So demand zone is super simple to overcomplicate it a lot, but it's a big move down. Big move down. Doesn't matter how many candles. But all you want to capture in this box are the basic candles, which is just sideways candles like this. And then you mark that, and then a big move out. I don't look at too much at volume here, but if you look here from the basic candles, low volume, low volume, low volume, and then we have a volume spike up to almost 2 million just off this one candle here. So that's what the demand zone is for me right there. I use it with supply, which is the top. The opposite as well, which is the same exact concept. You want to see the volume out, and you want to see the volume in. So the volume in here was high volume, which is 1 million, which is what I like to look at, above 1 million or around that 1 million mark. And then the volume out, which is leaving, was a lot more than the volume inside, which shows that a lot of buyers really came in here. So there has to be orders here, which could be either stop out orders or shorts covering close to their entries or whatever it is. There's just a lot of buy orders, so I know that there could be a bounce. And something about demand is it doesn't work, or it does work, and it can work more than one time. So demand, it bounced off. So really, I could expect it to pierce in a little deeper and maybe go up again.
Right, and that comes back to me where I'd be going, boy, crack that bottom of that area, you know, and it's going down some more, and I'm gonna get a good short in.
100%. This platform is E-Trade, and how many shares are you typically trading? Do you scale it? I always scale it to scale out, always. It's awesome. I just love how it is because I don't care about the perfect entry. I just care about how far down I can take it, and it depends on shares here. For a $4. I'd say I don't trade anything under like $3 because I don't like it too much. But from anywhere $4 and above, it could be up to 100,000 shares. Like it's just, or it could be 50,000, 25,000, but it could be anywhere in that range there. So yes, I do get in trouble when volume starts to sink a little because then I start getting out, the market starts to pump. But yeah, anything over 1 million in volume that is still trading over 1 million, I'm not too worried about that because I won't trade too many. But yeah, scaling in, scaling out. That's the best way for me to do it because of how many shares. And I want to show you guys another trade here actually as well. Netflix, because I also did play with this a little. Oh yeah, that's scary here. Just a bunch of lines on here. All my lines disappeared, but that's okay.
It's all right. We that used to be a guy in chat. I don't think he was right before. I don't know if he was around. It was Jeff Acito Pop is Short King, and then it was Jeff Forex when he first showed up. But it was around when you were on. I think you were an Arnold Trader. You were here because you were on Arnold Trader. But he was just like that. He would have line, and then when I went live on Fridays, like, all right, let's see how many lines you got in today. But it definitely helps out, especially over time. And I can't wait to go into one. I forgot to bring up actually KAVL that popped up earlier. I was in my session earlier, and I see it literally KAVL came down to 130, 3-ish, 135 earlier this morning, or I should say yesterday into this morning. Then that's where it popped back up. I had a green line in all the way back. It was set in on February the 7th that I've kept in, and it literally came down to that green line. Kind of forgot all about it, and boom, off that green line today, up to $2+ I'm like, oh my god, how crazy is that? That's why I say keep your lines in.
Exactly. I believe that a lot. Keep your lines in until they're invalid in the sense of prices start to just do this around it. So then I take it off. But if it's still doing like a little bit of up and downs around it, then I'll keep it on because there's still some reaction off there. So yeah, I 100% believe in that. But let's get to this one here. So first things first here, I noticed here we're in a downtrend, but we've been red and we've been pushing down for way too long. I expected a bounce. We had a gap up also. When we gap up, essentially what we're going to do is fill the gap and then push up higher, which is what we did. So we gapped up, we pushed down. We didn't fill the gap. We pushed down to try and fill the gap, and then we pushed up higher. And then I have my 3-minute chart here. The initial push up here, this was when I had it in my radar or on my eyes. Just was keeping an eye out on it. And then I marked 2 types of support and resistance. I marked the top, which would be here, and I also marked places, an area, or just a general area where price couldn't close above, which we traded above, couldn't close, traded above, couldn't close, open, couldn't close, traded above, couldn't close, couldn't close, couldn't close, or couldn't even trade above. So I know, that's resistance. And then,
and when I want to go back to candle or guys, my candle confirmation lesson. I know Matt, you're not around. You do, but the same kind of thing, right? It's the same thing I always say. Put it with the top of the candle. If those wicks are, whatever you call them, are large enough. Put it with where you couldn't close at and open over at, and that is going to be the other area that you have to deal with.
Exactly, 100%. So yeah, my bias here was a long and then end of the day short, which is pretty much what I did because I know we're still in a downtrend. So the hedge funds or big bankers, they're just going to push it up to try and get a short to push it down. That's my mindset. And then we made a higher low here. And then SMA started to curl up. They started to curl up. We crossed above the VWAP. We're trading above the 8. I gave it a chance here on this big green candle. I bought before the breakout. I always buy before, a little bit before. It gives me that space just in case it's a fake out to get out. I bought before the breakout, which I think was like 335.06, something like that. I don't remember too well. And then it started to trade above. And then this candle here. So because Netflix is a little weird. It's not really. It's like this. It's not like one, and then it starts pushing up. It's weird. It'll jump like 30 cents, and then jump down 30 cents, and then jump up $1. So it's like super crazy because the spread is just insane. But
and that's what I tell traders when they see that movement where it's like boom. I was like, that's the spread. That's why. Like if you instantaneously see a stock go say 31.10, 31.30, 31.10, 31.30.
It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. And then we started to break out. I left the trade in, and I wasn't too worried about this resistance, just recent beat. If you look at the past, let me take this off. Yeah. If you look at the past, it didn't really, it didn't resist too much at that area here. But what I did mark as resistance was a little bit above it, which was an area up here where we could have closed above. And I also marked again, which is that same concept, the high and the area where it could have closed above. So I had this almost as a zone here. And I was long. I exited half my position. Once this green candle started to pull back hard, which I saw the bid start to get crushed again, I exited. And then I left the rest of my trade with the stop under the parabolic move, which would be this green candle, under this low here, which is where I would leave the stop because that's where everyone else would usually leave their stop if they were buying. And we never traded below. We had another leg on up here. And then my next target-ish area was these wicks area. Let me move this, delete this here real quick. And then that's the VWAP going crazy, never mind. But we had a low here that we broke below, and then we pushed up. We couldn't go above, couldn't go above. So I just knew this was a key level here. So I just put a limit order. Yeah. No, no worries, no worries, no
Yes,
worries.
but that's what it is. I mean, it's all it is like, and Deck always taught it. Old resistance equals new support, or vice versa.
Exactly,
Whatever it is,
it's the key.
right. It's critical sandwich.
Yeah, and I did get out early, but so I put that order in. I just put a limit order to get out. I ran to the bathroom because I had to blow my nose, and I got out, and then I saw how much higher it went.
Got to keep those tissues on the desk now. We got to keep those tissues on the desk now.
Right? So I usually wait to see how it reacts. And as you can see here, it just blew through that. So and then I came back to the desk a little bit later, and then I saw it start to consolidate here, which were more levels here. Let me actually see if I could mark them here, because my levels deleted. So I had this marked, I had that marked, I had that area marked here.
Just want to let you know, I love seeing this on Auto Trader. But team, does this not remind you? This is what I'm doing all day, every day, right? And this is what top traders are doing. So I love seeing this. I get to see the first interview. So now I see this. I'm like, yes, all right, okay. I'm not the only one doing this here. Dang it, I love it. So and it's using that daily is huge.
Exactly, 100%. It just gives you the bias for the whole day, and it's good to guess. I like guessing a little bit of the daily chart. For example, previous day here, right when it opened, I would look at it and I'd be like, okay, where's the downtrend? I'm guessing that price is going to push up a little bit and sink down and maybe pull back a little bit at the end of the day, because sellers are obviously in control because we have an overall downtrend, which I have a whole thing for that, which I'll actually go over another day because that's a whole other thing. I call it my DPAUs. I'll go over that later.
I like that. See, you come up with your own little things like sandwich and all the little things I come up with. There you go.
Yeah, which is like I try to guess the next daily candle the night before. And
let me tell you this. Let me ask you, because just real quick, little interview on my question. Is that mostly because I ask a lot of people get this from me? Does that most likely come from you just doing this from year in, year out now for so long?
Yeah, pretty much.
Seeing all the other tickers do what they've done before, and you just kind of remember what this setup's most likely going to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it is. Pretty much just experience. That's people ask, how do you read level 2? How do you read the tape? It's like, it's just experience, honestly. It's YouTube videos help. A lot of have helped me, but it's really just experience. It just over time you start seeing the little clues that they leave behind.
And overall, what that experience, which I tell traders over time, that builds confidence, your discipline,
exactly.
All those keywords you lack, patience, all these keywords we talk about. Getting that experience in, getting out in the field and actually getting the work in, whatever job you want to talk about, but it's actually getting the, like you said, getting in there and getting the work done. That's when you get the experience in.
100%.
It grows over time.
Yeah. So continue on with this trade here real quick, because this is the juicy part here. So I had these levels up here. I actually had shorted, not right at this level. I shorted a little bit lower at around 342.05, 0.06, something like that. So I shorted when it started pulling back from the level. Price rose again. My stop loss was just a little bit above this level, because I knew that if we just continued, the bulls obviously took over. But the next candle, it showed weakness up here. It just pushed up. Hold on 1 second.
You're good.
It was every time it just tried to push up and break 334 or 344.17. Push up, try to break, push up, try to break, push up. And then eventually I was like, okay, there's obviously big sellers there headed. So I just let it go. And we saw this big gap candle that I was like, oh, that's crazy. And we gapped out, trying to push. And then again, looking at the times and sales, I saw this area right here where price just traded below, couldn't break, traded below, couldn't break, which I don't know if this is a shelf, but
that's my shelf, baby. That's the shelf, baby. That's exactly. My shelf. I'm like, there's my shelf. I'm like, oh, I'm reeking for that short right there.
And you could add more stuff to it, which I saw higher low or lower highs. Lower high, lower high, lower high. So, and then every pop-up, I just averaged it more. And once that breakout came, I kept holding. And then on this green candle here, it scared me a little bit because it pushed up really quick. So it pushed up quick. And then I was like, okay, let's get out with 25%. So I got out 25% of my size. And then I got out and I let the rest go. And I said, okay, I will risk break even, but I'll let the rest go. I let the rest go. And again, going over 820 SMA here. As you can see, once we started to push below here, the 8 was above. We pulled back. The 8 started to start crossing in a sense. So these pullbacks is just, it's weird to explain, but that pullback, all it was the 20 pull it a little bit higher, 8 pull it a little bit lower, and then this next pullback, or this next red candle here from the pullback, all it did was just push that SMA 8 down, confirmation of a downtrend, and then we started to trade below it. I held it on. I keep holding my trades until the 20 gets blown through if I'm looking for a big old, like, catch the whole move type of trade. And I kept holding on it because, as you can see here, we pushed above the 8. Holding on it. I exited some at VWAP because the VWAP actually had a big bounce, and then eventually just straight through it. I exited 50% of my position there at the VWAP. I let the rest go here, and then, oh, wait. Who would have figured that the level that we played for the breakout is literally the bottom of
what we talked about? Old resistance equals what? New support.
Exactly, support. Yeah, exactly. And then I just exited my full position in the 386 or not 336.74 area, which, like I said, I always wait for the reaction. I want to see price really bounce off it a little bit. Level 2, I use level 2 every day. Like, that's the key factor for me. Level 2 tape reading. If you don't know how to read tape, how to read level 2, it's just going to make it so much harder because that gives you a huge edge. How much room do you give? So it's not necessarily how much room. It's just when the trade doesn't look like it should work anymore, in the sense of this short here, we started pushing up this green candle here with momentum here. And then I told myself above here, 344.42, which was a resistance area. If we push above that, I'm just going to get out. And I'll short much higher, but we couldn't even push above 344.18, which tells me sellers are strong there. And then this candle turned red very quickly. I believe reversals of candles reversed really quickly, pushed down, and the next candle opened gap down. So I was like, okay, yeah, we obviously have sellers here. I started to see the consolidation form, and I'm like, okay, let's see what happens here. I saw that we had support here, strong support, because really, price tried, but it couldn't. You can see that in the tape. Every time it dipped a little bit below, orders came in quick, pushing the ask above. And we pushed up here. We had a gap candle up here, up. And on this gap candle up, that did scare me here a little bit because I was like, okay, maybe we're just going to push the breakout above. But then I waited for the reaction, which the gap candle, once it pushed up, it had a little wick above, then boom, straight down. I was like, okay, straight down. Okay, yeah, no, sellers are definitely in control here. I shorted some more, came back down. This area still couldn't break, pushed up this big quick spike again. Big quick spike. Once it started to retrace a little bit, I shorted more, and boom, which usually happens, third touch breakout. 1, 2, 3, breakout. And that's how that happened pretty much.
And I'd say a lot of the things, like, it sounds like me, you pretty much well, anyway, I guess you do, but pretty much, of course, the level 2, but you just say, instead of like, what's your room, what's your stop loss, the chart tells you the stop loss.
Exactly. It does. You know, I don't like putting limit order stop losses or stop limits, or, I don't like putting that because I feel like you could really you can tell kind of. So it's like you wanted to give it the extra wiggle room, still having discipline, of course. But like sometimes I'll notice that it would have, if I had a limit order, it would have hit my limit order, it took me out. But it would have hit my limit order, took me out of the trade. But if I had waited that 1 extra 2 cents, it would have came back. So that, also looking at the level 2 here, because if it hits my stop loss area, but level 2 is still like we're still crushing that ass, still orders coming in fast, then I'll get out of it, take the loss.
Speak you but,
no worries,
but yeah,
no worries.
that's what I tell a lot of traders. That's where you really want to look at the level 2. It's not like you're in the middle of a trade and it's you're heading in your direction. Oh, I gotta look at the level 2 still. The crucial times look at your level 2. The most crucial times your entry area and then your stop loss area. That's, and of course your exits you want to kind of check it there, but that stop loss is huge. Like you were saying, I mean, you can go to your stop loss area and then look at the level 2 and go, yeah, we're good here. You know?
Yeah, exactly, 100%. No, I agree with that. And yeah, that was pretty much that trade for me. And then after that, I just called it a day. It's a little sick, so I just like.
Do you do that a lot of the day? Like that's me a lot of the time too. And I don't know how often do you get trades, and that's another question, and we'll get to a few more. But how
Usually
many trades do you average, or kind of like me?
Lot.
Does the day tell it really how many trades you're going to get? Some days it may be 2, some days it could be 10.
Yeah, so it really tells me. It depends on the day, but if the day's hot, I like 5, 10 trades. And what I mean 5, 10 is without the ads and stuff, because I usually add as it pops up and keeps trending down. So yeah, like 5, 10 trades on a really, really crazy day. But if not, like 1 to 2, 1 to 3 trades, and like that one trade will just be enough for me because the day's kind of slow. But yeah.
And so overall, you would probably say, do you think you're maybe wrapping it up most days by noon to 1 or even earlier? Or what? I mean, are you trading all day? I mean, what's the average day, honestly, for you for trading?
It's kind of crazy, but if I'm like not sick at all, I'll go from 7 to 4. I just stay here the whole day.
I love it.
because a lot of people don't know, but lunch hours has opportunities too. Like I've noticed the past couple of weeks that lunch hours stocks have been going up. They have, and you can either catch the short.
Commentary. It's like as soon as I go live, I'm like, man, I thought it'd be slow today, and I get into a lesson maybe, and here where it's almost like we're off the races again at lunch hours.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't want to tell a lot of traders, and I'm sure you agree as well. Don't ever limit like, oh, it's lunch hours, oh, it's Friday. There's always going to be plays to be had. You just got to find 100%, and attack your setup.
How do you fight? Netflix short. I didn't really find it. It was almost I just out of all the fags, Netflix is my favorite. That's pretty much it with it. I love Netflix. It's so easy just to read. For me personally, like POV Joshua, I know his is Tesla, mine is Netflix.
I was gonna say, and mine lately has been AMD. But yeah, literally, it's like you find one that you just this moves so beautifully. I can just see the pattern so pretty. Right? It's like you're in the Matrix almost.
Exactly. That's literally what it is for me. I was like, let's check out Netflix real quick. And then it was like, so the day was slow. I was like, let's check out Netflix real quick.
How do you think overall, for the most part, how many setups? Now I know, because honestly for me, I'd say there's probably, because bounce plays can come in a array of different ways. So bounce plays, and I've got my shelves, my trend line cracks. Those are what I go for. Those are probably the 3 setups I know I go for in attack daily. And of course, kind of like I said, the bounce plays that can come in an array of different ways. What are the 3 or 4 you're always looking for daily to attack? It looks like you use that 8 and 20 a lot. I used to use a 50 with it. But what are the 2 or 3, 4 setups you're looking for daily to kind of use in attack?
It's weird to explain, but it's not really like a setup in a sense. It's more like I know that the momentum is dying. When it's a short, I know like momentum's about to die here. Like it's got to be over here. Large cap. A quick question here. Large cap is easier than penny stocks. It really depends. Large cap has been easier, but penny stocks you can make more a lot easier. So so it's like it depends on what you're trying to do. And another example here that I want to show, HYMC. I didn't take this trade, but it was in my list. I totally forgot about it. But as you can see here, we obviously, traded above the previous day high, which I say, you could put this pre-market on here. Boom. There you go. So in pre-market here, it was just a sideways action here, and doing what people call accumulation, which I actually learned on Twitter, but or just a wedge pattern, whatever you want to call it here. And I just totally missed it. I totally forgot about it, I was just dumb. I just totally forgot about it. I was focused on AGRI so much, which was a beautiful short. I didn't look at it at all. It's like, because I figured I just figured this would happen because we were just struggling so much in pre-market to hold above 282. And then right as market opened here, we just had a little tick up and then straight down action. So I was like, okay, that's the trend for the day. It's over.
Yeah, that's what I got. That was my only trade of the day, and that was what I learned was early on was that crack right there, the trend line crack, and then the crack of that kind of 250-ish area. When it cracked both of those together at the same time, if they did, it was going to completely collapse, and it did pretty much right off the bat. I was like, okay, here we go. So that was
it was a really good trade. That was a really good trade. That was a really good trade. And like I said, which shorted the pops here, had a pop on up, short the pop. Had a pop on up, short the pop. So I'm always shorting recovery, but I'm keeping my initial position still. But I'm just always getting that realized gain.
Right, so you get the initial entry, and then it's scale out some, add a little bit more. Scale out some, add a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. No worries.
And I didn't. My bad. Thank you, Sean. I'm always muting myself so I don't start talking over him. All right, team. You got the next 5 to 10 minutes. He's already been talking for an hour. I don't want to keep Matt forever because, of course, the throat. He's not feeling. He's feeling pretty good because he's banking today. But next 5 to 10 minutes here. Open the floor up, teams, and he'll read the questions, and so I don't have to read them out. I know Matt, you can see them. So if you have anything for living like Matt, go ahead and shoot the questions out right now.
I'll answer them
5 to 10 minutes, and I'll close up shop after that.
Help you guys out here. Have you ever? I enter usually market orders. But I do enter a lot of limit orders for both long and short because I scale in. Let's see, I'm mostly trading. Nah, I trade every stock, small, mid caps, large caps. I trade everything. So basically a core position, Kung Fu. I didn't understand that one 100%. This is a big question here. When you run 8 and 20 SMA, what time frames are your favorite for shorting? It's like, so 8 and 20 SMA, and forget time frames because that doesn't matter at all. Time frame is just going to tell you how long your trade is going to last. That's all. But 8 and 20 SMA, I use on every time frame except the daily because I used the daily in the past. I might bring it back a little bit, but it's just I'll take it off a little bit, take it out. It's like a refresher type of thing. What favorite time frames for shorting would be the 15-minute, 10-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute. I'm looking at everything. Researching before I don't really do any research after market close unless there's a stock that's been going crazy for the for the week. But I usually research the morning of, and I'll look through Twitter. I have my scanners here. I'm looking through everything and just doing my analysis on it, which would be where's the stock today, where was the stock yesterday, what are the levels, all that stuff. Explain accumulation conditions. Okay, here's a good question here. So can they still see my screen or no? AK, can they still see my screen?
Yeah, oh yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're
Okay.
still rocking and rolling, but it's still same screen. Yes, sir.
Okay, so for me, I consider exhaustion. This is exhaustion here. So push up, push up, push up. No basic candles. Push up, push up. First red candle. That's telling me that the stock's getting exhausted. So I like to look for big green candles with either closes at like their top third. So I look for closes more than top third, which is telling me that there's bullish, 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 bullish. And it's like I'm losing breath, so I gotta breathe, which is what happened here. So it's like bullish, 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 bullish. No really basic candle. This is a little candle that closed in the middle third, which is just basic.
So essentially, that first red candle is what you're talking about. That's where it's starting to get exhausted, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So you could have shorted either here or waited until it breaks below. But anywhere where I see this candle after a huge move up like that, I'm shorting that area. And where does your stop go? Honestly, it really just depends a little bit of how the stock is, which in this sense, as you can see, it pushed above that. But then you saw again another big bearish candle here, which then led to the short. So that's what exhaustion is to me, just big green candle. Not even huge, just candles that are close to their high of candle that are just pushing higher and higher and higher with no basic candles at all. Why, when you were saying you kept shorting covering, but you still keep your first entry? So holding your first entry to get the big move, but you trade around it. So what I'm doing is, let's use this as an example, even though I didn't trade it. If I were to go short on this, let's leave it conservative, not make me look crazy good. But let's say I shorted at 260 for some reason, right? This thing's popping on down. I would have covered a little bit on here, being realistic, and would have let it go down, I would have covered more here, close to this 210 area, push down. After this green candle, this big bullish green candle, I would have shorted on the touch of the 8 SMA. Short. I would have probably covered this big candle right here with this big old wick. I would have covered as it pulled back, showing that the ask was getting blown through. And that's what I mean, Again, big bullish candle here, basing. I would have shorted on the basing area, and then covered on the bottoms. Let's see here. Do you use Deck Pre-Market Newsletter? I don't use any of that. I've never really used it. Not because I just never really got it. I never really signed up for it. I have my own scanner, yes. I used to use a scanner. I'd hop in the morning and just stare at it. But yeah, now I have my own scanner here. And how do you scan market? I don't know what you mean exactly by that, but I'm looking more for news. I want to see what type of news it has. I'm looking for what the stock did in the past. I'm looking for levels. I'm looking for the trend. I'm looking for, is it above or below the previous day high? Stuff like that.
I was gonna say because I get that a lot. Because they're like, where do you find your plays essentially for the most part? Do you use the scanners quite often? Like something's popping up,
yeah.
at say 10:30, all of a sudden something's popping up. Oh, what do you use? Before I know, which I know you're looking at stuff that's already been moving. Your favorite runners, kind of like, of course, you just went over with Netflix. But what else are we looking at also? Like, where are we finding our plays?
A big thing also is like this. So let's say stock ABC on Monday spiked up 100%. Tuesday spiked up another 100% or another 50%. Wednesday, I still have that stock in mind because I know eventually it's got to go down. So I have stocks from last week that popped up a lot, but still haven't gone down to an area where I think is where it should stay. I'm still looking at that stock, looking for, let's say, big volume push to come in, to push it up and short it back down. So I'm looking at stocks that have already happened to short it now, to short the backside.
Last couple of questions here. We got one from Paula there. A couple more though, Matt, that they want to take there. Give it a couple more minutes on the questions, guys. So go with Paula's there if you want to, Matt.
Okay. What is the perfect volume? Oof, that's a hard question. I'd say depends on your size, really. Because if you're playing small, you can play with less volume, you know. But for me, I try to look over 1 million. I try my best to do over 1 million. Yeah.
Do what?
Sometimes maybe I'll play with that 700,000, 800,000, 100,000 range, but I just get stuck in those sometimes. But yeah, that's the word. That's the perfect word for them. That's what they're called, multi-day runners. That's I look for day 2 gappers, day 1 gappers, multi-day runners. Just I put my eggs around that basket of things. So volume, yeah, I keep it over 1 million. I'd say on average. You're an Apple short. I'll do a quick analysis on it. Let's see here. So we have a hammer, inverted hammer pattern. We're after a big exhaustion down, which is a big push down. So being bullish today was obvious. If we look to the left here, it looks like we couldn't trade below the previous day close, and we are at an area of where I would call demand because there's a basic candle here, and after this basic candle, there's just huge momentum up. So I call this demand. And then, so that explains the bull move here. But you said you are short, depending on if you're short between that 154 to 154.50 area. I'd say you're good to go until the 3-minute 50 SMA, which we're about to hit. This low here, you should have some problems breaking below 153.20-ish area. And then the VWAP, of course. Let's look at the 10-minute here. Because right now we're making lower highs of the 3-minute. So yeah, I'd say you should struggle around this area here. This 20 SMA is coming up top. But your short should be good to go for now. Yeah, it should be good to go for now. It should continue to move here. And we're breaking below that 50 like it's nothing. So yeah, we should continue to go to 153-ish area, I'd say. We should struggle a little bit here, yeah. But yeah, that was a good short there.
Matt, seriously, man, thank you so much. Team, I don't think there's any really last questions, but I appreciate you so much for coming over here. Like I said, I don't really have anything last for you for the most part. We'll get you on. I definitely would love to get round 3 on it. I guess it'd be the only thing. Are you going to start live streaming at some point in time? Is it going to be a daily thing, or what?
I'm shooting for April. I'm shooting for April, mid-April, middle of the month there. I'm shooting the stream there.
Sweet, and it's going to be all day, every day, kind of like with Deck, or just at certain times? What are you planning on doing?
Like 2 to 4.
Oh, nice.
2
Sweet,
to 4
sweet,
type
sweet,
of thing.
sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet, yeah.
So,
I'm gonna start doing the whole because I've been wanting to do it for a while, so I'm gonna up the ante starting in April. So we'll have 2 live stream all day. I didn't know if you were gonna do the all day thing, but I'm gonna try to start doing all day every day for the most part. And that's what I love it, man. Love you getting in. Vector Trader does it too every once in a while. POV, but yeah, having you, especially you and POV. If y'all just do it every once in a while, just having you stone cold, killers out there, Matty Ice. I know, obviously, you guys, these guys in chat. That's the reason why they come over. You're very successful. You're very informative. You have very good strategies and styles to be looking for. You're very nice and humble as well. And you're young, and so a lot of people, hey, if he can do it, you know what I mean. I can do it. So
exactly, 100%.
So you're just awesome to see, and the growth that your smart little young ass still has to do. I mean, I can't imagine when you're half my age. Imagine when you're my. I can't even imagine right now, team, what he's gonna. Let's get him pulled up. Let's just go ahead and get straight into it. There he is. It's the man, the myth, the legend. It's my son. That's right. It's the son. It's the myth. It's the legend. It's everybody. So hey, there's Matt, team. So let's keep this simple today. You get him every day, but I really wanted to bring him back on again for round 2 to start off again. He's honored to have him in the chat. And again, I actually hadn't told you this. So yesterday I told chat this. I was like, when you were Arnaldo Trader, I thought you were old. I thought you were this 45, 50-year-old grown. Essentially, I thought you were dad. I thought you were me. As 35. I was like, he's either 35 to 45, 50. He's got kids. I'm like, that was his dad. Essentially. And that's where you got the name kind of too, right? Or essentially, it's the last name, right? Or what is it, right? That's your last name. Yeah. So that's what I thought was awesome. I was like, man, and I had no idea. I'm like, and then so like everyone else, when I see how young you are, I was like, he's what? He's not even close to that. He's what? He's 8. Hold on, he's not 35, 40. He's what? He's 18. He's not even 20 yet. And so I was like, that's hilarious. So I love it, man. So yeah. So can't hear. Let's see. Oh, can't hear Matt. So there we go. There we go. Now we can hear Matt. Now we can.
You hear me now?
I turned Matt off. So Matt, everyone was like, "What's Matt's volume? What's Matt's volume?" So now, go ahead, Matt.
Good.
Good to go. Now they can hear you. All right. So we're gonna keep this simple with Matt this time, since you get him every day. I know you guys can ask him questions left and right. So I'm gonna kind of keep it basic for the most part. And first off, Matt, really, did you get any trades in today?
No trading today. I have this whole week just prepping for a trip. Last week, a couple trades here and there. I've been having not broker problems. I try to join this new broker here. I'll speed it up real quick here. There's this broker called Venom. I try to join it because it was a good broker for people under PDT, but like they kind of denied my my application thingy. I don't know. There's a couple of reasonings. I didn't know what it was exactly, but it's fine. And then I moved back over to my main broker here. And
so hold on, I remember you were doing that for most traders in the chat, which was awesome, which I love how we're doing that. Hey, let's try this, bro. And then, so they denied you, so you can't even get in with Venom now, so that can't happen now.
No, yeah, and the thing is, I just found out is Venom's actually kind of like a partner on this thing with Interactive Brokers. So, I already don't love Interactive Brokers, so it kind of helped there.
That sucks. Well, cool.
But so no trades today. Yeah. But this week, though, has been
I'm right there with
fire.
you this week. I haven't placed as many trades this week. So that what you're saying this week, you just hadn't traded as much? Kind of. Yeah. I've been there the last couple of weeks. I mean, it just seems like it's been a little more inconsistent, choppy volume, just back and forth. Trying to play the chase game, you have to really just almost narrow in on one. If you don't narrow in on that one, you will miss the trade, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
So that's one thing I want to get into, because I know that, again, we all had to over the past. It was great to get to the shorting game. Back in January, we figured that out, and for the most part, getting really big into that the last few months. But now it's starting to adapt a little bit. So over the last month, even the last 2 months, moving forward, how's your game changing, and what are you looking for to trade in your trading style? How are you adapting, adjusting to that?
Everything has changed. So, just starting off with my level 2 in tape. Like before, I'd read it, but not really. Just I kind of wouldn't put as much effort into it. Now I've seen there are little patterns you can look for in the tape in the level 2 that will help you in a sense, get the best entry or the best timing, because you'll see these patterns that they continue to do. Like I talk a lot about hidden buyers and hidden sellers. And so I've been just increasing my level 2 in times and sales, I'm not the best at it yet, but I haven't been increasing my knowledge there. And then my strategy, I tweaked it a lot. No, it wasn't just me personally. It was a lot of learning from others. I removed a simple moving average. I had the 8 and 20. That was the big thing. Now it's just the 20. And, it's just a lot of tweaking.
That's awesome. That's what I did over time. That's what's so funny, how you adapt over time. I mean, I did that earlier on. But that's awesome. And now with the level 2, did you get in with those? There was something you were letting me know about with the guy you were maybe learning a little bit more from.
Yeah. I have it. Like I have the whole thing. Like it was actually really good, really, really good. A lot of juicy stuff. He gave me even a YouTube channel. The people would love it. It's a YouTube channel. He doesn't teach you anything, but it's literally hours. And I mean, thousands of hours of just recorded level 2 in a chart. So it's like it's a really good practice. It's like a little game.
Yeah, that's what I tell a lot of people, in which we've said this in the past. Like when I first started trading, it's like this is like the adult video game, but it really is. And there's a lot of stuff that you can almost go back and relate to when you play video games when you do this. I mean, it's
exactly.
There's a lot of stuff that you can do overall and relate back to. And that's what I try to tell me coming up with the Thanos crossover or sandwiches. You're like, I'm just trying to simplify stuff. So I'm, you in the end, you know what I'm talking about, and not having to say, well, when the 9 crosses over and the blah, 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 and I'm having to explain it, you go, Thanos crossover, done and simple. Everyone knows.
Right? And it's just catchy. It is.
Well, so let me know whenever you want to, if you want to put those links in afterward, or even over in your chat later for that level 2. Because I know that recently for me, that's becoming what's crazy. That's why I feel like we're almost, even though it's like I am you and you are me and you're my son almost in a way, but it's like that's got so much bigger with me recently as the level 2. Yeah. So that's what's crazy.
No, yeah, it is. It is crazy. Like I thought I knew so much, but it's like it is crazy how much more there really is on spectrum of stuff.
I say that all the time. I'm like, man, I thought like even like in 2020 when I first started going live for Deck, oh, I got this, I know stuff now. And then now you keep going on like, nope, I don't know. Nope,
Yeah,
nope.
exactly, 100%.
All right, so moving forward, what do you want to do? Even are you going and real quickly? Then did you do any of the long term investing? Have you like whether maybe you haven't gotten in yet, but are you going to get anything whether it's SPY related or it's going to be Bitcoin, crypto related? Anything long term at all for you?
Really, it's just Tesla right now. If I'll be honest, I am kind of biased. I got the link for them now because I saw people were asking in there. But yeah, so it's just Tesla for me right now. Everything else, I do what I think is good. Amazon's great, Google, of course, Tesla. Not sure about Facebook as a long-term thing as much anymore. Just more companies that I would say that are very much involved day to day, like Google. Who's not on Google every day,
Right,
or Amazon.
exactly, right. And
It's
Amazon,
I get
yeah.
right. And there's Firefox and all those other ones, but it's like everyone leans towards Google because they really are the best. Like it's the truth. And
just Google it.
Exactly, right? And Tesla. Like look at the road now. How much more Teslas do you see now than you would have seen a couple days or a couple years ago? I'd say really. It's just crazy how much.
That was my pick. Yeah, that was the Tesla, which I haven't fully gotten into Tesla yet, but I want to get into Tesla. But Amazon, I've gotten into Amazon, so those would be my top two favorite too. So I'm right there with you with those. Can't really go wrong with those two for the most part.
Yeah, right.
So moving forward, even after that, 6 months down the line, 3 months down the line, what are we looking for strategy wise? Are we're going to start looking a little bit maybe more long based on some of these plays? And what are we? I mean, are you still?
I'm still very short based,
Gotcha.
but I need to change a lot of things. Like for my long strategies, again, another YouTuber, this person teaches a lot about fundamentals of how to read all filings and kind of like get in months before the pump even happens. And it's like I've been just studying that up for like a new long strategy. Short wise, I think I got it down. The only thing I need to master is a little bit of risk management, not getting out so soon, and just tape and level 2 reading, because that's really the key there. Learning how to read the tape, read the level 2.
Right. Do you want to go over that? What is this new? Is it a new setup or strategy you've been working on, or is it something you've always done for a little bit and you're just mastering it?
It is very new. It's not crazy different, but it is different, if that makes sense. I have a couple trades here I could show everyone from, if you're in my chat, you remember them, but you'll see, like, I can explain it really well. So if you'd like to.
Go ahead. I made you the host, so if you want to go ahead and share your screen, I made you the host, so if you want to share your screen,
awesome.
go ahead and do
Thank
it.
you. So, okay. There's so many screens here. Okay, let me find the right one. Let's go here. This is the one. Okay, boom. Okay. Which screen can they see there? Let's see. I'm seeing it pop up here on the stream. Okay, that's correct. All right. So, yes, I am going long as well now, but I have levels and a certain way I mark them. And I'm not a breakout trader. By no means. I do not like breakout trades. I just never had luck with them. But now I've been more of like a bounce player for both sides, either a bounce to go down or a bounce to go up. In this case,
I love bounces. That's how I made my money. That's my bread and butter. That's where I made money. I love bounces.
It literally is the best. Like I have these levels that I mark on my higher time frames, usually from 15-minute all the way to daily. Those are the time frames I mark them. And, I'll have a bunch of lines on my chart. My chart will look a little colorful there, but like he was a SIDU, which I think this was not yesterday, but the day before. And, I was talking with the chat. We saw a breakout, uptrend. I'm big on trend. Trend, what do you mean by trend, Matt? Uptrend line? No, I mean lows and highs. We had a high, low, a high, a higher low, and a breakout. Uptrend confirmed. But if you look at it, zoom out a little, move your head back, we also have a low, high, higher low, and a breakout. So we have like the most recent or minor trend is what I call it, up. And the big boy trend is up as well. And then now what do? I have to look for an entry and I have to make sure I have, profit potential. So I saw the breakout, saw volume rising. Volume is really important. Just saying, volume changes the game with, knowing how to read it really. And then I waited for a breakthrough 325. I wanted to bounce at 315. It never happened. But then here, when this next candle opened here at this, which was like the peak volume of this move here, it opened, fell back down to 325. The tape showed lots of strength at 325, 24, 26 area. And then I saw the rejection come, boom. Then I start entering in market order. Market order. What's my risk? We could even put it below this wick or just a little bit below the line. And essentially my cost was like 331 or 330. And, you know, I watched, like I have my targets, but I always watch to see how they react there. I'd never just want to get out of my target because, you know, that's piking a trade. I'll show you examples. But so 3-4, I watched to see what happened. Volume was going crazy. The tape was printing strong. The ask was just getting absolutely knocked out. And we literally blew through this 3-4 area. I waited. I know a lot of people would have gotten out when this candle turned red out of fear of just that red candle. But no, you know, you gotta go with your bias. You know, the strength is still there. Essentially, we had a little bit of a pullback. Great. Okay, that happened. Again, buyers came in with strength. We pushed up higher. 366 was a target. I waited a little bit. I saw weakness here at 3.7. You know, it was almost like a fake out. So I exited a partial here, but then we pushed through it. I saw a lot of weakness at 385, 390. I exited partial, and then as we cleared out of this wick here kind of thing and hit 395, I got out because there was a lot of momentum and volume just hit real quick, and then I just exited there. And you know, simple. Yes, it is a long trade. You know, I know I don't take long trades. I've been emphasizing a lot of short in the morning, long in the afternoon, because that looks like the best thing right now. And let me just move over here to another trade
we've seen
here.
so many breakouts. It seems like
Exactly.
like right when I hand off the baton to you, like literally, here you go, Matt. I'm handing the baton off to you to run that next leg in the afternoon, and it's just like, okay, and you just take off like you're our Usain Bolt essentially. Like, okay, here come the breakouts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the blue line is the 20 SMA. I just saw a question in there, so I answered that one. But here again, I have my lines. All these lines on my charts are levels, and these levels work all the time. This level worked here. This level, I saw the rejection. I shorted. I saw this bullish wick, aka the 20 SMA was doing its thing. Volume started to rise on this green candle. We, you know, as we surpassed, that's kind of like a bullish candlestick pattern. Boom, I exited the trade. We had a huge run up here. Volume up, volume up. Usually you want to see volume staircase a little bit like this, staircase, and pretend this is a little higher. That's what you want to see before a big drop. In this case, we just had volume and then a huge spike volume. So then I was like, okay, we could have a little bit of a dump incoming essentially. So I was patient. I wait till my level because my level is the area I shorted. And look at that. That's like a little bit of a top ticker there. I entered it a little early here, which that was actually my fault. I shouldn't have. It was a little bit of a discipline thing. I entered in really early here, but I scaled in most of my size right at 445, and that literally was the high of the day. And then, you know, of course, I piked the trade. What do you mean by piked the trade, Matt? I mean, I literally left so much on the table there, but I got out way too early because, you know, I am pretty new to afternoon trading. I don't love it. So I do get out earlier just as a safety thing. Got out here. We came down. We had another run up, another pop up here, and then came down. So essentially, we have a high, a low, a lower high, and then a breakout. So we have a downtrend now. So now we are backside for sure, 100%. This level here, I used it for a short once. Does that mean I can use it again? Hell yeah. I had the 20 SMA here on top, more confirmation. We popped up. As this candle went bearish, I shorted, started, you know, a position. I shorted more at the top of this green candle. I was full size then. Now it's patience. It's waiting. I waited. First dump and breakout through 380. I covered a little, and then I piked it again by getting out way too early when my target was 364. But, you know, and then, like, there's just, I think I have one more example. Like, the shorts are there. Like, here, like, I'm in the afternoon when I get a great short, it's like I pike it so hard, man. Like, look, volume rising here, kind of like a stair step almost. Big expanding range candles. You know, we broke through, no rejection shown. Broke through, no rejection shown. Pop, rejection shown. I started my short position. I wanted a little more size than I got, but then I, you know, cover cover right at here, but what I say, the lines always work, right? Well, here, kind of as support, it worked. We broke through this one, support. We popped up. This line worked as resistance. Yes, I get it, popped through, but that's normal. Overall, the line was a resistance area that led to this huge, 305 down to freaking 255. That was a huge dump there. No worries.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you call it? Is it pike or piped? Pike?
Pike, yeah. So pike, it's like
That's what I thought. Yeah.
you know,
So I do it all the
It's
time.
just-
Don't worry. So don't worry. I'm doing the same thing you do. Trust me, a lot of the time.
Right.
And point being, that's so funny with this trade yesterday. You handed the baton off to me because I got that next area down, but I still didn't get that huge, kill candle.
Right.
In the end, I'm like, I look back going like, no, I had so much more room on the table. What was I doing?
Yeah, like look at this trade. I don't have my lines on there, but the line I think was 224, 223. Because I can remember this. I entered in a little bit here, entered in right at the tippy top of this candle. I was actually surprised about that. And entered in more here. I got out here at around 182, correct? This thing went down to 145.
Yeah, right.
Talk about piking.
And that's
Those
the
are whole
20, right?
40
Because I think
cents.
that was asked earlier by Rocket
Yeah, the
TJ.
20
That's
SMA.
the blue line's your 20 you've been using, right?
Exactly.
Right.
And just more examples of this. I don't know when I got out of this one, but short here. Backside's obviously in because, we have our high, we have our low, or not high, low, lower high. We try to break out, didn't work, and then we do it again. Let's do it again. So we have a high, low, lower high. We needed the breakout for the backside. Yes, I do get in a little bit earlier, but just here showed the chop. Price obviously didn't want to go over this 6-9 area. If you put a line through it, every time it tried, it couldn't even close above that area. And then, position here, scaling in and out as always. And there it goes. So it's like,
Beautiful,
I'm
gorgeous.
mastering backside.
Yeah, and there's so much of that. And then anyone sometimes going to know, Dimp even had that question. If anyone wants to know front side, you're going up. Backside, you're now on the backside of the move. You're
Exactly.
going short. So,
From
beautiful.
yesterday here, quick example here, just wanted to say it. So yesterday here, what was this, 80N? So 80N here, I had this purple line at 364. You see it here? Look at this purple line at 364. It was the high of day.
That's
So
why I
it's
said
like these
forever,
levels
and like
work.
I'd be alerting back. Like, put your lines in and trade them, and just trying to keep it
Right.
that simple. Because literally, you will see, like you said, it'll just flip flop. And Deck taught me that old resistance equals new support. Like we says all the time, old support
Exactly.
equals new resistance. Now, like you say, every once in a while, you're going to have to adapt or adjust those lines a little bit. But for the most
Yeah.
part, 70, 80, 90% of the time, I mean, it's a high rate. Those numbers or those lines, they're just glued to them like magnet, whichever way you're going.
Yeah, no, you're right, 100%.
I love it, man. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like when I see like all these traders that trade, like even at the seminar, watching Umar up there, or they're watching day trade. I'm like, we all are essentially doing the same thing. We're not really going. Someone's getting
Yeah.
their old TI. Well, that was me. I don't know what the TI what it is now, but TI 83 calculator, your graphing calculator out going. Well, the exponential whatever, and then we're not doing that. Like we're trying to make it
Yeah.
honestly as simple as possible.
Exactly. It can be made simple. It's,
And like you said, the more we talk, what you're talking about, dive in, figure out what you're good at. Like and you think you know it. No, I don't. And then this is what level 2 next. There's which I love. I love learning finding those real true technical break it down analysis, reading those those PRs essentially months ahead of time, because I know so many traders that are like that I follow those guys that I just don't really take their trades, but they'll be getting on a stock that say, well, this at 117, and they'll kind of read all those PRs, and next thing you know, it's like months later it's up to $4, $5, $6 or whatever, or weeks later, and you're going, dang, I'm like, if I just need to learn the patience to learn, but yeah, there's just so much. That's why I'm going to get into options next, because there's so much money to learn. That is, there's so much more to keep going, and so
100%.
So real quickly, what is if they want to live, and you can say it real quickly for the level 2. So those websites on YouTube that you
yeah.
What are they?
Can I post it in the chat? Or
Yeah,
would
go
it
ahead.
be
Yeah,
better
post them in
alerts?
chat. Yeah, go ahead and post the link for sure in chat. If you got it up, post it in chat for them. For that volume, the one, not volume, but the level 2 one, and then anything recently that's helped you out. I know traders that those will have 300 more views instantly, as in they will just be watching those off the.
Oh, he has a lot of videos there, so.
Yeah, go ahead, put a few of them in there, because I'm gonna go ahead and click on them too, just so they're in my video library. Because you just click on it, boom, it goes to your history, right? Or if you click on the page, it'll just be in your history of your browser. So I just click on them, so they're just instantly there. I appreciate you again, Bub, coming on here.
No worries,
kind of getting
man.
this kicked off. If any of you have, because again, just keeping it short and simple today, short and sweet with Matt, asking him kind of questions about what he's been doing recently, adapting to the market conditions, and then of course now moving forward and what he's been doing. Bringing up a few examples. So if you have any questions for Matt, ask him right now. Ask away. next 10, 15 minutes or so. Give him any questions you want to ask him. Any plans for the 3-day weekend here? Any plans? For
I actually leave. I leave on
that's
Saturday.
right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And how long are you gonna be gone for?
2 weeks. I'll be
2
back
weeks.
July 5th. Yeah.
And are you gonna? Because I've catch you here and there. Did you say you're gonna be live streaming afternoon over there or no?
I'll try to. Like, I'll try my best to, but I'm not 100% sure.
Cool. Yeah, even if you join like a day or two, you know how tight that would be, man. That'd be so cool for traders. You know, you join in like, hey, you got a cool little background view going on. That'd be
exactly right.
Yeah, that'd be super cool, dude.
Okay, I think that's it there.
Cool. I appreciate it, boss. Yeah, let me click on those real quick. I was like, let me click on them. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you again coming over. If you have any questions right now, I think we got any of them. So we got clutch trades. How many?
Wait, let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. Start with clutch trades, right? I think that was
okay. Clutch trades. How many? Let's see. How many percent was that? And okay, so that was 11%. Yesterday alone, I made 11% on that on those trades there. So yesterday I was 4 for 4. I'll show them here real quick. VIVK, ADN. So I was 4 for 4 on all those trades there, and 11%.
Mr. Mello with the why don't you use the 8 anymore? Just down to the 20.
So wait, where is it?
The JR Mello.
Okay. Why did you not use the 8? Okay, so I never used the EMA, but it was the SMA for the 8. I don't use it anymore because I found out, but I've observed and seen over time that the 20 SMA is really all you need, kind of thing. It's like a flexible trend line. Look at it here. Working. When we cross, test down, test down. So it's just like a trend line tool almost. And then the 8 was kind of just too much. Like it just, cluttered up the chart, and I didn't like it.
I'm saying,
but it still is great.
That's how I was at first. I was always the 9. It's funny. I used the 9 and the 20, and then I've now, it's essentially done the same to you. Where over time you find what you works best. And I always said that with those. They said, why do you use those? And I'm like, well, of course you're gonna find the breakout short area, but then the main thing is they're almost like, and that's why I would say put your lines in and trade them because the lines are right to the dot. But they're like working trend. They're essentially like trend lines. I mean, that's what I realized.
Exactly.
It's kind of showing you when it's bullish and then when it's bearish.
No, 100%. You're right.
Oh, Dimpy, this interview is too handsome to handle. Oh, Dimp, you look at him trying to suck up over there. Oh, Dimpsters. Oh, Dimpy. Any other last real questions? Oh, I know you guys get him every day, so there may not be too many things that you may not get to ask him over in his lobby. If there's anything new that you want to ask or anything that he went over in his trades from yesterday or this week, hit him up now. Otherwise, thank you guys for being so amazing. Here we go. Here's D. Sarley.
Okay, so I'll answer Beck real quick. But Beck, yeah, I do recommend it. 100%. Can you show us? Okay, so the lines I look for, I actually have a PowerPoint for. What is it called? Oh, okay, there. Let's see. There you go. I went over them at the seminar, really.
Oh, yeah, I was like, that's crazy. You know, it was a month ago today. That was the Friday. That was a month ago today. Was the Friday?
A month already?
Seminar.
Holy moly, shit! That's a lot of time. But yeah, so what time frame? Time frame does not matter. I promise. Time frame does not matter. Let's see. So. What lines would you place on SRK? So yeah, so time frame doesn't matter for the SMAs there, but essentially I marked the pivot highs, the pivot lows of the trend. So look, here's an example: low, high, higher, low breakout. I wait for this to happen. I mark the pivot low, pivot high, again high, low, lower, high breakout. I mark the pivot low, the pivot, and the pivot high. This is how it kind of looks like on the chart. Here's an example of this one working again in the future. This one working again in the future, twice really. So it's like, and it does happen. Here's Veru. Look at all this lines. Looks like crazy, right? Let's pay attention to these two lines. Rejection, 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 rejection. Now these lines. Support, support, support. Resistance. Support, support. Nothing happened here on this line. Resistance, support. So it's like, it does happen. Let's go a little lower here to this area. This Veru line, 1453. Now let's observe. Rejection. And, it was done for the day. Go a little lower. This was the slide I just showed you on Veru. Same line, rejection, fail. Rejection, fail. After so many rejections, if it's still there, it's going to break out. What happened here? A little less rejection, a breakout. Now it's support. Support, support, breakdown, reclaim, support, and then support here. On this last one was when I got in. I got in long right at 1453, started averaging from 1465, and then I was full size 1453 there. So yeah, I got in this trade here. I actually took this personally. But does that make sense there? These are just all my lines. This is how I mark when short of so stop loss. That's kind of like a you thing, if that makes sense. It's all preference. You can do a couple cents below the line or below the wick, essentially, because you see these wicks here. So below the wick, above the wick here, above the wick here, and just wait for the reversal. Or you can do a couple cents. Ideally, however you'd like. There's so many different ways. It's just what works for you best. Let's see. There's a couple questions.
Yeah, I would always say with stop losses, I mean, everyone's going to have a different one. Mine's I always get, the whole, because mine are usually a little tighter, and some traders are going to have a little bit more flexibility. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Some traders are in massive share size. They're going to scale out probably. I mean, you got to, every trader's, you have to, and again, figure out your own niche, essentially, and what
100%.
you're really good at. And real quick, I know Jamie, before it scrolls up, Jamie did ask, is any tips to avoid market maker flushes, i.e. most trend lines?
So,
yeah, kind of like
for that, the biggest thing is the tape and level 2. It's going to show you kind of before it happens. Oh, how? But you'll see the ask gets super huge. The bids will get low, and then we'll start dumping big share size on the bids, and it's just you'll see it. You'll kind of see it coming. Look at the volume. You'll see volume start to go crazy a little bit. So that's how you see it there. Let's see. Best way to handle emotion. I'm on top of the rule. I win. Blah, blah, blah. Sticking to my 2-to-1 limited losses, but due to PDT. So, PDT is horrible. I'll say that. So what I can say this is PDT, what is it, 3-day trades or is it 4 a week? Or is it 3?
That's 3. Yeah, 3 every 5.
3. So 3 a week, I'd say pick the best days kind of. I feel like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, as not Friday, but lately is as basic as it sounds, it has literally been the best days. Fridays, how's Friday been the best days? It's been easy, quick gains. Monday, it's always the most action-packed money Monday. Let's get at it. Wednesday, it's the middle of the week. Usually the whole market will make a reversal or it'll just continue the trend. For stop loss rule, so look, 1% is your max stop loss. So what is max? Max is maximum, right? Max is I can't go higher than that. So can you go lower? Of course you can. You can go lower. You can use 0.5, 0.25, 0.75. It doesn't matter. But 1% of your account is your max. QNRX, let's check that out. So I'll say this. I don't trade any stocks under $1.50. If this thing has to do with filings and stuff, I'm not at that level yet. But yeah, I don't like trading stocks like this. Just mill volume throughout the board. This is a stock that if I shorted a couple thousand shares, I can dump it down to 3.6 or 3.5. You can control this with your own share. So I don't like playing stocks like that. And long term on penny stocks, that's not my thing yet. Is the I don't know. It is not JR Mello. You need in a sense they call it like a professional broker to see the limit down, limit up.
The cheapest brokers I've seen that's had it's Trade Zero. So Trade Zero, because I had them and I still do just because I love their level 2. But I think that's one of the cheap. Otherwise, you choose like like you say essentially a premium professional broker that has that usually has those. So Lightspeed that I know is one of the lower tiered ones. Trade Zero.
So let's see. Clutch Trades had a question. I was talking about it yesterday. So 1% of your account. I was risking 1% of my account yesterday. And yesterday, because I've done this new thing with the people that are in my chat, I'll go over real quick. So yesterday I was trading with literally $225. All my trades were under $225, and I made 11%. For me personally, I'm making from 5 to 11% per day when trading. And it's like, yes, I get you'll say 1% doesn't grow an account, but look at what. From $225, of course, that account is over PDT, so I can do day trades. With $225, let's not even do 11. Let's go a little lower. So, like I said, from 5 to 11%, it's super achievable. So let's do 7% a day with 100% reinvest rate, because you're always reinvesting, your profits. You don't just want to take it out. And then start date is today. Oh, I forgot to put the months here. Weekends included? No. Yes, there. Okay. Now we're going to do it for 3 months. Let's do 4. So for 4 months there, and then from $225 with about a 7% a day, you're up to 75,000. So yeah, you can say it's hard, but it really isn't. It's just the discipline part. It scares people, essentially. And I'll say this: 7% is really achievable daily. It really is. It's the
Just
truth.
over time to a snowball effect. Even if you start with just 3 will become 5
Awesome.
then becomes 7, right?
Exactly.
You know, and then that 7,
Exactly.
even then if you can just maintain 5 to 7, how that your account when it starts growing, how that just compounds. You know, it just I used to see those little like, and it was like, you know, it wasn't a calculator. It was like the old school like, if I started today and it was like a $2,500 account, and you just made 3% or whatever, or 5% each trade, how that like 2,500 would turn to like a $50,000+ account before the year's in and you're going.
Yes, I get that would be with the 100% win rate. If you want to deduct a little bit, you know, you'll still have what, 60,000 with the 70%. I say $60,000 with the 70% win rate, or even a little bit lower if you want to do 60% win rate. Yeah, that's still a lot of money from an initial of 225. It's not 225s in your account. I'm only using $225 every time I trade, aka 50 shares. So yeah, like I said, I put the account $25,200, just a little wiggle room there, and I'm showing people because a lot of people fear going under PDT. Essentially, they make bad trades, go under PDT, or they don't make any trades, you know, because they're out of that fear. And I'm just showing them that you can do it. Just start small. Like, you know, if you worry too much on the profit, it'll just affect you in the long term. And 1% of your account per day, yeah, you can say it'll take forever to grow, but at least you won't blow up an account.
Yeah, that's why
you know,
I was gonna say that's why I tell a lot of traders take the P&L off, take your share, you know, take your share size off. You know, maybe just keep your average entry in, and that's it.
Exactly.
Because then you just start looking and concentrating. Oh, I'm up $50. I'm up 100, but whatever. You're not looking at the technicals and actually looking at your charting, your targets, your level 2. You're just
100%. Yeah, and it's like 1% per day, guys. Grab a trader making 1% per day with the less, you know, making less percentage wise with the guy that's not risking 1% today, that's risking 5, 10. That dude, every time he has a big loss, it'll wipe out all his profits. The 1% per day, guys, he's stair stepping. Don't try to skip the stairs, you'll fall.
Exactly. Like Deck at the seminar. Baby steps. And then did I get from here to here when he did it? He was doing
exactly.
Yeah, but exactly. Baby steps, team. You'll eventually start taking those lunges down the line, but if you can just baby your step away, next thing you know, like I said, that compounds over time big time. Man, I appreciate. I think there's any last questions, man. I appreciate you, dude.
Of course,
so
thank
much.
you. So, Jamie actually had a question.
You're good. Yeah, there's any last.
You actually, so yeah, I use software stop losses. Essentially, I don't believe in that mess of market makers seeing your stop losses, and like market maker seeing my stop loss and knocking it out. I think that's a psychology thing that it makes you feel better when you get stopped out, kind of thing. I believe in this. I believe so. Let me grab a ticker. RUV, for example. I believe. You know, every time we clear out of a high of day, yes, there's going to be stop losses. That's just, you know, kind of basic there. Or every time we clear of a low of day, not low of day, but a low, essentially we'll have stop losses there because people use the highs and lows as stop losses, if that makes sense there. But I don't believe that market makers see your stop loss and they knock you out. You can say that all you want, but it's just, I feel like that's just a big excuse to help people feel a little bit better when they take that stop out. Because, you know, I could use stop loss orders and still be fine, you know, just, you know, like ADN, I don't use stop loss orders. Why? Because I want to set up a hotkey for it. I just don't know how exactly, but it takes too much time when you're scaling in, you know, and then I have to type it all in. But I could have used it in all my trades and put it a little bit at like 5-10 cents above my lines and it would have worked. Without being able to short, I've been able to do.
Well, awesome, man. I appreciate it. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good now.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you, seriously.
No worries,
dude.
Jamie.
You are.
No, of course, thank you.
No,
Josh.
seriously, I appreciate it. You are seriously. I appreciate you coming over here. I'll reclaim this real quick. Reclaim the host.
I do have an LLC. Actually, ta-da! I have a little bit of a book here.
And hold on a sec. Stop.
Awesome.
There we go. Now we're back to normal. I was like, what's going on here? Now we're back to normal. All right. Thank you so much again, though, Matt, getting this kicked off from the interview round 2. I wanted you to come on, kind of go over stuff. People love asking you questions. They love you to death. So that's, you know,
thank you.
What
everyone.
You're doing at your age, and that's what I tell most, like the snowball effect. So I keep telling you, imagine you when you're 25. Imagine when you're 20. You know, then imagine 25. Right. Imagine when you're 30. You know, so. Let's just keep thinking down the line in those small little, again, baby steps and keep working toward those small little goals along the way, and you'll get there. It's not, I'm going to make $100,000. We all want to make $100,000 in a day or $100,000 a year or whatever right off the bat. It's about getting there first and taking those slow steps.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the truth.
Man, have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. Have safe travels as well. So hopefully we get to see you while you're gone. Hit us up. Let us know.
Yeah,
At
I
least,
will.
kind of show in the chat, even on your phone. Like, hey, here's a picture, guys. Hopefully you're not having,
I'm here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I got you. I got
All right,
you, man.
boss.
Thank you
so
again.
much again. Have a good rest of your day. I'll send you a text. I'll send you a text later on today, and of course I'll get this posted for everybody. Yes, it was recorded. I did record this, so it was recorded. So again, thank you so much, Matt, and I'll let you know when it's posted. I'll hit
Thank you.
later.
Thank you, everyone. Again, it's an honor to be here. Thank you, guys. Everyone, take care. Thank you, Clutch Trades, for your great questions, man. You had great questions there. Thank you. Everyone else that has questions. I'll see you guys in the afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, you're coming on this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm going on this afternoon. I couldn't leave everyone hanging on a Friday.
Well, good, man. That gives me a little goosebumps. I'm like, I can say hi to you this afternoon because I kind of go live in the afternoon. So what I may do is hand the baton off to you a little early and say, hey, go over to my son's lobby and I'll come chime in over there for you then.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, bub. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank
I'll see
you.
you
You too. Take care.
All right.
See you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, bye. My son, the son.
Let's get him pulled up. Let's just go ahead and get straight into it. There he is. It's the man, the myth, the legend. It's my son. That's right. It's the son. It's the myth. It's the legend. It's everybody. So hey, there's Matt, team. So let's keep this simple today. You get him every day, but I really wanted to bring him back on again for round 2 to start off again. He's honored to have him in the chat. And again, I actually hadn't told you this. So yesterday I told chat this. I was like, when you were Arnaldo Trader, I thought you were old. I thought you were this 45, 50-year-old grown. Essentially, I thought you were your dad. I thought you were me. As 35. I was like, he's either 35 to 45, 50. He's got kids. I'm like, that was his dad. Essentially. And that's where you got the name kind of too, right? Or essentially, it's the last name, right? Or what is it, right? That's your last name. Yeah. So that's what I thought was awesome. I was like, man, and I had no idea. I'm like, and then so like everyone else, when I see how young you are, I was like, he's what? He's not even close to that. He's what? He's 8. Hold on, he's not 35, 40. He's what? He's 18. He's not even 20 yet. And so I was like, that's hilarious. So I love it, man. So yeah. So can't hear. Let's see. Can't hear Matt. So there we go. There we go. Now we can hear Matt. Now we can hear
me
Matt.
now.
I turned Matt off. So Matt, everyone was like, what's Matt's volume? What's Matt's volume? So now, go ahead, Matt.
Good.
Good to go. Now they can hear you. All right. So we're going to keep this simple with Matt this time since you get him every day. I know you guys can ask him questions left and right. So I'm going to kind of keep it basic for the most part. And first off, Matt, really, did you get any trades in today?
No trading today. I've this whole week just prepping for a trip. Last week, a couple trades here and there. I've been having not broker problems. I try to join this new broker here. I'll speed it up real quick here. There's this broker called Venom. I try to join it because it was a good broker for people under PDT, but they kind of denied my my application thingy. I don't know. There's a couple of reasonings. I don't know what it was exactly, but it's fine. And then I moved back over to my main broker here. And
so hold on, I remember you were doing that for most traders in the chat, which was awesome, which I love how we're doing that. Hey, let's try this, bro. And then, so they denied you, so you can't even get in with Venom now, so that can't happen now.
No, yeah, and the thing is, I just found out is Venom's actually kind of like a partner on this thing with Interactive Brokers. So I already don't love Interactive Brokers, so it kind of helped there.
That sucks. That sucks. Well, cool.
But so no trades today. Yeah. But this week though has been
I'm right there with
fire.
you this week. I haven't placed as many trades this week. So that what you're saying this week? You just hadn't traded as much. Kind of. Yeah. I've been there the last couple of weeks. I mean, it just seems like it's been a little more inconsistent, choppy volume, just back and forth. Trying to play the chase game, you have to really just almost narrow in on one. If you don't narrow in on that one, you will miss the trade essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
So that's one thing I want to get into because I know that again. We all had to over the past. It was great to get to the shorting game, back in January. We figured that out, and for the most part, getting really big into that the last few months. But now it's starting to adapt a little bit. So over the last month, even the last 2 months, moving forward, how's your game changing, and what are you looking for to trade in your trading style? How are you adapting, adjusting to that?
Everything has changed. So, just starting off with my level 2 in tape. Like before, I'd read it, but not really just, I kind of wouldn't put as much effort into it. Now I've seen there are little patterns you can look for in the tape in the level 2 that will help you in a sense, get the best entry or the best timing because you'll see these patterns that they continue to do. Like I talk a lot about hidden buyers and hidden sellers. And so I've been just increasing my level 2 in times and sales, I'm not the best at it yet, but I haven't been increasing my knowledge there. And then my strategy, I tweaked it a lot. No, it wasn't just me personally. It was a lot of learning from others. I've removed a simple moving average. I had the 8 and 20. That was the big thing. Now it's just the 20. And, it's just a lot of tweaking.
That's awesome. That's what I did over time. That's what's so funny how you adapt over time. I did that earlier on. But that's awesome. And now with the level 2, did you get in with those? There was something you were letting me know about with the guy you were maybe learning a little bit more from.
Yeah. I have it. Like I have the whole thing. Like it was actually really good, really, really good. A lot of juicy stuff. He gave me even a YouTube channel. The people would love it. It's a YouTube channel. He doesn't teach you anything, but it's literally hours. And I mean, thousands of hours of just recorded level 2 in a chart. So it's a really good practice. It's like a little game.
Yeah, that's what I tell a lot of people, and which we've said this in the past. Like when I first started trading, it's like this is like the adult video game, but it really is. And there's a lot of stuff that you can
almost go back and relate to when you play
Yeah.
video games when you do this. I mean, it's
Exactly.
just there's a lot of stuff that you can do overall and relate back to. And that's what I try to tell me coming up with like, you know, the Thanos crossover or sandwiches. You're like, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
simplify stuff. So I'm, you know, you in the end, you know what I'm talking about, and not having to say, well, when
The
the 9
Thanos
crosses over and the blah, 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 and I'm having to explain it, you go, Thanos crossover, done and simple. Everyone knows what it
Right?
is.
And it's just catchy. It is.
Well, yeah. So let me know whenever you want to, if you want to put those links in afterward, or even over in your chat later for that level 2. Because I know that I even recently
Awesome.
for me, that's becoming what's crazy. That's why I feel like we're almost, even though it's like I am you and you are me and you're my son almost in a way, but it's like that's got so much bigger with me recently as the level 2.
Yeah.
So that's what's crazy.
No, yeah, it is. It is crazy. Like I thought I knew so much, but it's like it is crazy how much more there really is on the spectrum of stuff.
I say that all the time. I'm like, man, I thought like even like in 2020 when I first started going live for Deck, oh, I got this, I know stuff now. And then
Yeah.
you keep going on like, nope, I don't know. Nope,
Yeah,
nope.
exactly. 100%.
Oh, all right. So moving forward, you know, what do you want to do? Even are you going and real quickly? Then did you do any of the long term investing? Have you like whether maybe you haven't gotten in yet, but are you going to get anything whether it's SPY related
got
or it's
Tesla.
going to be Bitcoin, crypto related? Anything long term at all for you?
Really, it's just Tesla right now, if I'll be honest. I am kind of biased. I got the link for them now because I saw people were asking in there. But yeah, so it's just Tesla for me right now. Everything else, I do what I think is good. Amazon's great. Google, of course. Tesla. Not sure about Facebook as a long-term thing as much anymore. You know, just more companies that I would say that are very much involved day to day, like Google. Who's not on Google every day, you know,
Right,
or Amazon.
exactly, right. And
It's
Amazon,
like,
yeah.
right. And there's Firefox and all those other ones, but it's like everyone leans towards Google because they really are the best. Like it's the truth. And
Just Google it.
exactly, right. And you know, Tesla. Like look at the road now. How much more Teslas do you see now than you would have seen a couple days or a couple years ago? I'd say really. It's just crazy how much.
That was my
growth
pick.
there
Yeah,
is.
that was the Tesla, which I haven't fully gotten into Tesla yet, but I want to get into Tesla. But Amazon, I've gotten into Amazon, so those would be my top 2 favorite too. So I'm right there with you with
See?
those. Can't really go wrong with those two for the most part.
Yeah, right.
So moving forward, even after that, 6 months down the line, 3 months down the line, you know, what are we looking for strategy wise? Are we going to start looking a little bit maybe more long based on some of these plays? And what are we? I mean, are we going still?
I'm still very short based, but
Gotcha.
I need to change a lot of things. Like for my long strategies, again, another YouTuber, this person teaches a lot about fundamentals of how to read all filings and kind of like get in months before the pump even happens. And it's like I've been just studying that up for like a new long strategy. Short wise, I think I got it down. The only thing I need to master is a little bit of risk management, not getting out so soon, and just tape and level 2 reading, because that's really the key there. Learning how to read the tape, read the level 2.
Right. Do you want to go over that? What is this new? Is a new setup or strategy you've been working on, or is it something you've always done for a little bit and you're just mastering?
It is very new. It's not crazy different, but it is different, if that makes sense. Yeah, I have a couple trades here I could show everyone from. If you're in my chat, you know, you remember them, but you know, you'll see like I can explain it really well. So if you'd like to,
go ahead. I made you the host, so if you want to go ahead and share your screen, I made you the host, so if you want to share your screen, go ahead
awesome,
and do it.
thank you. So, okay. There's so many screens here. Okay, let me find the right one. Let's go here. This is the one. Okay, boom. Okay. Which screen can they see there? Let's see. I'm seeing it pop up here on the stream. Okay, that's correct. All right. So, you know, yes, I am going long as well now, but I have levels and a certain way I mark them. And I'm not a breakout trader, you know, by no means. I do not like breakout trades. I just never had luck with them. But now I've been more of like a bounce player for both sides, you know, either a bounce to go down or a bounce to go up. In this
Right,
case,
I love bounces. That's how I made my money. That was my bread and butter. That's where I made money. I love bounce plays.
It literally is the best. Like I have these levels that I mark on my higher time frames, you know, usually from 15-minute all the way to daily. Those are the time frames I mark them. And, you know, I'll have a bunch of lines on my chart. My chart will look a little colorful there, but Like he was a SIDU, which I think this was a not yesterday, but the day before. And I was talking with the chat. We saw breakout, uptrend. I'm big on trend. Trend. What do you mean by trend, Matt? Uptrend line? No, I mean lows and highs. We had a low, a high, a higher low, and a breakout. Uptrend confirmed. But if you look at it, zoom out a little, move your head back. We also have a low, high, higher low, and a breakout. So we have like the most recent or minor trend is what I call it, up, and the big boy trend is up as well. And then now what do? I have to look for an entry, and I have to make sure I have, profit potential. So I saw the breakout, saw volume rising. Volume is really important. Just saying, volume changes the game with, knowing how to read it really. And then I waited for a breakthrough 325. I wanted to bounce at 315. It never happened. But then here, when this next candle opened here at this, which was like the peak volume of this move here, it opened, fell back down to 325. The tape showed lots of strength at 325, 24, 26 area. And then I saw the rejection come, boom. Then I start entering in market order. What's my risk? We could even put it below this wick or just a little bit below the line. And essentially my cost was like 331 or 330. And, I watched, like I have my targets, but I always watch to see how they react there. I'd never just want to get out of my target because, that's piking a trade. I'll show you examples. But so 3-4, I watched to see what happened. Volume was going crazy. The tape was printing strong. The ask was just getting absolutely knocked out. And we literally blew through this 3-4 area. I waited. I know a lot of people would have gotten out when this candle turned red out of fear of just that red candle. But no, you gotta go with your bias. The strength is still there. Essentially, we had a little bit of a pullback. Great. Okay, that happened. Again, buyers came in with strength. We pushed up higher. 366 was a target. I waited a little bit. I saw weakness here at 3.7. It was almost like a fake out. So I exited a partial here, but then we pushed through it. I saw a lot of weakness at 385, 390. I exited partial, and then as we cleared out of this wick here kind of thing and hit 395, I got out because there was a lot of momentum and volume just hit real quick, and then I just exited there. And simple. Yes, it is a long trade. I know I don't take long trades. I've been emphasizing a lot of short in the morning, long in the afternoon, because that looks like the best thing right now. And let me just move over here to another trade
we've seen
here.
so many breakouts. It seems like
Exactly.
like right when I hand off the baton to you, like literally, here you go, Matt. I'm handing the baton off to you to run that next leg in the afternoon, and it's just like, okay, and you just take off like you're our Usain Bolt essentially. Like, okay, here come the breakouts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the blue line is the 20 SMA. I just saw a question in there, so I answered that one. But here again, I have my lines. All these lines on my charts are levels, and these levels work all the time. This level worked here. This level, I saw the rejection. I shorted. I saw this bullish wick, aka the 20 SMA was doing its thing. Volume started to rise on this green candle. As we surpassed, that's kind of like a bullish candlestick pattern. Boom, I exited the trade. We had a huge run up here. Volume up, volume up. Usually you want to see volume staircase a little bit like this, staircase, and pretend this is a little higher. That's what you want to see before a big drop. In this case, we just had volume and then a huge spike volume. So then I was like, okay, we could have a little bit of a dump incoming essentially. So I was patient. I wait till my level because my level is the area I shorted. And look at that. That's like a little bit of a top ticker there. I entered it a little early here, which that was actually my fault. I shouldn't have. It was a little bit of a discipline thing. I entered in really early here, but I scaled in most of my size right at 445, and that literally was the high of the day. And then, of course, I piked the trade. What do you mean by piked the trade, Matt? I mean, I literally left so much on the table there, but I got out way too early because, I am pretty new to afternoon trading. I don't love it. So I do get out earlier just as a safety thing. Got out here. We came down. We had another run up, another pop up here, and then came down. So essentially we have a high, a low, a lower high, and then a breakout. So we have a downtrend now. So now we are backside for sure, 100%. This level here, I used it for a short once. Does that mean I can use it again? Hell yeah. I had the 20 SMA here on top, more confirmation. We popped up as this candle went bearish. I shorted, started, a position. I shorted more at the top of this green candle. I was full size then. Now it's patience. It's waiting. I waited. First dump and breakout through 380. I covered a little, and then I piked it again by getting out way too early when my target was 364. But, you know, and then like, there's just, I think I have one more example. Like the shorts are there. Like here, like I'm in the afternoon when I get a great short, it's like I pike it so hard, man. Like look, volume rising here, kind of like a stair step almost. Big expanding range candles. You know, we broke through, no rejection shown, broke through, no rejection shown. Pop, rejection shown. I started my short position. Like look, volume rising here, kind of like a stair step almost. Big expanding range candles. You know, we broke through, no rejection shown, broke through, no rejection shown. Pop, rejection shown. I started my short position. I wanted a little more size than I got, but then I, you know, cover right at here. But, you know, what I say, the lines always work, right? Well, here, kind of as support, it worked. We broke through this one, support. We popped up. This line worked as resistance. Yes, I get it popped through, but that's normal. You know, overall, the line was a resistance area that led to this huge, 305 down to freaking 255. That was a huge dump there. No worries.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you call it? Is it pike or piped? Pike?
Pike, yeah. So pike, it's like
yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah.
You know,
so I do it all the time. Don't worry. So don't worry. I'm doing the same thing you do. Trust me, a lot of the time.
Right.
And point being, that's so funny with this trade yesterday. You handed the baton off to me because I got that next area down, but I still didn't get that huge, kill candle. In the end, I'm like, I look back going like, no, I had so much more room on the table. What was I doing?
Yeah, like look at this trade. I don't have my lines on there, but the line I think was 224, 223. Because I can remember this. I entered in a little bit here, entered in right at the tippy top of this candle. I was actually surprised about that. And entered in more here. I got out here at around 182, correct? This thing went down to 145. Like,
yeah, right.
Talk about pike.
And that's the 20, right? Because I think that was asked earlier by Rocket TJ.
20
that's the blue line's your 20 you've been using, right?
Exactly.
Right.
And like just more examples of this. I don't know when I got out of this one, but short here. Backside's obviously in because, we have our high, we have our low, or not high, low, lower high. We try to break out, didn't work, and then we do it again. Let's do it again. So we have a high, low, lower high. We needed the breakout for the backside. Yes, I do get in a little bit earlier, but just here showed the chop. Price obviously didn't want to go over the 6-9 area. If you put a line through it, every time it tried, it couldn't even close above that area. And then, position here, scaling in and out as always. And there it goes. So it's like,
yeah.
Gorgeous. Mastering backside.
Yeah, and there's so much of that. And then anyone sometimes going to know, Dimp even had that question. If anyone wants to know, front side, you're going up. Backside, you're on the backside of the move. You're going short. So,
from yesterday here, quick example here, just wanted to say it. So yesterday here, what was this, ADN? So ADN here, I had this purple line at 364. You see it here? Look at this purple line at 364. It was the high of day.
That's why I said forever, and I'd be alerting back. Like, put your lines in and trade them, and just trying to keep it that simple. Because literally, you will see, like you said, it'll just flip flop. And Deck taught me that old resistance equals new support, like we says all the time. Old support equals new resistance. Now, like you say, every once in a while, you're going to have to adapt or adjust those lines a little bit. But for the most part, 70, 80, 90% of the time, I mean, it's a high rate. Those numbers or those lines, they're just glued to them like magnet, whichever way you're going.
Yeah, no, you're right, 100%.
I love it, man. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like when I see like all these traders that trade, like even at the seminar, watching Umar up there, or they're watching Day Trade. I'm like, we all are essentially doing the same thing. We're not really going. Someone's getting their old TI. Well, that was me. I don't know what the TI what it is now, but TI 83 calculator, your graphing calculator out, going, well, the exponential whatever, and then we're not doing that. Like we're trying to make it honestly as simple as possible.
Exactly. It can be made simple. It's,
And like you said, the more what you're talking about, dive in, figure out what you're good at. Like and you think you know it. No, I don't. And then this is what level 2 next. There's which I love. I love learning finding those real true technical break it down analysis, reading those PRs essentially months ahead of time, because I know so many traders that are like, that I follow those guys that I just don't really take their trades, but they'll be getting on a stock that say, well, this at 117, and they'll kind of read all those PRs, and next thing you know, it's like months later, it's up to $4, $5, $6 or whatever, or weeks later, and you're going,
dang, I'm like, if I just need to learn the patience to learn, but yeah, there's just so much. That's why I'm going to get into options next, because there's so much money to learn. That is, there's so much more to keep going. And so
100%.
So real quickly, what is, so if they want to live, and you can say it real quickly for the level 2. So those websites on YouTube that you
yeah.
What are they?
Can I post it in the chat, or
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, post it in the
alerts?
chat. Yeah, go ahead and post the link for sure in chat. If you got it up, post it in chat for them. For that volume, the one, not volume, but the level 2 one, and then anything recently that's helped you out. I know traders that those will have 300 more views instantly, as in they will just be watching those off the.
Oh, he has a lot of videos there, so.
Yeah, go ahead, put a few of them in there, because I'm gonna go ahead and click on them too, just so they're in my video library. Because you just click on it, boom, it goes to your history, right? Or if you click on the page, it'll just be in your history of your browser. So I just click on them, so they're just instantly there. I appreciate you again, Bub, coming on here.
No worries,
kind of getting
man.
this kicked off. If any of you have, because again, just keeping it short and simple today, short and sweet with Matt, asking him kind of questions about what he's been doing recently, adapting to the market conditions, and then of course now moving forward and what he's been doing. Bringing up a few examples. So if you have any questions for Matt, ask him right now. Ask away. Next 10-15 minutes or so, give him any questions you want to ask him. Any plans for the 3-day weekend here? Any plans? For
I actually leave. I leave on
Oh, that's
Saturday.
right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And how long are you gonna be gone for?
2 weeks. I'll be back July 5th. Yeah.
And are you gonna? Because I'm catch you here and there. Did you say you're gonna be live streaming afternoon over there or no?
I'll try to. I'll try my best to, but I'm not 100% sure.
Cool. Yeah, even if you join like a day or two, how tight that would be, man. That'd be so cool for traders. You join in like, hey, you got a cool little background view going on. That'd be
exactly right.
Yeah, that'd be super cool, dude.
Okay, I think that's it there.
Cool. I appreciate it, boss. Yeah, let me click on those real quick. I was like, let me click on them. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you again coming over. If you have any questions right now, I think we got any of them. So we got clutch trades. How many?
Wait, let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. Start with clutch trades, right? I think that was
okay, clutch trades. How many? Let's see. How many percent was that? And okay, so that was 11%. Yesterday alone, I made 11% on that on those trades there. So yesterday I was 4 for 4. I'll show them here real quick. VIVK, ADN. So I was 4 for 4 on all those trades there, and 11%.
Mr. Mello with the why don't you use the 8 anymore, just down to the 20?
So wait, where is it?
The JR Mello.
Okay. Why did you not use the 8? Okay, so I never used the EMA, but it was the SMA for the 8. I don't use it anymore because I found out, but I've observed and seen over time that the 20 SMA is really all you need, kind of thing. It's like a flexible trend line. Look at it here. Working. When we cross, test down, test down. So it's just like a trend line tool almost. And then the 8 was kind of just too much. Like it just, cluttered up the chart, and I didn't like it.
I was saying,
but it still is great.
That's how I was at first. I was always the 9. It's funny. I used the 9 and the 20, and then I've now essentially done the same to you. Where over time you find what you works best. And I always said that with those. They said, why do you use those? And I'm like, well, of course you're going to find the breakout short area, but then the main thing is they're almost like, and that's why I would say put your lines in and trade them, because the lines are right to the dot, but they're like working trend. They're essentially like trend lines. I mean, that's what I realized.
Exactly.
It's kind of showing you when it's bullish and then when it's bearish.
No, 100%. You're right.
Oh, Dimpy, this interview is too handsome to handle. Oh, Dimpy, look at him trying to suck up over there. Oh, Dimpsters. Oh, Dimpy. Any other last real questions? Oh, I know you guys get them every day, so there may not be too many things that you may not get to ask him over in his lobby. If there's anything new that you want to ask or anything that he went over in his trades from yesterday or this week, hit him up now. Otherwise, thank you guys for being so amazing. Here we go. Here's D. Sarley.
Okay, so I'll answer Beck real quick. But Beck, yeah, I do recommend it. 100%. Can you show us? Okay, so the lines I look for, I actually have a PowerPoint for. What is it called? Oh, okay, there. Let's see. There you go. I went over them at the seminar, really.
Oh, yeah, I was like, that's crazy. Do you know it was a month ago today? That was the Friday. That was a month ago today. Was the Friday?
A month already?
Seminar.
Holy moly, shit! That's a lot of time. But yeah, so what time frame? Time frame does not matter. I promise. Time frame does not matter. Let's see. So. What lines would you place on SRK? So yeah, so time frame doesn't matter for the SMAs there, but essentially I marked the pivot highs, the pivot lows of the trend. So look, here's an example: low, high, higher, low breakout. I wait for this to happen. I mark the pivot low, pivot high, again, high, low, lower, high breakout. I mark the pivot low, the pivot, and the pivot high. This is how it kind of looks like on the chart. Here's an example of this one working again in the future. This one working again in the future, twice really.
Love it.
So it's like, and it does happen. Here's Veru. Look at all this lines. Looks like crazy, right? Let's pay attention to these 2 lines. Rejection, 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 rejection. Now these lines. Support, support, support. Resistance.